Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nusquash Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donuts Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian, Billy Friedrich. Those one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Meyer, that's nowhere!
Oh no, Fanatical Jim.
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, March 14th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We've swept the week so far. They haven't been massive wins but we're on the right track. 12-8 plus 3.9 units yesterday. 7-3 plus 3.7 units in college basketball. In NHL, 4-4 plus 0.3 units. In NBA, 1-1 down 0.1 unit. It's all good, but we must sweep the week. We must keep wearing this Lucky Loshak shirt. I dug a huge hole. All you can do when you dig a hole is face it head on and climb out of it. We're on our way, but there's many, many, many more. What am I trying to say? I'm not even close to climbing out of it, but we are on our way. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat, ready to rock. We have a huge card today. The video, everything works out great because wine time's all over these early games. We have a game popping off in 23 minutes. He's all over these early games. And then Spooner comes on at 12:30. Daby Cab's got two best bets here as well. And then LJ from HTown and wine time going to cap NBA with me. And then LJ going to cap NHL with me, something LJ has wanted to do for a long time. It's going to be a lot of fun to have him here. Shout out to all the cappers ready to rock. Sir Mackey loves pie. We got respect. Play of the day, Liberty -4.5. Let's do some quick copying and pasting, and then let's get wine time up here. But the most important thing for us right now is you can sign up for our contests. Just like last year, we have two contests. We have our regular bracket contest. Saturated won last year. We also have our confidence pool. It's so much fun. So Jose and I are going to make a video for it just to remind everybody that it'll be embedded into the page. But it's simple. You have 90 points to work with in the confidence pool. Each pool is $50. $3 will be taken for fees, accepting the credit card or the PayPal and sending it out, which is less than it costs. It costs Jeff more than that. But, Jeff, he just wants us to succeed. So 90 points is the confidence pool. You get 90 points. You put together your roster of teams with 90 points. If you want a number 1 seed, that costs you 16 points. If you pick a number 2 seed for your roster teams, that costs you 15 points. A 3 seed costs you 14, and so on. If you want a 16 seed, that only costs you 1 point. And you have 90 points to work with. And it's really fun. So we have the regular bracket and our confidence pool. We're going to be talking about them throughout. You can imagine how monster of a starting 5 day we have for Cabby's show tomorrow. We're going to be hammering this. We also are going to have a live stream for the announcement, the brackets reveal. We're going to have a live stream on Sunday night right here on Pub Sports Radio. So let me just do a little bit more copying and pasting here, and then we will be good to go. Auburn over 154.5 and Boise State plus 1.5. Let's get this locked and loaded. We're going to have to work quickly today. 38 games in college basketball. So we did 43 yesterday. So I guess you can call it a reprieve. Let's get this up here. And I tell you, it did feel really good watching the Capitals do squad ass zilch. Now, I'm going to have to win a lot of fades of the Capitals to get all my money back. Kong's Clips, college basketball play day, Louisville moneyline number 2, Louisville moneyline and Houston moneyline together at plus 157 for our guy Kong. Let's get that in here, and let's get right to work. We are 20 minutes now from tip-off. Ross Pitts on VCU, first half, full game. I can understand that because looking at the line, it's a GFG as a gambler's first glance from Razor. Looking at the line, you're immediately like, oh, the Bonnies can cover this. And then you start looking a little closer, and it's uncomfortable. There's Swiggy. He's got the bracket and confidence pool tickets up, $50 each. Please join us. Please be a part of it. Nuke Worker in the house. Imagine what we're going to be like Nuke Worker a week from today. Great to see all you guys. J-Dub, Justin McKelvey, Sir Mackey, Rez Mob, Woo Rizza, Sean Pulliam, BJ in the house. There's Wine Time ready to get to work. Kong made it safely with the fam to Panama City Beach. Great to see all of you guys. Utah State as a pick 'em for Big Scott. There's Spooner's action. There's Big Scott's action. Big Scott, in the end, I got off of CSUN, and the second, in the end, it actually worked. You helped very much, even though you're talking about a different game. Little Domo in the house. There is Nordy ready to go. Great to see all of you guys. Black Thor, Dan Kelly. Yeah, I still think we'll get that in that future, but we sure wanted it yesterday. There's Spooner's action. Skunt bag play. They is the Islanders. I'm going up against that with discomfort. Line moving against me in the Ducks spot. Oh, did I smash that line? I mean, I guess we didn't know that the captain of the Flames would likely be out tonight amongst another injury issue. A 9 legacy. There's Kelly McInnes in the house. Yes, Kelly, we're going for this. We're not going for it. We need it. We must get the week sweep. We must get the week sweep here. Okay, it's great to see all of you guys. So it looks like everybody's up here. Big O, Black Thor King. Oh, we got Skunt Blaster with more stuff. J-Dub with more stuff. I hope I've got everybody's action here. Let's go here. And Dan Kelly saying 6% fee is the best you'll find anywhere in the world. For that reason alone, I will be in the pool, and you should be too if you understand the math of gambling. Thank you, Dan. And it's usually less than 6. The only reason why it's 6 is because it's a $50 entry. Because it would be the same $3 if it was a $100 entry, and then we'd have a 3%. The issue is just that it's I wonder if we could help this, because Swiggy's watching right now. Swiggy, could we set it up so that you could only have a 3% take, so that you could buy in for both pools on one ticket with one transaction? Then it's only a 3% takeout, because then it'll still be just the $3. Could you see if we could do that? That would be a great way of cutting down more of that, fee. So let me know if we could set that up here on our website. All right, it's time to get to work. Thank you guys so much. Great to see you. UPK, we cannot. I'm sorry, my friend. But I can tell you, UPK, I've made 4 bets, 3 of which I'm very comfortable with. I'm on the Oilers -1. Maybe I shouldn't say very if I'm going up against Skunt Blaster. But look, Islanders coming back from California, first game back. Oilers, champing, losing 3-2 in both of these first 2 road games. I do not think they're going to open up this road trip with 3 straight losses. Obviously, they're not as good as without Ekholm. I'm on the Avalanche -1. I destroyed that line move by about 40 cents. I got -121 on -1. I'm on the Ducks +115. Predators have won 4 straight. Who've they beaten? Fucking bums. But that line's moving against me, so I'm uncomfortable there. And then I'm on Utah, Seattle over 6. Let's get to work in college basketball here. Leonard Porch Jr., Ole Miss by a point, and Marquette by a half point. That ridiculous 3, meaningless 3. A 7-3 really could have been 9-1. Ole Miss -4 was a loser. Alabama State cashed. St. Louis cashed. Marquette lost by a hook. Boise State cashed. Morgan State cashed. Texas Tech lost. Bethune-Cookman, no sweater. Seattle by a hook. So sometimes something good happens. And SMU. All right. And there's Gorky with his action. I'll copy and paste that right now. Let's bring on our guest to get us rolling. He's going to be with us all day. And in a few days, I'm going to be sitting beside him for 12 hours a day. Please welcome, from Los Angeles, California, our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, how are you?
What up, Jamie? Happy Friday to you, my friend. Last show I'm going to be doing with you until we're sitting next to each other in the studio at Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas here coming up. Looking forward to it, man. We have a loaded card today, though, Jim. Lines are moving right now. We got to get right to it.
Well, I know you are on the under in this first game, so let's get started into it. Big O says this Bonnie's VCU total is too low. He bet the under. I just copied and pasted Gorky's action. Now, Wine Time's going to be with us for the next hour and 15 minutes. He's got best bets on 3 of the first 5 games. And then Daby Cab and Wine Time are both involved in the Wisconsin-UCLA game. So let's get right to work. I tell you, the first thing that rocked me, and now, being in this business for so long, I know that I put a line through the first thing that rocks me. It's because everybody's seeing the same thing. I thought, wow, 11 with the Bonnies seems like a lot of points. And I know everybody was thinking that exact same thing. And this line moving towards VCU as well. Of course, VCU coming off that surprise loss to Dayton, which hurt even more because I got on a VCU live, I think at like -130. And I thought I was just so confident in it live. That didn't come through for me. This opens up at +11.5. It moves to 11. It moves to 11 at, when did it move to 11? At 8:30 last night. Then it gets up to 12 this morning. We're back at an 11.5. This is juice to the Bonnies. So I imagine a lot of cappers thought the same thing. Now, we have heard from cappers in the chat who have moved on VCU first half and full game, that being Ross Pitts. This total is a 133. It's slightly juiced to the over. It opened up at 133.5, dropped down to 131.5. This was a 131.5 before the show started. And as if Big O was, had made a massive bet on the over, we had a 1.5 move 2 minutes ago. So we're back at 133. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have the 74% of the tickets and 77% of cash is on St. Bonaventure. And then on the total, we have 81 and 80 on the over. Here we go, Wine Time. Game 1, A10 Championship quarterfinal. We have VCU coming off the shock loss to snap their winning streak to close out the season, something I love. I love when a team gets that loss coming in. And we have St. Bonaventure coming off very close games. Who have they beat? They beat UMass by a point. They won at Davidson by 3. And then they started the tournament yesterday by beating the Dukes by 5 and coming on late. Take it away. Game 1 on the board, my friend.
Yeah, I'm on the under in this one, Jim. Moved on it last night. Got the under 133.5 minus 110. Two teams that played the under. I think this is going to be a very slow-paced game. I do think the Bonnies are going to be a little bit tired today. I think we're seeing this high of a spread for a reason for VCU. I think VCU is probably going to smash these guys, honestly. Looking at the market, too, only 26% of bets, 23% of money on the VCU side. So a lot of the public is coming in on the St. Bonaventure after seeing get the win yesterday. I would only lean towards the VCU side if I was going to pick a side in this one. I think it's going to be a smash and grab. I should be looking at a St. Bonaventure team total under as well. But I just moved on this full game. I think we have a lot of value with this. It went all the way to under 131.5, went to a 132. And you just mentioned that. I refreshed my page and sure enough, it's back to a 133. I still endorse it. You know what I mean? The game's going to tip off in about 12 minutes. We're seeing some line movement going back and forth. So I still like the under in this one. I think this is going to get under 130. So if you can get anything better than a 130, I think it's good money here. This is going to be a fun game to start the day off with. I just think it's going to be a very slow paced game. We're not going to see a lot of 3-pointers made in this one either. So give me the under 133.5 in this one.
You got it locked in, and you've beaten the line move. It is climbing. Great job yesterday, Steve G, my man. I would, at this point, be interested in joining you. I don't think I'm going to get there. I also, the closest thing on the side that I would be on would be VCU first half, and I'm not going to get there either on the 6.5. So, I've dropped the volume down a little bit. 10 bets yesterday. The last week that crushed me. I was up to 18 to 20. So. Ronnie Lofton says riding with Wine Time and an early under again. Saturday says how many teams covered the double digits yesterday. I don't have those numbers on me, unfortunately. This total is climbing. If you want the under, I would wait. I'd wait about 6 minutes, maybe 7 minutes. It's climbing as we speak. So, but this is not how I start my card. I'll be cheering for you Wine Time, and I got my phone right here. Live action will be available for us. Let's roll on to game 2 with Wine Time. He's moved on this one as well. 12 p.m. Eastern, big tournament quarters. Number 23 ranked Oregon Ducks, 24-8, 12-8 in the Big Ten. At number 7 ranked Michigan State Spartans, 26-5, 17-3 in the Big Ten. Gamebridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. Talk about a team that just came on this year. We know what Oregon does in conference tournaments and of late in games that matter. They win them, and we just saw them take care of Indiana with ease, 72-59 yesterday. But has any team come on like the Spartans? This team has just been rolling, and now they start their conference tournament action early. They have won 7 straight games, and they've beaten some formidable opponents. They went to Illinois, beat them by 14. They played Purdue at home, beat them by 9. They went to Michigan and beat them by 13. They went to Maryland and squeaked out a victory by 3. They beat Wisconsin by 9 at home. They went to Iowa and beat them by 7. And then they beat Michigan at home to close things out 79-62, which is more impressive than it looks because they'd already just beaten them 2 weeks prior. They faced Oregon once this year. That was another thing about the Bonnies that we should have gone on to, but we're just rushing. Is they played 2 close games with VCU. I mean, of course, and then they give us an 11. Like, it was just, I'm comfortable staying off of it because the Bonnies can play VCU tough. But here we have one time they met. It was at Michigan State. They took out Oregon 86-74 back on February 8th. Richardson went for 29 in that one. They opened up as 7.5-point favorites. They closed as 8.5-point favorites. They dominated the boards. They shot the ball better than Oregon. They were in complete control. They were up 14 at halftime. Now, it got close a couple times, but they took care of business. Take it away for us here at Wine Time. Shout out to our guy, Big Show in the house. Talk about a key member of our trip here in San Antonio. Big Show has we are so lucky. I cannot hammer this more, but we are so lucky to have such a great guy who's also a professional poker dealer in our bar with us at all times. I mean, and also, you who wants to chirp at the poker table? Anybody want to get upset at the poker table? Because our dealer is not just a professional dealer, but he will pick you up and throw you down. Take it away. Wine Time here, Oregon, Michigan State.
That just reminded me of seeing Big Show choke slam Spenny in their Airbnb pool last year. That was hilarious, man. Yeah, shout out to Big Show, man. It's fun watching him deal to the guys too. You can tell like he's just in it. You know, he's a dealer for sure. Shout out to him, man. That's a lot of work right there. But yeah, getting into this game. This is a really exciting game, Jim. A game I capped for quite a while last night. Going over the X's and O's of both of these, going over both these coaches, 2 really highly respected coaches at their level. Tom Izzo, man. They had such a slow start to the season. They just really turned it on. Coach of the year for the Big Ten, I believe is the biggest gap from the time he won it to now. And I think he's the oldest coach as well to win it. Just wild. Great to see for him. Doing a great job over there at Michigan State, man. Number 1 seed here, number 7 team in the nation. Oregon, though, playing their best basketball these last couple weeks. I believe it's 7 games in a row they've won. They've been rocking and rolling. We were on Oregon yesterday. I rode with Slaughter on a -2.5. Oregon was definitely on my mind all morning. And when he said that he took them, I was like, I'm going to pull the trigger on this. Easy money, win by 13. I just think this is going to be a little bit tougher of a matchup for them. Both these teams, of course, already in the March Madness tournament coming up next week. I just think Michigan State, I'm going to take Tom Izzo here. I think this line's climbing for a reason. At my book, it's right now a 6.5. I got last night at -5.5, -110. They're going to take care of business today against Oregon. I love this spot here for Michigan State. I just think this is a flat spot for Oregon. Oregon, they shot 8 of 20 from 3 last game. That's tough to do, almost 50%. I believe it was 45%. Jackson played really well for them with 18 points. And Dana Altman definitely wants to win. I just think this is a good spot for Michigan State. They're going to be rock and rolling. Tom isn't going to just lay flat here and get his team ready for the tournament. I do believe he wants to get this game done and maybe even win this conference tournament, win Coach of the Year, win their conference, and make a run at the national title. That's what's most important for these teams, though. But with that being said, I just think this is a smash spot for Michigan State. I think it's written on the wall for us. I think the line's moving in our favor for a reason. We saw Oregon play really well yesterday against a good team. Indiana's no slack, and they've been playing really well. They've got guys that can put the ball in the bucket, and they've got a really good coach, as I already mentioned. I just think this is a Michigan State spot. Michigan State -5.5. Still take the 6 if you can get it. I do believe you can still get 6s all the way around, but this is a clear-cut Michigan State Spartan spot for me.
Michigan State, this line opened at 5. It opened at 5 yesterday at 5:14 p.m. It moved to 6 at 2 in the morning. It moved to 6.5 at 4 in the morning. It moved back to 6 at 9:30 in the morning. It's now juiced right now towards Michigan State with a half-point move towards them. This total has dropped as well. This total went down to 141.5. It's come back up to 142. It opened up in the afternoon at 144. It opened up at 5:14 p.m. at 143.5. So we've had sort of a similar U-shaped movement. The public is backing Oregon, is backing Altman here. We have cappers in the chat that are doing the same. There's 58% of the tickets and 52% of the cash on Oregon. That's come down. Michigan State money is coming in right now. This was up to about 65% earlier. 87% of tickets and 85% of cash on the over. Justin McKelvey says, I honestly think Oregon is live. Nuke Worker is on Oregon. Black Thor Kings rolling with you here on the first half under in the Bonds game. Okay, first half under here. BJ liking Sparty. Skunt Blaster on Oregon. J Dub on Oregon. Team total under 8.5. Sean also on Oregon first half. There's some concern with these high quality basketball teams that have had great seasons, how much they actually want to win this conference tournament. And I got uncomfortable watching Texas Tech last night. So I'm going to stay off of this spot. I think that people believing in Altman should. Spooner, one of them believing Altman should. I also think that it feels like the Spartans are the sharp side here. I'm not going to get in the way of Altman. I'm not going to back the Spartans here. We have 38 games on the board, and I'm comfortable, very comfortable here, setting a table for you guys to attack, cheering you guys on, and finding the spots for me to attack as we move through here. Shout out to my guy Smoking Mirrors, Richmond, Virginia in the house. We roll on to the next spot on the board. So wine time. And I don't tweet out the action from our guys before the show. I've stopped doing that because I want people to come to the show. I love that you guys tweet it out, though, because you want to lock in the lines or whatever. I retweeted after the show, but you guys have all of Wine Time's action here, and he started with his best bets on these first two games. Justin McKelvey says Altman in Rebenga, and Skunt Blaster has a very different set of numbers on Sparty Moneyline. Skunt Blaster, where do you have that information? I'd love to know what site, because
I think he's talking about Moneyline, Jimmy.
Oh, he is talking about Moneyline.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, that's always going to be the case because they're
for sure.
They're used as a parlay spots.
Parlay, yeah, minus 285.
Oh, and Spooner says he's not on Oregon. He leans Michigan State here, actually. Okay, there. Thank you for dropping that in. Spooner's going to be joining us in an hour and 2 minutes. All right, let's roll on. So the same thing with St. Bonaventure, the exact same thing I got with Kennesaw State. It was the same feeling, but I know why. You explain why do you feel this way. I had the vividness bias after watching Kennesaw State take care of business yesterday and how they've come on late in the season. Let's get into this spot here. Game 3 on our board. This is Conference USA Championship semis. Kennesaw State Owls 19-13, 10-8 in conference at the Liberty Flames 26-6, 13-5 in conference. We're in Huntsville, Alabama here for this one. Liberty's been a very good team this year, and Kennesaw State is certainly coming on, and Liberty got a taste of it. Kennesaw State went to Liberty on March 2nd, just 12 days ago, and took them out, 85-80. That began this run because they followed that up, Kennesaw State, by going to Jacksonville State and beating them. Kennesaw State certainly feels like a now basketball team. In saying that, I got cold feet, and we'll see if I can move on it. There was no outlier statistic when they beat them as 8.5-point dogs 12 days ago in enemy territory. There was none. They just played good basketball, and that's what they have been doing of late. They took out New Mexico State. I came close to backing New Mexico State. I thought Kennesaw was full value for that victory. We saw Liberty 2 days ago destroy UTEP like they weren't there. This is an interesting spot. Let's go over the line history and see what Wine Time wants to do here on this next game. I also, as you guys know, scare money, don't make money, shit, all that stuff, whatever. Coming off the week that I had last week, we've swept the week this week, not with any huge scores. And I just can't. The importance for me to succeed, I don't know if it's ever been higher in my life. I seem to say that once a year. It's right now. And so I'm going to be very choosy here. And this one was obviously on my radar. Kennesaw State faced Liberty at home back on January 30th and lost by 8. Since that game, Kennesaw State's been rolling. Now, they're just 7-4 but they've beaten good teams, and we saw what they just did at Liberty and at Jacksonville State. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This total is a 140. It's a 140 minus 108. This one has climbed. The first two games, we saw the total drop. This one has climbed, and then when we get from 138, from 138, and from a spread perspective here, we are dealing with Kennesaw State +7. Minus 112. So this was a 7.5. I was staring at it. It was getting juiced towards Kennesaw State this morning, but it wasn't last night. I was just kind of sitting there stalled. Now we have a 7, and it looks like 6.5s are on the way here. Let's see if any other books have dropped to 6.5. A lot. Oh no, only a couple of them, but 6.5s are on the way. Let's get into the cash flow here for this one. Kennesaw State public. 70% of the tickets and 81% of the cash. Now we see line movement. 89% of the tickets, 90% cash on the over. Take it away, Wine Time. I know this isn't a bet you've already made, and we're capping this game here live. Take it away.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup, though, when you look at it, because, is this going to be a revenge spot for Liberty coming off that loss? Interesting to see this total move up to what it is now. The last game, it was a 140.5. It soared over by 24.5 points. I don't know, and it's only moving up. I think this is going to be an over here spot. This looks like an over. I'm not going to move on this just because we have so much action today. If this was a regular day and I didn't have so much stuff going on, I would definitely maybe consider moving on this over. But I don't know. This is a tough spot here. It keeps moving up. We're seeing 89% of bets and 90% of money come in. And yeah, it's public, but like they're moving the lineup for a reason. And we're seeing Kennesaw State be a public dog here, but at the same time, the line's moving in their direction. Now, we're seeing 6.5 at my spot. Just crazy. So I'm going to stay away from this one because I would lean Liberty. But seeing that move towards Kennesaw State has me maybe thinking Kennesaw State might be live to win this game. I don't know. This is going to be a tough game. Good luck to everyone that's on this spot. It's going to be a fun game to watch for sure. But I'm going to stay away from this one.
I agree. I'm going to stay. It just doesn't fully correlate here. If we start getting deep into the card and there's not enough action for me, which has never happened, but if that happens, obviously I'll start moving on some of these spots I'm hemming and hawing. I just don't feel like I can put it all together here. Joey B, you know what we do? We kept every single game on the card here. I'm ready to roll. I'm going to be here for a long time. So is Wine Time. Wine Time going to be here for a long time, man.
Sure, I'm ready.
He gets a break. And so he'll be ready to roll. So you're going to see Wine Time with 3 different stints here today on today's show. Wine Time, the most valuable capper here for me. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. But yeah, Joey B, we'll be hammering that. Mike Wilkerson is on the over in the Liberty game here. Let's roll on. Next up for us is 1 p.m. SEC tournament quarters action. Ole Miss Rebels 22-10, 10-8 in the SEC at number 3 ranked Auburn Tigers 27-4, 15-3 in the SEC. Starting out their SEC season. Sorry, I'm looking for. Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. Auburn makes its first appearance here, and they're going to be fun to watch. We know that. This Ole Miss squad took out Arkansas, a feisty Arkansas squad, 83-80. I don't find this squad too dangerous. Ole Miss doesn't scare me that much. Now, they beat Tennessee at home, but we saw these teams just play at Auburn, and Ole Miss got destroyed. They lost 106-76. This was February 26th. It was a very poor performance by the Rebels, and it will play a role here. Now, was there outlier performances? Yes, Auburn put up 106 points. They shot 59.6 from the field and 52.4 from 3. If you go into some of these games saying Auburn can't replicate that, that's dangerous. They might be able to, but that was a phenomenal offensive performance by the Auburn Tigers here. Now, that was a big bucket last night at the buzzer for Ole Miss. Is that going to carry over here? We saw Auburn go to Ole Miss and beat them 92-82 early in the year. Auburn's certainly capable of beating Ole Miss 3 straight times. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Ole Miss as 12.5-point dogs right now. 12.5-point dogs. They opened up. Sorry, this looks like it's moving towards an 11 here, which is a surprise because I don't even see 12s in other books. But this opened up minus 10.5 for Auburn. Oh, I take that back. This is moving to a 12.5. Sorry, it's moving
12 right now. Juice to minus 110.
Yeah, it's. Sorry, say that again.
I have 12.5 minus 110 right now for this one. Yeah,
it's minus 118 on the 12 and plus 101 for Ole Miss here. So this opened up at 10.5 at 5:15 p.m. The first move was a 1.5 move towards Auburn, a situation that I'd be hesitant to get in the way of. But I immediately had interest in Ole Miss first half, coming off the buzzer beater, excited, going up against a team that beat them by double digits twice, that just beat them by 30 in their own barn. You have to think that Auburn feels pretty confident strolling in here today. And that's dangerous in the early morning game when a team has a big win under their belt. Let's get to the cash flow here. We have, wow, that's not what I was hoping to see. So there is 56% of the tickets on Ole Miss and 45% of the cash. If this was a situation where Ole Miss was 30-30, I could maybe talk myself into backing them first half. But there's more tickets on Ole Miss than Auburn, and we've seen a pretty legit move. Anything over 1.5 is very legit. 81 and 83 on the over. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. Ole Miss Rebels, Auburn Tigers, SEC quarters.
Yeah, everything here correlates for me for Auburn's smash spot, honestly, other than the fact that they just smashed these guys up. But Ole Miss coming off a really a good win yesterday. Buzzer beater, wins by 3, didn't cover the spread, but this is going to be a tough matchup. I mean, Auburn coming off that loss to Alabama, in which my opinion is one of the better teams in the nation as well, along with Auburn. Auburn's number 3 for a reason. I mean, these guys are good. This is a good college basketball team. I think we're seeing this significant line movement. Might see a 13 here before tip off. And if so, this is a clear cut spot. I think it's going to be an Auburn by 15 plus. I'm not going to move on this one just because it's a lot for me to ask out of Auburn to beat these guys by double digits after they already did. And Ole Miss, still fighting, to try to get this win. They're going to give it everything they have after that game last night. This is a game I want to stay away from. But if you're an Auburn, if you got on Auburn last night, I think you killed it. I think you should be feeling very comfortable that they're going to take care of business today. I just don't want to. I don't want to pretty much lay 13 here. Ask them to win by 13, but I definitely think they're going to. This is a clear-cut Auburn spot for me, but I'm not going to move on it.
And Stack's play of the day number 1 is Auburn over. The over here in the Auburn game. I just moved to Wichita State because I was just taking a look at that, but he beat. Justin beat the line move by a couple points here. Shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey on the over in Ole Miss Auburn. Stacks. Let's roll on. Chang Kim looking for best bets here. I can tell you, Chang, if you're going to put any kind of parlay together, it's got to include the Colorado Avalanche. Finally getting a bit of a break, going up against Flames team. Might not have their captain, not going to have Connor Zary, who's suspended. Avalanche, beautiful, beautiful parlay piece. Now, I took them on the -1 line, but it's a great, great parlay piece. Maybe I find something to tie it with here. But that would be my spot here. Mike Wilkerson on the over as well. Let's roll into our next spot on the board here. And I was wondering, if Daby Cab was going to be moving on this game, his Memphis Tigers in effect here. But I can understand also having some trepidation with Wichita State. It really looked like they were turning the corner, Wichita State, but then they had lost, 3 of 4 coming into this. And even that one win over Rice was pretty underwhelming. It was on the road. Memphis is rolling right now, but the jury is still out. It really is out. I think that they would be a very interesting bet in a dog type situation against a better team. We've seen them not cover these double-digit spreads. A lot of us are Penny fans. They're a very, very tricky cap. Wichita State has faced Memphis this year, and it didn't go well. They faced them twice. They lost first at Memphis, 61-53. They were in that game. They played well. And then they came back and took Memphis out at home, 84-79 on February 16th. That's when we were like, oh, Wichita State's back. They'd won like 7 in a row or something. Memphis did not shoot the ball well. Wichita out-rebounded them. It was an extremely close basketball game. Of course, I only say that went to overtime. We got the BJ here with Saturated. I'm not against them, might be fun to put some together too. When we're all together, I wouldn't mind going after some huge scores. Parlays are fun, and this is supposed to be fun, and the opportunity for a big score, a 20-1 score, something like that would be. I'd have some interest in if we put something together when we are in San Antonio. Let's get into line history here and the cash flow. This total is a 147. Get this here. Popped up. There we go. This is a 147. This opened up at 148, so we've dropped a point on the total. And then the point spread here for this one is a 9, now an 8.5. So this is moving towards Wichita State from 9 to 8.5. It's funny that Wichita didn't close well, but this is a bet you've already on. So let me give you the floor while I'm just wishy-washy. Take it away. Shockers, Tigers, Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah, looking at the market, man, I mean, it does seem Wichita State is a very public dog here. They have been since last night, even when I originally put this game in. Did move down to a 9 at my book. I got a 9.5 last night. You could probably still get 9.5s at some spots. I just think Memphis is playing for something a lot bigger here, and I think they're playing for the tournament next week, not necessarily this week. Do I think they can win this game? Very much so. They got beat by these guys last time they faced, but I just think it's a lot of points you're asking them to cover against a Wichita State team that's going to try to win this conference tournament, to try to make a run and get into that tournament next week. They're going to be hungry today, and I think they're going to give Memphis everything they have here. We saw them take care of business at home against them last time they faced. I'm not saying they're going to beat them outright here, but I definitely think 9.5 points is too many points here with Memphis. I know I haven't done super well going against Memphis in these spots, but this is a spot I like for Wichita State. I think they're going to need guys like Corey Washington to have big games. You know what I mean? They're going to need to see that guy's going to probably have to score 16 to 20 points today against Memphis. They're going to have to shut down PJ Haggerty and Tyrese Hunter. They definitely have the better duo of players out there. Memphis does. Memphis has, when it comes down to March Madness, next week in that the NCAA tournament, those are two guys you're going to want on your side, healthy, ready to go with a lot of energy if they want to make a run to win a national championship. But I think that they're going to probably overlook this game a little bit. And I think Wichita State can stay within 9 points in this game. I think they can stay within about 5 to 6, 7 maybe. I do think Memphis is probably going to pull this out in the end, but don't be surprised if Wichita State upsets them. But this is too many points for Wichita State. I'm going to take them 9.5 minus 110. I gave it out last night. You could probably still find the number at some spots. My book has 9, but still endorse the 9. Wichita
State plus 9.5. And Wichita State is public, but the line's now moving towards them. 71% of the ticket, 74% of cash. It's 81-81 on the over. I wouldn't say that this correlates perfectly for me just because, I would have preferred Wichita State lose by 20. It's the fact that Memphis knows that they could get messed with here just makes me nervous. But I do think that it's a lot of points for the morning start of a tournament for the number 1 seed in the tournament. So I can understand the move for sure. Move for Wichita State here. We also have a BJ's best bet. It is Illinois plus 1.5. I'm sure our guy Saturated is pleased to hear that. Let's roll on. J-Dub on Memphis team total over 77.5. Let's roll. Next up, we have, there's certain teams capture your imagination, and I've cashed with both these guys yesterday. But Grambling stepping up in the second half, I felt like a proud father, and Bethune-Cookman's domination. Like, there's some teams that have really captured my imagination, and Grambling is one of them. Let's get into this great spot here. Next up, Tigers, Hornets. The Mark gifted us the Alabama State win over Texas Southern. It was a gift that the market offered up to us. The Grambling taking out Southern was more of a, kind of an X's and O's type of hunch here. And also a vividness bias of Grambling stepping up in big games. And for me, while knowing that everybody remembers Texas Southern making the tournament, and so it was, I thought, a perfect situation against the Alabama State Hornets. Grambling's played them twice and played them tough. Maybe it's just once. God, I thought they played them twice. So no, they've only played them once. Grambling went to Alabama State on Saturday, February 8th, and took them out. 77-67. Oh no! And then when they played again, just last week. Of course, I was like, I knew they played them twice. Then last week, Grambling played Alabama State at home and lost by 12. It was ugly. It was ugly. It was seniors' night, and it was ugly. Alabama State looked really good, really, really good yesterday against Texas Southern. Alabama State has won 8 of 9 games. They're only lost to Bethune-Cookman. I don't know if you can get in the way of Alabama State right now. I think it's a very, very difficult thing to do here. Justin McKelvey with Alabama State -2 in his pocket. The first thing that came to mind here is you have an Alabama State team that's won 8 of 9 games. They just took out Grambling by 12, and yet this line is just 2.5. Now it is juiced towards Alabama State. It opened at 2.5 at -108. It got up to -117 juice, now -114, but 6 cents of movement. Now, this has been something that's hurt me quite badly last week. Yes, it's a fishy line. If this was 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago in a meaningless Tuesday night game, you attack the fishy lines. Here, we know exactly what Alabama State's doing right now, and they're playing great basketball. This total opened up at 129. It dropped down to 127. It's now at 128. And then we get to the cash flow here for this spot. It's a 50-50 proposition, really. 48% of tickets and 57% of cash on Grambling. You have 82 and 81 on the over. Shout out to Razor Sharp Picks in the house. This is a fascinating SWAC game. And this whole conference I've enjoyed capping enormously. Take it away for us here. One time, Grambling Tigers, Alabama State Hornets in Gateway Center, College Park, Georgia.
Yeah, not a conference I've capped too much this year. I'm not going to lie. The more I'm looking into this game, the more I want to kind of get on Grambling. Definitely looks like the sharp side here. If I was going to take him, I would take him on the money line +125. Now that's the number I can get. This might be a spot I might end up moving on. I'm not sure. This definitely seems a little bit fishy, and Grambling just lost to these guys a couple games ago. This could be a big revenge spot for Grambling. I don't know if I want to get in the way of Alabama State here. That's why I'm not going to take this game. I'm going to stay away from this spot. Definitely have a lean towards Grambling, though. It seems like the sharp side, the side I'd want to be on. Just too much action today. This definitely seems like a Grambling spot, though, that not a lot of people are probably betting. Let's look at the total bets in this game. I mean, 3.6K. Not a lot of people are betting this game, guys. The sharper people are, I'm sure, and the people that probably went to these schools and that have been watching these schools closely. Not me. I haven't been doing that, so I'm going to stay away from this one. But Grambling definitely seems like the sharp side in this one.
They do. They really, really do.
And if you take him, I think you take him on the money line +125.
It feels like the total too. I wish it was the opposite order. I wish their first game was a game where there was 100 points scored, and the second game was a game where there was 140. It's a really low total that initially went down. I see it also. We know Texas Southern can play a faster game, but it does concern me. I would be on the under if it felt like Alabama State found their shot yesterday. And these things, you can catch fire in short tournaments. It's a spot that I really wanted to have an angle on, and I don't feel like I do right now. I really don't feel like I do, unfortunately. I thought it was going to emanate from the cap, but it hasn't at this point. Lex Steele on Alabama State, as I said, Justin McKelvey on Alabama State. We don't have anybody saying Grambling until Sweaty Butcher coming in on Grambling. The first half over team total for J-Dub for Alabama State, first half over 29.5. And Selection Sundays in 2 days. We're going to have a live stream, and Lucas Ryan all over Grambling too. God, Grambling just stepped. Now it's their third game in 3 days. That gives Alabama State an advantage, having just one game in the last 2 days. It's just not enough for me to pull the trigger on at this point here. We still have 2 hours and 10 minutes before a tip-off. Remember, we have 2 brackets. And Swiggy, can you let us know if you can set up a one ticket for both pools? Because that would cut it down to just the $3 fee for those people who could do that with that transaction. Could you let us know? Swiggy, and then we'd have to keep track of who went in on both with one ticket, but I know we can do that. Let us know, Swiggy, if we can pull that off here. Okay, that's Grambling, Alabama State. God, I want to be involved in it, but I'm not going to force anything. 38 games of college basketball on the card, and we must win. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Wine time. We head over to the A10 quarters. St. Louis Billikens. So this is the third team in succession that cashed for me yesterday. And cashed for me pretty comfortably. Become a Billiken fan this year. 19-13, 11-7 in the A10. At the Loyola Chicago Ramblers, 21-10, 12-6 in the A10. Well, we're not in Gentile Arena, so that fear of Loyola Chicago goes away from me. And the vividness bias that gamblers have of Loyola Chicago is something I believe I can take advantage of, and I've tried to at times this year. St. Louis rolling right now, and same with Loyola Chicago, but it's the road games. Now Loyola Chicago destroyed UMass, so it's not like they're incapable of playing outside of Chicago. St. Louis played them twice, all in the last 6 weeks. February 14th, St. Louis went to Loyola Chicago and lost 78-69. Then Saturday, March 1st, St. Louis played Loyola Chicago at home and annihilated them, 98-67. It's the Jekyll and Hyde extreme nature of this Rambler squad. Again, Gentile Arena, they're unbeatable. You take them outside of that, and they suddenly become quite beatable. St. Louis has won 5 of 6. I didn't think it was that dominant of a victory over Davidson. I don't think Davidson's a very good basketball team, but, they got the job done. This Loyola Chicago team getting hot at the right time. The only loss in the last 8 games for Loyola Chicago was at St. Louis in that 98-67 beatdown. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the total at 142. 142 at minus 111. This opened up at 143. It's dropped to 142. And then when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have the Ramblers at -1, at -117. They opened up at -2. They're now -1. God, it just sucks that this can't all come together and correlate. I obviously Loyola Chicago knows what they're up against. I mean, they just lost by 30 points to St. Louis. 60% of tickets, 65% of the cash is on the Billikens. 86 is on the over. It does feel like a sort of a rock fight spot. Jeff Slaughter in the chat. Jeff Slaughter swept the board yesterday. Now 9-2 with his action here on the show in the last 7 or 8 days. And Razors on the under 142. I mean, that is the most appealing to me. I think we can fairly say that there was an outlier performance in that 98-67 victory for St. Louis at home. And that's that they shot 58.3 from the field and 52.9 from 3. They were up 20 at the break. Spooner says, I'm on St. Louis here. The on-court leadership is far ahead with Swoop and Avila. Experience much matters. Loyola has never looked as good on offense without their point guard who is out. Take it away for us here, my man. Billikens, Ramblers in DC.
Yeah, this is a spot I want to move on Loyola Chicago here, laying the 1.5. I feel like everyone's going to be on St. Louis here in this spot. It just seems like a Loyola Chicago spot. They've got more rest in this. They have more rest in their advantage, and also coming off the loss last time they played each other, they got smashed. So I think this is a nice spot for Loyola Chicago. Am I going to move on it officially? I don't think so. I might end up moving on it when it gets closer to tip. I want to look at this a little bit more when I get off here. Loyola Chicago, though, I kind of want to move on them, Jim. I'm not going to lie. This is probably the closest I'm going to get to adding a spot. I just think this is the right spot for them here. They want to win their conference tournament. St. Louis is playing some good ball, though. Maybe they're going to come into this one a little tired, though, and Loyola Chicago has their revenge on their mind. So I have a lean towards Loyola Chicago. Not officially moving on it, but I might. And if so, I'll definitely be putting it in the chat, and I'll tweet it out.
I have a lean to a rock fight type of game. I I can't take the Billikens because of the 30-point beatdown. With all of these opportunities, I'm going to find games that are going to correlate right for me. And it's just a matter of time and staying calm and not reaching. Again, we're trying to sweep the week. If you look at what Slaughter's doing, he's making 2 bets a day with us and going 9-2. We just got to win the day here, and I think that under is pretty appealing. Pretty appealing in a slower paced game for the Ramblers. The interesting thing about the total is that these teams have been soaring over it in a lot of these games of recent, soaring way over it. And now, it's all on the line. Season's over if you lose. The under is quite appealing right now. I am not going to bet it this very second, but this will be the closest for me here is to join Razor. And then you have to ask yourself, and I hate saying this, but would you prefer a first half under when the spread is a basic pick'em just in case of overtime, which we've seen pretty prevalent over the last few days? So that also makes me think that the first half under would be the spot here. My heart breaks every time a game goes to overtime now, because I just think of someone who's just like me on an under and now has to go for a walk when they were on the right side. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, and we welcome our next guest. We are a 3-headed monster for this one. Hugh, this is his time of year. We have the starting 5 on Saturday. We have our bracket reveal show on Sunday. We have Medicate Monday, best bets on Monday. And then we head to San Antone. Please welcome from Texas, Mr. Dabra Cadabra to the show. Dabby, what's good, man? How are you?
Best time of year to be betting sports, man. I say that every time. This is where everything we've been learning, categorizing, everything we've been keeping up with all year comes in right now. Right now is when we got to get paid. So far it's been a good start to these tournaments. Got to keep it rolling.
Let's do exactly that. We are going to start with you here, Daby Cab. Let's get into the number 18th ranked Wisconsin Badgers, 24-8, 13-7 in the Big Ten. At the UCLA Bruins, 22-9, also 13-7 in the Big Ten. We're Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana for this one. This is a fun breakdown. Anytime we get to talk UCLA basketball with our guy Wine Time, it is fun. The Badgers got their tournament started 70-63 over Northwestern. The UCLA Bruins are getting their tournament started right now. These teams faced each other. They faced each other just once this year. Wisconsin went to Poly and lost 85-83 in just a phenomenal basketball game. After that, Wisconsin just rolled. Wisconsin was excellent. After that, Wisconsin was just 3.5-point dogs, so they covered. They shot the ball very well, 51 from the field and 50 from 3. There was no outlier stat. UCLA just beat them in a very, very tight one-possession game. So Sharon Pulliam has moved on UCLA first half. Chosen one here is on the money line. Let's get into the line history here, and Razor lamenting some overtimes that he's been involved in. But then, Saturday talking about one of our friends has bet overtime on that game. I hope so. So here we go. UCLA is plus 1.5. They opened up at plus 1.5, and then around midnight, well, not even. Then around, it became a pick'em. Actually, not really. At 6 p.m., Wisconsin was -1, -106. Then they became -1 at plus 101, and it became a pick'em. But so the initial move was towards UCLA. Then they become +1, and now they're back at plus 1.5. So at this point, we've had 6 cents of movement towards the Badgers. Let's get into the total here for this one. The total we have is a 140.
I can't get Wisconsin. They're -2, -1.5 everywhere for me, but maybe these are all stale or something. Let me
No, that's exactly the situation. UCLA's plus 1.5, Wisconsin's minus 1.5.
Okay. All right.
UCLA went from +1 to -1 to +1 to +1.5.
Gotcha.
This total has moved 10 cents towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 35% of the tickets and 38% of cash on Wisconsin, 89 and 88 on the over. Fascinating one. We're going to have Wine Time close this one up. Daby Cab, this is the first of two best bets for you. Take it away, Wisconsin, UCLA.
Man, I always want to hear what Wine Time has to say with UCLA here. Look, UCLA and Wisconsin both have been teams that I've been successful betting on this year. But it's that time of year where, like I keep saying, you got to put all your notes, you got to put all your stats, whatever, however you cap. This is where you should have a plethora of information to make your decision at this time of year. And my decision on Wisconsin has stayed the same, and it will stay the same. I'm very high on this Wisconsin team where a lot of people aren't. People like to say that they don't have the guard play. They're wrong. Blackwell has been outstanding at the guard play for Wisconsin. And then you look, down low with Noah Winter, Steven Crowell. Crowell's 6'11", Winter 7 foot. They're massive. They're massive down low. They've got guards that I trust. They're 5 deep. They've got 5 players that are scoring right about 10 points a game or more. I think this Wisconsin team's loaded. I think they need to play better defense here in this game against UCLA than they did in the first game. But I'm all over Wisconsin here. I got Wisconsin today, and I got Wisconsin going forward in the tournament in the right situation. I'm high on the Badgers, so I'm going to put my money where my mouth is.
We have a move on whiskey. What did you get on whiskey, Daby?
-1.5, -110.
Whiskey is -1.5, -110. I have perused the action of our next guest, and you're going to hear a different take. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, I'm on UCLA. I'm on the money line plus 100 here. I think UCLA is going to get them here, guys. UCLA, I don't really necessarily they're playing to win this tournament. They already have a spot locked up in March Madness. But this is a very important game. Heard Cronin say this week, if they get to Sunday, maybe they throw that game and stay the night out there because their next game would be, I believe, like within an hour flight. Something crazy to hear him say actually live on there. Do you guys hear anything in my background? Am I good?
No, your money.
Okay, sweet. So of course, there's a leaf blower going right by my pad right when I'm about to talk. But yeah, UCLA money line here. I think they're going to take care of business. We saw Mick Cronin preach, though, in his interview today that they're not worried about a conference title. They don't hang that up in the Raptors. They hang up the national titles. And they asked him about seeding too. They said, is this tournament important for seeding? He said, no. He said, we proved that 4 years ago when we came in as a play-in team and pretty much won the whole damn thing. They've got the talent to do it. They went out and grabbed a lot of guys from the portal. These guys are starting to gel well together. I think it's going to be conference time when they finally see the best basketball from UCLA, a complete game, what we haven't really necessarily seen all year. UCLA not ranked. It's crazy. They didn't have to play to get here. Wisconsin did, and they're ranked 18. Just some disrespect, if you ask me. I don't know if it's the West Coast bias or what it is, but UCLA is a ranked team. They should be a ranked team. This is a team that's going to make noise in the tournament. We saw Sky Clark. All offseason, he was going up against Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Darius Garland in the gym at UCLA. He was locking them down. This guy can play really good defense. He can knock down the 3 ball. And UCLA has the playmakers around them. If they make their shots and they play good defense and they play with effort, they're going to get it done here. But if you look at offensive categories here, Wisconsin's second in the nation in free throws. My guy Cabs talked about that before. That's one thing I worry about. It gets towards the end of the game and Wisconsin making those free throws, and UCLA, I believe, 245th in the nation free throws. That is a disadvantage here in this game, guys. You're going to see a lot of effort here from UCLA. It's, I don't come up here and give out my team a whole lot and publicly like this, but I'm going to do it here. I just think this is a UCLA spot. Will I fade them on Sunday? Most likely, because Mick Cronin mentioned too, they have finals coming up here. They're on the quarter system, and they just had a hell of a road trip to end their season. Hopefully the tournament gives them some respect, puts them in the right place in the seeding. We'll see about that. Like I said, the West Coast bias is always there, but I'm on UCLA here. I think they're going to take care of business. UCLA money line plus 100. Don't like that more the public's on them, and the line's kind of moving away from me from what it looks like from last night at least. It was a +1 and now a +1.5. I took the money line though. See a +1 and a +105 right now. Still like UCLA money line here. I
want to throw this out there. I know that sometimes for some people, props aren't necessarily as quote unquote fun as sides in total, but I don't really give a shit about that. I just want to win my bets, right? And you touched on Sky Clark. I'm sure you guys remember I hit him at plus 195 for over 1.5 threes on this show. And I hit him at plus 140 earlier in the year. Now I have missed on him twice. I'm 2-2 when I bet him, but when you're betting plus money every time, 2-2 fucking works. And right now he's at plus 145 for over 1.5 threes, all the way up to plus 150. And he's hit it 5 out of his last 10 games. Again, 50-50 works when you're going plus 140, plus 190. That's a great range. I very likely will add Sky Clark over 1.5 threes again.
I love it. Let us know if you do pull the trigger. It was a great breakdown, fellas. We have cappers on either side here. Just before we lose Cab for a little bit, I want to give a shout out to Wine Time, Justin McKelvey, and Razor Sharp Picks. Thank you guys so much for gifting Pub Sports Radio memberships. It means a ton to us, an absolute ton. So thank you guys so much. Mr. Belvedere going to be rolling with UCLA plus 1.5, but we have cappers here on either side. Justin McKelvey rolling with Dabby, Wager Detective on UCLA, J-Dub on UCLA first half. Troy Torrance here is on Whiskey Moneyline. Sean Pulliam on UCLA first half. A very, very fun breakdown. Action Jackson, it's not helpful here. Look, I'll tell you guys when I've got an angle or a lean or something, but it's just not helpful to hear wishy-washy feelings when you have two cappers with strong feelings. It doesn't help, I don't believe. So it's not worth it here for me to add anything to that. Great breakdowns from the fellas who will be capping with me in person here in a few days. Daby Cab, thank you, my man. We'll be seeing you a little bit later. If there's any extra spots that you find, Cab, as you're capping, just let us know and jump on with us. We roll on. Next up for us, we head to the AAC Championship Quarterfinal, American Athletic Conference, with the Florida Atlantic Owls 18-14, 10-8 in the American at the Tulane Green Wave, 18-13, 12-6 in the American. We're at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. The FAU was a very underwhelming performance, 64-59. Bobano gave us Charlotte. Bobano cashed with Charlotte. On the spread, we saw the Owls take on Tulane just once this year. They went to Tulane and they lost badly, 80-65. And this isn't a team that's incapable of playing on the road. We've watched them win plenty of road games this year, but they got murked there. And this Tulane Green Wave squad coming off beating up on UAB 85-68 to close out the regular season. That was seniors night, and they smashed and grabbed UAB. Tulane came on. I mean, Tulane was a good team. They just got off to a poor start. You know, the multi-event tourneys, the METs didn't go well for them. And then they rolled. Once they got in the conference play, they rolled. They've won 3 of 4. They've won 5 of 7. The losses at Wichita State and at East Carolina. So here we go. Let's get into the line history for this one. Oops, I got the first half up. Now, remember, my only bet on that first half would have been VC, or in that first game would have been VCU first half, and that's a 6-point game, and that would have been an absolute sweat. It was 6.5, so not a smash and grab. I don't feel bad for not being on it. Let's talk about this one here, though. We have. Oh, I think I might have screwed up. I think I skipped Middle Tennessee, Jose, and I think you. Oh, no, that's right in our line. Okay, no, perfect. I'm all right. So this has Tulane +1. Pretty interesting line. You know, Florida Atlantic opening up as a favorite last night. This line's moved 2 cents towards them. We've only seen these two teams play once, and Tulane smash and grabbed them. Let's get into the total here for this one. From a total standpoint, oh, shit, that was first half. That's why it was that number. My bad. Let me fix that here. My bad. From a total standpoint, we have a 147. I see 146.5 out there. This is a 147 juice to the over. It opened up a 148.5, so we're dropping. This total is dropping. And then on the spread, we have full game Florida Atlantic -3 and -113. This move has moved 5 cents as the first half barely moved. This one's also barely moved. And then from a cash flow standpoint, only 29% of the tickets, 29% of cash on Florida Atlantic. Okay, so now we're correlating here. You have a team that only played Tulane once and got beaten badly. You have a team that's proven that they can travel and take teams out, whether it be road or
neutral. And then you have a market putting up Tulane on a silver platter. Tulane had a better conference record by quite a bit, and yet they're dogs. This is correlating. Mr. Belvedere, I'm in the process of making my first bet on a 2 p.m. game here. In the process, I'll let you know as soon as I move on it. Wine time. Feel like things are coming together here for the Owls. And there's our guy, Truth Teller, in the house. Great to see you, Truth. Take it away, Wine time.
Yeah, I just want to see what the best number available I can get right now. I'm going to be on FAU here, Jim. Yeah, this is a clear. I can get a -3, -110 right now. I'm going to get on this right now because I know some books are going to have a 3.5. I can get a -3, -110. Big revenge spot. I think Florida Atlantic's going to want this game. Looking at market standpoint, it looks very contrarian. 29% of bets, 29% of money. Absolutely love to see that. I'm going to move on FAU right here, -3, -110. I just want to make sure I can get it in really quick.
We are in the process of a pretty legit move towards whiskey. 8 minutes ago, they moved -2 at -112. 2 minutes ago, they moved -2 at -117.
Wow.
Looks like Wisconsin's going to be a 2.5 here shortly. It says he might come back for NFL. We'd love to see it, Truth. We're always here with open arms, my friend. The ebbs and flows, this journey that we're on. And no worries, we're always here to welcome you. Okay. Yes, I agree completely, and I'd like to move on it. There's a couple spots I would like to move on here. And I would like to sit and focus on it. Jose, my friend. Jose, can you jump on with us and give me a second so that I can get this action in calmly and make these sharp decisions? Let's roll on. As soon as I see Jose backstage, we'll get him up here. Next up here, and I'm not sure if he's available too, so let me know, Jose. You can message or however it works. Conference USA semis here. Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders, 22-10, 12-6 in the Conference USA at the Jacksonville State Gamecocks, 21-11, 12-6 in conference. We're at Props Arena in Huntsville, Alabama. Let's get into the line history of this one. This is sitting here with Jacksonville State -1.5. They opened up -108. They're now -117. 9 cents of movement. 9 cents of movement here. From a total standpoint, Bonnies are playing them tough, man. From a total standpoint, we have a 137.5. I'm looking at 136.5, but this is a 137.5, heavily juiced to the under. It's come down from 139. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 54% of the tickets and 68% of the cash on Middle Tennessee. We've seen a slight move towards Jacksonville State. Why is that? Because they're getting hit hard on the money line. 76% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the money line is on Jacksonville State. So we have, okay, no worries. Jose's producing another show right now as well, so it's no worries. I can handle this. It's no problem. Then on the total, we have 85% of ticket. Oh, shit. Sorry, that was just switch on me. We have 91% of tickets and 90% of cash on the over. So let's set this one up. While I'm setting this one up here, do you want to begin with the breakdown? Because I was trying to get my action in for Middle Tennessee, Jacksonville State.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, this is a game I haven't moved on quite yet, Jim. Seeing Jacksonville State being a -1.5, though, that's the look I would move on in this spot here. Looking at the market, 46% of bets, 34% of money. Not a lot of line movement. I mean, it's definitely coming back towards them. Did they open up? I believe they opened up as a dog last night. Not too sure if that was actually available, but on action it says they did, but not too sure about that. I would want to move on Jacksonville State here. This isn't a game I moved on by any means, though. Coming off a win over FIU by 9 points. I don't know. I'm not going to move on this spot by any means. Looking at the under, 9% of bets, 10% of money on that, and it's dropping. Maybe it's an under spot. This will open up at a 138.5. Maybe that's a spot that we can look at here, but I'm not going to move on anything in this game.
Lex Steele says Jacksonville State line is a mistake. They win by 4.5. On Saturday, January 11th, it was the first time these teams met. Middle Tennessee beat Jacksonville State by 17 at home. Then they faced each other again at Jacksonville State, and it was a 14-point win for Jacksonville State. The Middle Tennessee double overtime win over La Tech will certainly take some pressure off of them. They've won 5 of 6. That only loss coming at home to a very tough Liberty squad. Spooner is on Jacksonville State here on this one. These Gamecocks had a couple losses down the stretch. They lost at home to Kennesaw State. We spoke about that one. That was their seniors night, and they didn't deliver. They also lost at Liberty 59-55. They lost at home to New Mexico State. This is a coin flippy situation. And Billy Ho, our guy, one out in the house. Yeah, they are off a loss. That was factual information. It was against Dayton, so there was nothing untowards there. That was factual information. All right, let's roll on here. I'm going to stay off of that spot. I would like to get this action I have in.
What's next? This Tennessee game, Texas? Yeah.
Yeah. Can you set this one up in wax for like a minute while I get this action? Okay, so I'm going to move on two things here. I got the under. Don't move. Don't say. Okay, I'm going to take the first half under 66.5 in St. Louis, Loyola, Chicago, and I'm going to take Florida Atlantic -3, and I believe that will be available. And I'm going to send them both in. Obviously, you guys know what happened to me last week. I'd prefer just to send in. And yeah, so these are all at 365 and available right now. So take it away, Wine Time, and thank you. Our next spot on the board: Longhorns Volunteers.
Yeah, nice SEC matchup here. Texas, just playing some really good basketball these last couple games. We were on them against Vanderbilt. It was a good spot. Heard everyone break it down on the panel, and I was just like, this is a slam dunk spot. How do we not take this spot? Backed Hunter as well. They played some really good basketball right there. Or not Hunter, Johnson. Tress Johnson's playing some really good basketball. This kid's going to be playing in the NBA one day. Really like everything he's doing. When they played Texas A&M earlier in the season, they came back from being down 18.5 and somehow just shocked them. It was in Texas. It was a very rowdy environment. That's why I almost moved on A&M yesterday, but it's hearing everyone in the chat just on Texas. And I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to move on A&M. They're going to keep me off this. I'm damn well glad I am, because I would have laid the juice on them or laid the hammer with them with the -6. They lost outright to Texas. Texas playing some really good basketball right now. They know that they have to win this conference tournament, at least go to the championship to get into March Madness. They have a player that can get them there in Tress Johnson. Like I said, he's probably going to be one of the better players on the court against whoever he plays. And when he's playing at a high level, it's kind of hard to stop him. His point prop's high for a reason at 17.5. This guy definitely is probably going to get 20 today. He's going to knock down his shots. This guy lives for the big moments in these spots. They're going against a team, Tennessee. It's a big number, but I thought it was also a letdown spot for them yesterday against A&M, and it wasn't. They got it done. Yeah, give or take, they played the last two games, so they're definitely going to be tired here. But I don't know if I can trust Tennessee. I see Nuke right there. Can't trust Tennessee giving double digits. Yeah, same, especially against a team that's hungry and that knows that they need to win this game. So they're going to give it their all. That's why I want to move on Texas. It just seems like such a public spot. The line's not really moving. It's a double digits, maybe for a reason. Maybe this just maybe they're just gassed. Maybe this is a spot we move on Tennessee live if we can get a better number. If Texas kind of hangs in there in that first half. But at the same time, I just don't want to get in the way of Texas. They're playing some good basketball right now, beating some really good teams these last couple games in Vanderbilt and in Texas A&M. Texas A&M is a tournament team. Vanderbilt, they had a good season, though, still in the SEC. They're improving over there. Going to stay away from this one. And looking at the total, it looks a little low, but it's actually risen. And I think this might be actually an over spot as well. I don't know. Texas, they might not be able to play a lot of defense here. We'll see. Nuke said college kids don't get tired. 3 games in a row, that's definitely tiring, though. But this is going to be a tough spot. I'm going to stay away from this one. I would only move on. I don't even know what I would move on, because it seems like, honestly, Tennessee is the sharper side in this one, and that Texas is being backed by the public. If I looked at everything correctly, I think it was, looking at the market. Yeah. 78% of bets, 81% of money on Texas. Crazy. I'm going to stay away from this one.
It was great breakdown. Great job. I will take over for a couple minutes here. And great job, Jake Flanagan, catching that Bonnie's first half under. Turnsy, these are my 2 spots, only 2 spots that I've bet thus far here. and very comfortable with the situation. If you remember when these teams met, it was Saturday, January 11th. Tennessee was number 1 in the nation at the time, and Texas played them tough. It was a 74-70 victory for the Volunteers, and now they get another chance at hammering this Volunteer squad. Let's just go over the line history and the cash flow, and a great job done by our guy Wine Time Sports here. The Volunteers are a very quality outfit, and there's the underwriting plan for everybody that, it's now the time of year to fade them. They lost at Ole Miss 78-76, bounced back on senior night, beating South Carolina by 10. They won 5 of 6 down the stretch. They won 7 of 9 down the stretch, and they beat some good teams. That Saturday, February 1st game, missing 2 players with injuries and still curb stomping Florida 64-44. That was a spot that Troy Torrance was bullish on the Volunteers. They were coming off back-to-back losses at Auburn and at home versus Kentucky. Very, very close games. If you look at their losses other than that, and there was also Rebenga against Florida. It was that perfect situation that was hammered here. We have a 23-year-old birthday for Kong's daughter, Haley. Haley, happy birthday. I love the Kong Clip family. So hope you're having a wonderful day and feeling the love. Happy birthday to Haley. This total is at 135.5. We've had a 1 cent move to the over. It's a feels like a very sharp line. VCU did cover the first half, so would have worked, but that's fine. Just means you're seeing things clearly. Just give you more confidence and not make you angry for leaving money on the table, which was what it'll do. Texas has lost a half point here and more at some books. This opened up with Tennessee minus 9.5. Now Tennessee's minus 10. And then when we get to the cash flow, 78% of tickets and 81% of cash is on Texas. 87 and 88 is on the over. This would make me Spooner. No worries, my man. No worries. Get here when you can, my man. We have one time holding down the fort. We have. I wouldn't want to fade Texas in the first half. I wouldn't. I think that if you're on Tennessee, you want Texas's legs to run out of gas. And I'm not sure, as Nuke is saying, if that is in the cards here, but that would be what I would want. Texas to run out of gas here. Coin is right. They probably have made the tourney. Now, if they make it to the semis, they're in the tourney. Troy says Tennessee is going to roll. Yes, that's why first half under makes perfect sense. And then live bet Tennessee.
Yeah, I think live betting Tennessee's the right move here, especially if you're watching this game closely. Yeah, if you're going to move on Texas, guys in the chat, I would only move on them first half here because they want to give out their best effort, and they're probably going to gas out there in that second half. Definitely going to look at Tennessee live here. If I can get an 8.5 at any point, I will most likely move on that 7.5 all day long.
I'm interested in moving on Tennessee full game pregame. This sort of feels like a spot, and I don't want to get. I'm not getting cute. That was my problem last week. Was I getting cute at the wrong time of year? Get cute in the middle of January and early February, but here you have cappers who've just been making money off the Longhorns being right and feeling good about themselves and going back to the well. And it just feels like a spot here where Tennessee could smash and grab. And the Longhorn legs are going to get heavy. We have Viper in the house. He's in Aruba right now doing big things.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I love it. Viper joining us from Aruba. I hope you're having a great time, man. So we just came off a double overtime. So this is, 3 games in 3 days. The double overtime spot where the Longhorns stepped up. They, predominantly play 6 guys. I mean, Jason Kent and Onyema came in for 25 minutes combined. And the bench played, okay. But, Trey plays 44 minutes and Tremont plays 42 minutes. Kaluma plays 40 minutes. I mean, and then they have to do it all again here today. I mean, it feels like we're asking a little too much. 44 minutes for Trey yesterday, 38 on Wednesday.
And they're getting good treatment after these games. Don't get me wrong, guys. But I mean, when you're playing that many minutes at the high level that these guys are playing at, attacking the basket, playing a high level of defense like some of these guys do, you definitely 8 hours of sleep might not be enough for these guys. So we'll see. But this Texas team, if they show up here, if they get it done here, this is going to be a team that I'm going to definitely be backing in the tournament because they look like a tournament team, especially when you've got the guy Trez Johnson leading the way for them. One of the best players on the court against whoever he plays.
Trey's the man, and Dabby talking about that here. Says Trey's covered the over 2.5 threes, 7 out of the last 10 games is plus 140 today. And then Stephen Hairston saying exactly what I was saying. You know, he says, I'm betting Texas again. If I get smoked, so be it. I'm up with these boys. I mean, how many people are feeling the same way as Stephen? I mean, okay. So I'm very, very interested in Tennessee, and you know, and Spooner saying these guys are all playing 7 AAU games in the weekend until they're 19. This isn't just physical; it's also mental. It's a lot, and a double overtime over in A&M. Take out Vanderbilt; these are very close games. Not saying they're not capable, but I'm just saying it's not all physical. I'm interested in the Volunteers. Very interested. I'm going to sit with this for a little longer. Let's head on to my Akron Zips. I just want the opportunity to bet them in the tournament. I like them a lot. MAAC championship semis. Toledo Rockets 18-14, 10-8 in the MAAC. At the Akron Zips 26-6, 17-1 in the MAAC. We are at Rocket Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. Here, let me just get the graphic here, and there we go. All right, let's roll here. Stephen Hairston bet Akron. They're a fun team to watch. They when they turn it on, they completely dominate their opponents. Let's get into the line history here and set this one up. I'm just going to set up the line history and the cash flow. We'll hear from Wine Time, and then I'll come back in on some what happened when the teams met and things of that nature. Right now, Akron is -8.5 at -105. They opened up -8 at -108, so we have a half-point move towards the Zips. 18-17 right now, Michigan State, Oregon. When we get to the total for this, we have a 163. It's -111 to the under. This opened up at 166, went all the way down to 162. Climbed back up a point to 163. When we get to the cash flow for our next spot on the board, 61% of the tickets and 55% of the cash is on Toledo. 39 and 45 is with Akron. I said to you guys, Akron played 11 a.m. to get all of this started, right? And I wanted them, but it was a very early start, and they were a huge favorite. And then when they smashed and grabbed, I was like, well, now I can't bet them in the semis because it was just a too dominant of a smash and grab. Now, I'm not certain that is the case. Toledo and Akron played 10 days ago. Toledo at home lost by 9 to Akron. Then Toledo won on seniors night, beat up on Ohio, and then took them out again in overtime yesterday. And I'm very thankful for listening to Spooner and staying off. It was a very important stay off because I wanted Ohio. That was the first time that they met. The second time that they met. The first time they met, Toledo went to Akron and lost 85-78. So they lose by 7, and then they lose by 9. And that's where the spread is. So it's very possible that we could say, well, this is just a sharp line. Or we could say Akron's out for blood and they're going to smash and grab. So I'm not entirely sure where I stand. Let's hear from Wine Time. MAAC championship semis, Toledo, Akron.
Yeah, it wasn't a game that I actually wanted to get involved in. Didn't cap it too much last night. Didn't take too much of a look at it, I guess I should say. Akron laying 8.5 here, though. Seems like it could be the right play here. Definitely seems like the sharp side. They laid 4.5, beat them by 9 last game, and now we're seeing an 8.5. Akron could score with the best of them. These guys know how to put the ball in the bucket. They're one of the best teams in the nation at scoring the ball. like I said, I'd like to see this team in the tournament, see what kind of numbers we can actually get on them against other teams. But I would only move on Akron minus 8.5 here in this spot. I might end up moving on this. We'll see how this early action goes right now. Got 2 games going on right now. I don't want to force anything too much yet. This is still later on in the day, 2 o'clock my time. So I still got a good 4.5 hours until this game's going to tip off. Definitely looking at the Akron Zips, though. I would not take Toledo. Toledo looks like a very much public dog here. I lean Akron.
I lean Akron too. I don't know if it's enough. They're coming off just a dominant performance against a Bowling Green team that was playing well down the stretch. It was pretty easy for them here. There's our guy Swiggy with the UFC contest live. Just click there to get in. $100 for free. And also our March Madness bracket contest is up, as well as our confidence pool is up. $50 for each. But we're going to set up a ticket so you can buy in for one. So there'll only be 3% taken away instead of the 6 if you bet them individually. Coin says it's hard to beat a team 3 times in the season theory is all possible. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Next up for us, 5 p.m. Eastern action. We head back to Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C. for the A-10 championship quarters. George Washington Revolutionaries, 21-11-99 in the A-10 at George Mason Patriots, 24-7, 15-3 in the A-10. Let's get this one set up. I would have only cashed George Washington by a hook had I moved on them yesterday, expecting Fordham's magic to kind of run out. When you would have won by a hook, I don't feel bad for not being on it. It wasn't obviously it's money that I would have wanted, but they took out Fordham in back-to-back games, and they look very comfortable doing it. George Mason at 15-3, tied with VCU atop the standings in the regular season. George Washington faced George Mason twice. George Washington went to George Mason on Saturday, January 18th, and lost in double overtime. It was a fun, tight game. And then they played George Mason at home and lost again by 3 points. The Revolutionaries are no joke, and they're more than capable of stopping this winning streak for George Mason. This is going to be a tight one. This totals at 129.5 minus 106. It opened up at 128. It's climbed up to 129.5. We've climbed a 1.5. When we get to the point spread, we have George Mason line moving towards George Mason. I think that's telling. It's gone from -2 to -3.5. When we get to the cash flow, we have 38% of tickets and 53% of cash on George Mason, 79 and 78 on the over. And Spooner says this is a George Washington spot. Rookie coach angle, but he's off of it. Ronnie Lofton is on George Mason first half. Newkirker is on Akron -8.5, by the way. Take it away here. This feels like another very, very tight line. Revolutionaries, Patriots, and Washington, D.C. one time.
Yeah, to me, Jim, this looks like more of a George Mason type spot. Laying a 4 here now. Line moving towards them. Looking pretty sharp as well. Looking at the market from a market standpoint, percentage of bets, I just had it up. 38% of bets, 53% of money. Line's moving towards them. Like you said, I think the line's pretty telling here. This isn't a game I'm going to get involved in because I haven't watched too much of either of these teams play this year. Looking at the total, it's low, but yeah, it's moved up a half point to a point with majority of the cash on the over. I'm going to stay away from the total in this one. If I had to take something here, I think it would only be George Mason, and I would lay 4 here. I do think it's a George Mason type spot. Again, not a spot I'm ready to quite move on yet. Just because of the action we have going on right now, but it's a spot that I think it's the sharp spot, especially if we see this get up to a 4.5, maybe even a 5 before tip off. That would be wild. So I'm going to I might end up being on George Mason. This seems like a sharp play here. I don't have too much of a breakdown on this game though, but I have a lean towards George Mason.
It certainly feels like the sharp side, but they've played twice and the games have been decided by a bucket. It's not enough for me. I mean, look, George Mason's been the one, with VCU, the class of the conference all year, but it's not for me. Jake Flanagan is on George Washington here. I'm off of the spot. Let's head over to the MEAC tournament semis. We have the Morgan State Bears 14-17, 7-7 in the MEAC at Norfolk State Spartans 22-10, 11-3, in conference play. We're in Norfolk, Virginia for this one. Morgan State did us proud yesterday. Big 91-90 victory over Howard. It was helpful.
They were a dog, weren't they, too? What were they, +5?
Well, they were +3 when I bet it, but literally 5 minutes after it moved to 3.5.
Oh,
and
wow.
my ROI when that happens is horrible. So I almost in my head chalked it up as an L when I saw that happen. But we came through here. The Morgan State Bears faced Norfolk twice. Monday, January 13th, they faced them at home. They took them out 78-74. Then they traveled to Norfolk State and lost 69-60. So that was an impressive performance against Howard, a very impressive performance. And we know Howard steps up this time of year. Morgan State shot 57.1% from 3. They turned the ball over a little too much. Now, that's 8 of 14 from 3. So it's not a ton of threes, but it is an outlier stat. It's how they won the game, because they shot 8 of 14 from 3, and Howard shot 9 of 24 from 3, and Morgan State won by a point. To me, that's sort of a red flag. It makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Norfolk State, on the other hand, this is a team that was absolutely rolling, and then after they beat Morgan State at home by 9, they lost at South Carolina State. We know they're in the semis, and then they lost in overtime to North Carolina Central. They're in the semis. I think you can excuse both. Following that, they went to Howard, beat them 81-69 in impressive fashion. And you know what I also think helps is a poor performance in the quarters. The game for Norfolk against Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore is trash. They did not play well. They won 77-70. This was a tie game. This was a tie game 7 minutes in. And then Maryland Eastern Shore didn't score for a while. So it was a tie game 7-7. And then Norfolk went on a 17-0 run. And we're up 24-7. And then, just kind of took their foot off the gas late. Didn't cover, didn't play very well. Another important part of this, we talked about the outlier performance from Morgan State. Norfolk shot 3 of 19 from 3. 3 of 19 from 3. And still were in control of that basketball game. So here, if you took the dog, I don't know those numbers, Troy. There have been years when earlier when I was in Costa Rica that I did do it, did study it, and I was doing it, and I stopped. I stopped doing it like 3 years ago or so. I started taking the 2.5s and 3.5s because I had been studying it, but I haven't of late. Let's get into the line history here. Now, with all that being said, should Norfolk State be 11.5-point favorites? I mean, there's been a 5-cent move to them at 11.5. I mean, it's just a huge, huge, huge line. And when we get to the total here, we have my apologies here, just 1 second. We have a 154.5 minus 110 to the under. This just came out this morning, but there's been no movement on it. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have just 29% of the tickets and 23% of the cash on Norfolk, 85 and 84 on the over. So this to me is Norfolk State first half. A poor performance, not shooting the ball well, get the day off. Don't feel good about yourself. You just beat the worst team in the conference by 7 points. You shot 3 of 19 from 3. You better be ready to go when the ball tips off. A public on Morgan State. Public cashed on them yesterday. I'm still kind of putting it together. Take it away, Wine Time. Bears, Spartans, and Norfolk.
Move on, Jim. But Norfolk's the only side I would take here. I would lay the wood on them, honestly, at the minus 11.5. You'd take the first half, too. This could be a double-up spot for Norfolk State. This might just be a smash spot from start to finish here. Norfolk State just barely getting out of that last game, but yet they're laying 11.5 against a team that, won outright by 1 point against Howard. Gave out a lot of energy in that game, though. What was 180 points scored in that game? I think Norfolk State might be at the spot here. I'm not going to move on it quite yet. I would only move on it, though.
Yeah, I will. We have Spooner ready to rock. So spectacular work from our guy, Wine Time. And you got a bit of a break now, and then you come on with 5 straight games: UConn, Creighton, Kentucky, Alabama, Arizona, Texas Tech, Clemson, Louisville, and Boise State, New Mexico. You did spectacular work here. Thank you, my man. Let's review your action at this point in the card so far.
Yeah, so far in the card, guys, we gave out first on opening tip. We gave out, let me pull it up here, St. Bonaventure, VCU. We gave out the under 133.5 minus 110. Last time I saw it at halftime, the live total was 134.5. Not sure where it is now. Michigan State, haven't looked at the score in quite some time now either. Took them minus 5.5. Also gave out Wichita State plus 9.5 minus 110. And we gave out UCLA money line plus 100. Line moving away from me in that spot kind of has me a little I have 2s now at my book, kind of has me treading in my steps a little bit, but I still believe in the cap, and I do believe in, I don't think UCLA is trying to win this tournament, but I do believe that they want to win this game to get to Sunday, to give them a chance to kind of chill out at that next location before the tournament, but we still have to get through today, so staying away in that spot. And then I also added to my card, guys, FAU -3, minus 110. Gave it out on Twitter. I like it. I love that my guy Jimmy moved on it. My guy Troy said he was going to move on it as well. A couple other people in the chat, I can't even remember who it was, but some people I do respect that are on this FAU spot, I believe. So I'm going to move on that. And yeah, we got action coming up later. I'm excited to hear you guys break down this St. John's and Marquette game. That's going to be a fun game. A game I'm going to be in the chat for. So looking forward to it. Good luck to my guy Spooner coming up, and I'll see you soon, Jim.
Great job, my man. There he is. Wine Time Sports in the house. The baton is passed to Morgan Spooner, Ohio, in the house. Spoon Dog, how are you, my man?
I'm doing great. How are you, Jimmy?
Great. I'm great. You have had back-to-back very strong days. I love to see it. I've been listening. You've helped me out enormously, and I know many in the chat as well. Let's go over your action, and if you wanted to touch on the Toledo, George Washington, George Mason games as well, let's go over your action leading up to these MAAC, A10, and MEAC spots. Tell us about your action at this point.
Yeah, right now the Kennesaw State Liberty game already tipped off. I'm on Kennesaw plus the 7.5 here. I put a couple notes in the chat. Kennesaw State's got Nate Oates, former assistant coach there. All of Nate Oates' coaches are doing really good across the country this year. There's 4 or 5 of them out there. The tree's getting bigger, and that's why I think Nate's having a hard time in Alabama. But I think Kennesaw State, the offense, is going to be able to keep them in this game. That 7.5 is too big of a number. On the opposite hand there, Liberty's coach is really defensive-minded. He worked there at Virginia for years, and that Virginia defense is clearly what they're running there in Liberty. So I think this game will come down to a possession or two. I'm excited to be on Kennesaw State there. After that, I got St. Louis plus the 2.5. I really like Swope. I really like Avila. This time of year, on-court leadership matters so much. Some of these guys, they played really big minutes in high school, but big minutes in high school versus big minutes on TV in D1 in March, it's so much different. The spotlight's on these guys. Avila, he's really proven it to me over the years. Swope is an absolute dog. Anybody that's listed at 5'10" on a D1 card is probably 5'8", and that guy, inch per inch, is one of the best basketball players in D1 basketball right now. And I really want that point guard to have the ball coming down at the end of the game. I'm on Jacksonville State. I don't know if you moved on that, Jimmy, or not. That's a Harper spot for me, Coach. He's taken multiple programs to the NCAA tournament before, and I think he's going to take Jacksonville State there this year. Last, Toledo, I think, is one. Did you end up moving on Toledo, Jim?
No, my lean was towards Akron. I'm off the spot.
Toledo plus 8.5. This is the only team, I believe, from yesterday. No, I'm going back with Seattle too, but that I went back with from yesterday, and it's not just because I won with them yesterday. It's because I have a lot of faith in the coach there. Coach K, it's a hard name to say, is done great, and he's normally really good in the regular season. They've won a ton of MAAC championship regular seasons with him there. He's kind of struggled in the postseason, and this roster, people have said all year, it's not one of his best rosters, this, that. Well, at the end of the year, this Toledo team's doing what they always do. Toledo takes care of Ohio. They win on seniors night. This is a Toledo team. On paper, you might not be able to find the faith, but that 8.5 is a big number, and you want a coach like Coach K on your side when you're getting there. I think the Zips are overrated. I wanted to sprinkle the money line, but 8.5 is big enough. I like having it in my pocket.
Great stuff here. You talked very quickly. We just did the Revolutionaries and the Patriots in the A10 championship. You were talking about Mason not having a point guard and a rookie coach. Do you want to touch on that before we touch on that Morgan State Norfolk spot?
Tony Skinn is one of my favorite coaches. This is a guy that's going to be across D1 for the next 30 years. A great coach. He runs like a Pitino-inspired defense. He coached under Willard for years, and Willard was a Pitino coach. He runs a neat offense. He played for George Mason when George Mason made their run in the 2000s era there. And Skinn is he's a neat. So he played under Larry Onega, who has that great offensive mind. And then he coached under a guy like Pitino's kind of style, who's a great defensive mind. And he's just a blend of all that. And you see it on the court. That lack of a point guard is a huge thing for me in March, though. This is a roster. He hasn't spent $1 on it. These are all guys he's recruited. He's got them there. He's really good in that area. He knows it well. And I think they just lack what it takes to really get there in March. They did a great job in the regular season. He won A10 Coach of the Year. And I think next year is his year. This is that rookie coach gets taken out back by the veteran coach here. The two earlier games, if you look at them, they really come down close. And if you flip a coin 3 times, I know it's that gamblers, you're not supposed to believe that the third time, even if the first 2 times came out heads, that it can't come up heads a third time. But you really should. I believe it's going to come up tails here. I think G-Dub wins. I love George Mason. I'm not betting against him.
That's great stuff. Great stuff. So that gets us right to where we just finished, which is the Morgan State, Norfolk State spot. I set it up for me psychologically, wanting to make this my third spot on the board. By the way, that first half under 66.5 in that St. Louis game has moved to 66, which I like seeing. Here, I want Norfolk State first half. I'd like it psychologically. We just cashed on Morgan State. Why don't you touch on this spot before we move on to the Metro Atlantic semis? I
didn't go too deep into this one, but off the top of my head, Norfolk is playing this game very close to where they're from or in their home gym, I believe. And that was the one thing that kind of kept me off here. I know Norfolk didn't play their best basketball yesterday, and I think they play a little bit better today. Obviously, I'm a fan of this Morgan State team. I backed them yesterday, but a bigger part of that was I believe Howard had overperformed in their first couple meetings, and it's straight out of the Undoing Project. I like to back teams that just performed poorly, and I believe Norfolk State, even though they won, I believe they performed poorly, and I think they just do better here, and I'm not trying to get in the way of it. Norfolk State is a better team on paper. It's not anything I need to get involved with. I got a pretty good card anyway.
Great stuff. I'm going to move on Norfolk here first half shortly. Love that. Love the breakdown. Let's roll to the Metro Atlantic Championship. Spooner, welcome. I know that was a heavy breakdown there for you. So take a deep breath. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the show. Excellent work. Great job the last 48 hours. I needed it so bad. So great work. Let's roll. Iona Gales, Quinnipiac Bobcats. Quinnipiac was the class of the Metro Atlantic through the season and then sort of stumbled down the stretch a little bit. That's the opposite. And by the way, that Norfolk game again was 2 days ago, though, right? So they have the rest advantage. They didn't play yesterday. So that I think that's a really nice piece sitting in that loss for. I really like it. But let's go into this Iona Quinnipiac spot here. Quinnipiac got their tourney started on Wednesday. They took out Ryder. They had lost 2 of 3 going into the tournament. We knew how good they were. Iona is very different. They really got strong down the stretch, and they showed that with their 77-65 victory over Manhattan. They have won 4 straight. They've won 5 of 6, and the only loss to MAAC in overtime. So nothing to be ashamed of. They've been playing good basketball. They faced Quinnipiac twice, and they played them very tough. They played Quinnipiac at home on January 12th, and lost 63-62. It was a very, very tight game. They played well. Reeves had a strong game, double-double, 16 and 10. They faced Quinny again and at Quinnipiac and lost by 5. Iona playing good basketball right now. Are they capable of taking care of business here? Let's get into the line history. We have a Quinnipiac minus 2.5, minus 103. This opened up at 2 and has moved to 2.5. When it first moved to 2.5, it was at 4:41 a.m. and it was quite a move. I know it's only a half point move, but when it moved from 2 to 2.5, it was already juiced towards the Bobcats at minus 112. That went farther 4 hours later to a minus 115. And then there's been a 12-cent move to Iona since then. And that was just 7 minutes after. I do think Iona is alive. Another shout out to our guy Gorky, always supporting us. Thank you. St. Louis plus 1.5 and UConn money line for our guy Goran. Thank you, my man. Let me just get this copied and pasted so we can discuss it. Let's get into the line history here, Spooner. That is the spread. Let's talk the total. Sorry. Oh, shit. That is not the spread. That was the first half spread. God, sorry. A little flustered there. I had my Norfolk first half accident. This is Iona plus 4.5 at minus 105. My apologies. So we've had a full point move to Quinnipiac. This opened up at 3.5, moved to 4 around when I'm talking about around 4 in the morning. Started getting heavier juiced to the 4. So I find that interesting. So now we have a full point move on the full game plus juice. That was important to see the mistake that I'd made. I apologize there with that breakdown. And then total-wise, we have a 143.5, and it's minus 114 to the over. This opened up at 146 now, 143.5. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have Iona Public, 75% of the tickets, 74% of the cash. Was Quinnipiac, not putting it all on the table? Were they waiting? They know, obviously, the only way to get into the tournament is to win the conference. 87% of tickets, 87% of cash on the over. So as much as Iona has been playing better and better and better down the stretch, is this a spot where we fade the Public and take the Bobcats? Take it away for us, Spooner. Gales, Bobcats in Atlantic City.
I got pretty close with this one, Jimmy. As we've mentioned already, I think on-court leadership matters a lot. And Quinnipiac has a senior point guard. And if you're looking down the stretch and you're getting worried about that Fairfield game, it was Fairfield's senior night, and Quinnipiac was missing their point guard for that game. He played in that Rider game. He played well. He's back. He's healthy. I believe this is a Quinnipiac spot. Where I got myself off of this is I don't want to lay a single point in this game. I think this is got March basketball written all over it, where this is really exciting back and forth. I think you can probably find yourself 5 opportunities to get Quinnipiac at plus money in this game. And I think that's what I might try to do. Iona's point guard is a freshman. And I talked yesterday about this Iona team, and I thought they might drop the game to Manhattan. Iona has really talented players on recruiting. Like, they're above some of the Quinnipiac guys on like some of the ranking sites, but they're younger. They haven't been here. And these Quinnipiac guys, they're a lot more experience. I could get there with Quinnipiac if the number was smaller, and that's probably a good sign because the books are trying to keep you off the winner. They don't want you getting there. So if you want to get there, I could back it, but personally, I think I might keep my eyes on this game and move on that live line I was talking about. I also got quite a bit of action. We'll see how the day's going, but I don't trust Iona one bit. Like I said, it's March. Possessions matter a lot. 4.5, you're talking you need to be up by 10 in the final minute to feel even close to comfortable. And even then, that's not safe. You look at the Kentucky game last night, that 10-point lead evaporated. They almost lost.
Yeah, because it's sort of a flip here. I mean,
Iona's head coach he schemed ways to beat Purdue in the first round of an NCAA championship. That's saying something. With an FDU roster, those guys weren't recruited by even the lower level D1 schools. With garbage bench. This Iona team, these are better players. Whether they'll play hard for him, whether they'll buy into his system, I don't know. I'm off the game, but it's hard to bet. You got to remember that Tobin Anderson's got March Magic. It's there.
Okay, well, this is going to take much more thought here, but I've switched from what I thought my plan was going to be. Let's roll on to a big one, Spooner. Big East tournament semis, number 25 ranked Marquette Golden Eagles. Oh man, you know the difference between the 7-3 and 8-2. It's big, man. Us losing on Marquette. Now I got in live on the show.
Did you watch it? Did you see what happened?
I would know. I was just following it. I was
sitting there live, and I was like, "There's too much time. There's too much time he can get." There's 2 seconds. It wasn't a good look. He banked it off the backboard, half court heave. It was a prayer. It was disgusting. It was the only thing that possibly could have. Like, if you could have had like just a minute to bet it, that would have been like a plus 50,000 odds. No way. I don't know. That was tough. But,
I thought we were in business. 5-point lead, 2 seconds left. I was like, okay. And then I saw that it went in.
The last 2 days, every single loss I've had has come down to the last possession of the game.
God, I would imagine how good I'd feel coming to 8-2, but 7-3 still, despite. Marquette Golden Eagles at the number 6 ranked St. John's Red Storm, 28-4, 18-2 in the Big East, Madison Square Garden, New York. Much to St. John's chagrin, maybe they can't be stopped here when he wants them to slow down a bit. Maybe they can't be stopped. This is going to be a fun one. We just watched these two teams play. It was Marquette's senior night. They lost in overtime to St. John's. St. John's is just unable to mail it in, it feels like, at this point. Marquette was a dominant basketball team until February. In February, we've watched them go 5-6, under 500 basketball for the Marquette Golden Eagles. They faced St. John's at St. John's. They played great, lost 70-64. They played St. John's at home, 6 days ago and lost in overtime. So we know that they can play this squad tight. St. John's just keeps rolling. This team is just, we've lost. There's not going to be value. This is going to be number 1 seed in the tourney. It takes a lot away here. Chase says, crazy disrespect to the Johnnies. Committee has them as a number 3 seed. Patino has them back to vintage. Big East basketball is coming back. I'd be astonished if that ended up being the case. Let's get into the line history here. We have a 143 is the total. It's juiced to the over. This has come up from 140.5, so we have a move towards the over. Let's get into the point spread. This point spread has St. John's minus 3.5 and minus 113. I see 4s on the board. This has been a half-point move to Marquette. And then when we get to the cash flow, 59% of tickets and 69% of cash on Marquette. That surprises me as well. 89-90 on the over. Take it away, Spooner. A big one on the board. Troy says St. John's is one of my favorites to win it all. Take it away, my man.
So I'm just going to really quickly touch on this. It just came to my mind as you were talking about this. The tournament locations for the big dance heavily favor the East Coast. And there's 2 locations in the first 2 rounds where St. John's would really benefit from having not a number 1 seed. They'd have a chance to play much closer to home. Patino is playing chess when everybody else is playing checkers. He's been on record already this season saying he would like to take a loss before the tournament starts. For me, this is what I have circled as the loss. I looked at it and I took the 5 points in my pocket with Marquette. And why that is because St. John's is a really good team, and maybe they do find a way to accidentally win this game. But I think Patino wants to lose this game. I think he wants to get kicked in the face. I think he wants to have all the guys have a sobering moment, really think about everything that's going on and say, hey, this is our opportunity. We didn't want to win the Big East tournament. We won the Big East. We did it in the regular season when it mattered. A couple games in a couple days. That's for people that are really trying. That's the degenerate gamblers trying to hit parlays. We're single bettors. We're going through. We're gonna focus on the big dance. And I think Marquette, on the other hand, really wants to win a Big East tournament. I'm a big fan of Shaka. I think he's a really good coach. I've loved Marquette my entire life. Dwayne Wade played basketball there growing up. It was the first NCAA tournament memory I had before Vermont upsetting Syracuse. And I always get there with Marquette. And this year, I thought they'd have a really tough time without Kolek. And watching this roster go throughout the course of the year has been impressive, to say the least, about Cam Jones. This guy is going to be a difference maker at the next level in the NBA. I don't watch it, but his shot-making ability is really fun. I think Marquette wins this game. If they don't, it comes down to a possession or two and still cashing that 5. It's at 4.5 right now. I wouldn't be scared to take the 4.5. I wouldn't be scared to take the money line. I think the money line's a pretty good spot. Psychologically, you got Marquette guys that are more locked in on this game, in my opinion, and it's going to matter a lot. Jimmy, take it away. Sorry for that.
No, that was great. That was a great breakdown. And great job getting the 5. This is a pretty fascinating situation. And now we're dealing with a 3.5. I imagine that some spots you can still get a 4. Come on, show me a 4. No. I can pay for the 4. It's not expensive. This is wild. Absolutely wild. Now, the public is sort of on it, though. 59 and 69. But I shouldn't be concerned. At what time did you get the 5 at?
I got it this morning. Yeah.
Great job.
I woke up pretty early to cap the card a second time, and between then and the time I was getting my son ready, I got it. So it was probably around 6 or something. I didn't tweet it out for a while because I hadn't finished moving on the rest of the card. But I mean, I don't think that 5's been gone that long.
Yeah,
I tweeted out a 4.5, Jimmy. No, it's 5 minus 110.
Yeah, you got the 5. I saw. Yeah. No, it was a great job. Great job there getting that 5. Let me see how the site we used to play poker at. So opens at 4. This is a 5 from 1:49 till 7 in the morning. Wow. Okay. Very, very interesting. Marquette makes sense here. All right. Let's roll on. And we also heard wine time moving on Marquette money line. Let's move on to saturated line. Oh, say what, my man?
I said the big old balls.
Yeah. That guy doesn't mess around, man. That guy does not mess around. Let's roll the next spot on the board here. Big Ten tournament quarters. We have the number 24 ranked Illinois Fighting Illini, 21-11, 12-8 in the Big Ten. And number 11 ranked Maryland Terps, 24-7, 14-6 in the Big Ten. Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. The Illini have looked very good down the stretch. They had lost 3 straight between the 15th of February and the 22nd of February. They looked vulnerable. At that point, at that horrible loss to Duke on February 22nd, at that point, this was a team that was 5-8 over a 13-game period. And they turned it around. They smashed and grabbed Iowa on February 25th. They went into Michigan and took out them by 20. They took out Purdue at home by 8. And then they defeated Iowa yesterday by 12. So they're rolling here. They faced the Terps just once this year. It was at home, and they lost by 21 points. We know Maryland is a good basketball team, but Maryland is a very, very good basketball team at home. Now, they're just a good basketball team all around. I mean, there's not much more. But they went to Illinois and took them out. They proved that they could go win on the road. They've done a lot of road winning. They beat Michigan 9 days ago. So this is a team that's won 3 straight. They've won 7 of 8. And now they get their tournament started with a tough opponent. Nuki says the Illini are Jekyll and Hyde, Maryland for him. And there's Fat Wally with his NASCAR action. Fat Wally destroying NASCAR here. And everybody asking when it's coming out. I'll copy and paste this here. I cannot wait to have my first NASCAR action as well when we're in San Antonio all together. That'll be a fun Saturday. Thank you, my man. That's Las Vegas, Pennzoil 400, Hamlin at 9-1, Bush at 16-1, Busher at 35-1, half unit each. That's all available offshore. So here, let's get into the line history for the Illini Terps spot. We have the Illini as just barely a dog, +1.5. That's fascinating. They open up +1. They got to +2 this morning. Now they're at +1.5. So we have a half-point move towards the Terps. Now let's get to the total for this one. On the total, we have a 156.5 juice to the over. I'm looking at a bunch of 157.5s, but this has come down from 159. It looks like 156.5 was the low water mark here, and it's going to come up. We have 42% of the tickets and 51% of the cash on the Illini, 84 and 85 on the over. I am all ears here. Take it away, Spooner. Illini Terps.
I just want to throw this out really quick. That Fat Wally card right there. I grew up around cars my entire life. My dad's a huge NASCAR fan, and Kyle Busch is a Las Vegas guy. He's got one win at Las Vegas in his career. He's a huge NASCAR driver, really successful, one of the most winningest drivers in the sport. Track means a lot to him. I saw that +1600 just flash up on the screen. I haven't looked at that betting wise, but that 1600 looks very interesting. I think I might sprinkle something on that. Onto the basketball game. Maryland, this is Kevin Willard. I'm a big fan. This is Rick Pitino's assistant coach for a long time. Followed him from the Celtics to college basketball. You see it in his defenses year after year, the way he recruits the players that go on the floor. Just high integrity guys, people that there's no quit. Derek Queen is awesome. He would be a freshman of the year candidate any other year if it wasn't for this Cooper flag. This whole Maryland team, just really impressed with them. Jacoby Gillespie, he's a guy you really want the ball in your hands. On the other side of the floor, you got Illinois, and I said it yesterday. They're a team that can beat anybody in the Big Ten, including Maryland, but I don't think they will, and that's because of the poor shot selection. They don't make good choices with the ball. I don't know an easier way to put it, but they just don't. And I think Illinois beats themselves here. Maryland's defense throughout the course of 40 minutes is going to make this more than a point, in my opinion. I've been a lot higher than a lot of people on Maryland all season. They're one of my darlings. I like them a lot. I like them to do well in the NCAA tournament, and I think it starts here. I think a team like Illinois is a team they want to show themselves they can beat, and I think this is the spot. There's a lot of people in this world that don't like Kevin Willard, think he's never shown it. I think this is a spot where he turns it on finally. There you go.
We have Spooner moving on the Terps here, -1 at -112. Now, when your first instinct and you saw this line, were you surprised that it was basically a pick 'em? Did that surprise you? Or did you think, no, that's the right line based on the body of work from these two squads?
So I believe Illinois in the public mind at the beginning of the season was a better team than what Maryland was. So that being said, I would think that Maryland's overperformed throughout the course of their eyes, throughout the season in their eyes. And I think Illinois has underperformed. So you would want to be on that underperforming team that's starting to put it together at the end of March, a team that really needs this win. They could boast of a much better seed, play a much worse team in the first round if they could get a couple more wins here in the NCAA or in the Big Ten tournament. I don't know. Like I said, I don't trust Brad Underwood in this situation. He's a good coach, but there's a reason he got knocked out in the first couple of rounds year after year. Last year, he went all the way to the Elite Eight. It was impressive. A lot of people remember that. A lot of people think Willard can't do it. All those lead me to want Maryland even more. I don't think the line was short. I think it's right there at that pick 'em price. They want people to believe that Illinois should win this game.
I'm gonna have to. Ugh. No, I don't think so, Saturday. I think I'm gonna have to stay off. It's helped me very much staying off these spots. Look at the Ohio Toledo game yesterday.
Sorry, Saturday. Underwood's a good coach. I didn't mean to say he's not a good coach. He led Stephen F. Austin, Oklahoma State, and Illinois all the tournaments. That's something very few coaches have ever done. I just think this is a Maryland spot.
Let's roll on, and we got blue bloods in play here at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina, ACC tournament semifinal. North Carolina Tar Heels 22-12, 13-7 in the ACC. The Duke Blue Devils 29-3, 19-1 in the ACC, and dealt with a big injury yesterday. It was a uncomfortable game for Duke, but they came back and took care of business 78-70. They keep winning, but Cooper Flagg will not be a part of today's basketball game. The Tar Heels need to have a good showing in this tournament to ensure that they are in March Madness, and I think that they probably have done that. Would you say that the Tar Heels are in after wins over Notre Dame and Wake Forest?
Yep. The committee wants to put North Carolina in. If they get anywhere around the bubble, it's too much money to leave North Carolina out. It's a draw. There's so many fans across the United States that don't really pay attention to the basketball that much, but they're closet Duke fans, they're closet North Carolina fans, they're closet Auburn fans. There's certain teams that they like to pull out for, and I bet you North Carolina has a top 10 fan base across the United States without a question in my mind.
We have our guy Ron Crawford in business, NCAA, NBA, and NHL plays of the day. We will go over them all throughout the show. Thank you, Ron, my man. It is Texas Tech today. So we watched North Carolina head to Duke February 1st, lose 87-70. Then North Carolina at home last Saturday, losing 82-69 to Duke. Now they get a chance to play him without Cooper Flagg out there. This totals a 152.5. It is juiced to the under. This opened up at 155.5. We have a 3-point move towards the under. By the way, Kennesaw State up 14 right now on Liberty. Then we have on the side, Duke -7 at -105. They opened up -7.5. They got up to 8. Then back to 7.5. And now a 7.5-point move towards the Tar Heels. And we take a look at the cash flow. We have just moved up 68% of the tickets and 84% of the cash on North Carolina. And then we have 76 and 77 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. We have Tar Heels and Blue Devils.
A lot of people are going to tell you that this is a North Carolina spot. Duke's missing their best player. They want to get healthy for the tournament. I said it yesterday. I sprinkled the money line on Georgia Tech versus Duke. I was getting a little excited watching the first half, and then I saw Cooper Flagg go down. And then I thought to myself about the losses I've taken in the past few weeks trying to fade teams that are missing one of their best players. And even yesterday, like I talked about Miami of Ohio's best player having a possible injury, and I think it was pretty clear he did have an injury. He didn't make a single shot from the floor in the first half. He made one shot from the floor the entire game, but he found ways to be successful on that court. He had 10 assists and 10 rebounds. And I look at this Duke team, and I think back to yesterday, and all the players on this Duke team are really good. There's more NBA players than just Cooper Flagg, and I think they all want to show it today. North Carolina's coming into town. This is a rivalry. This matters. This Duke team knows they have a target on their back with North Carolina, and I don't think they want to lose today. I think they want to show them exactly who this Duke team is. John Shire does not have the record that Coach K had where, hey, I want to be Patino and take a loss here. I don't think that works as well for a young coach. I think you want to keep your momentum rolling. I don't think you want to lose any of it. I think it's a Duke spot. I don't put my money on Dukes of the world. I don't like to. There's a lot of games on the board today, 39, and I like how the spot lays out for North Carolina, but I think it's one of those fake sharp spots where everybody in the world's going to be on North Carolina and Duke just rolls.
I agree. I completely agree. I'm very interested to see how the market plays out. But what you don't want when you have a best team or a much better team is for them to be hungry and want to prove something. It's the last thing you want. You want them overlooking the opponent. What happens when Cooper Flag leaves? Now they want to show everybody we're more than Cooper Flag. Now they're hungry.
You want this Georgia Tech game to have been a blowout by 40 and Cooper Flag to have set like a Duke scoring record. And then this North Carolina spot is ripe for the taking. I completely agree.
Yeah, no, I do too. I am very, very certain that I'm going to be on Duke. I do want to see what happens with this market. This is the stuff that I love.
Is March.
Yeah, and Gorky says Duke wants to put North Carolina in the NIT. I'm completely lockstep with you here. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, and there's some now. Duke, I don't need to move on now, but that Norfolk first half, I probably want to get in. I haven't moved on Tennessee yet, so I might want to get some of these spots in here. I'm going to sit on it a little longer. But let's roll on to our next spot onto the board. Spooner, SEC tournament quarterfinals. I did lament. I was pretty upset that I was on Missouri. I wanted Missouri. I got a little caught up in how they didn't look good down the stretch. It was a mistake. It clearly cost me money. And Florida's a very dangerous team to fade, but I want to. And why? Because I left money on the table yesterday. I have to be consciously aware of that and say that out loud. It's a very simple thing where my subconscious is trying to screw me over. But I still may get there. I just need to say it out loud. Oh, wait. That's not our next game. Sorry, I skipped the game. Is it okay if we hit this game and then go back to BYU, Jose?
Let's
Thank
do it
you.
that way.
Sorry.
I just
obviously, the Missouri game's
information
in my
for
head.
it.
My bad. Here, thank you, Jose, for being on it. Here we go. 21 ranked Missouri Tigers, 22-10, 10-8 in the SEC. At the Florida Gators, 27-4, 14-4 at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. This is very, very fun. The Gators are such a deep basketball team. And I had a plan 6 weeks ago to heavily involve Missouri in my brackets. And then, then they lose in overtime at Vanderbilt. They lose at Oklahoma. They lose at home to Kentucky on senior night. And I start questioning things. They dominated last night. They're a good basketball team. They'd lost 4 or 5 going in. I get why I had cold feet. I'm not going to beat myself up over it. The Gators are such a dangerous basketball team, and they played them once, and they beat them. They went in and beat the Gators 83-82. Again, that does make things more difficult here for me. Let's get into the line history. We have Missouri plus 9.5. This line flying towards Florida. Opened up at 8 now at 9.5. It's too bad that this doesn't line up properly for me. On the total here, we have the Tigers, Gators total at 162.5. It's minus 118 to the over. It's gone up 1.5 points. And then when we get to the cash flow, Missouri's a public dog, and the line's moving away from them. And they beat Florida in their matchup. Guess I should just flip. 72% of the ticket, 70% cash on Missouri, 74 and 77 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner, SEC quarters.
Oh, I got stuck on this game for a while doing mental gymnastics. This Florida team has a lot going on off the court that really needs to be addressed coming into this March Madness, the big tournaments that you're playing in huge gyms with outrageous amounts of people. College gyms, like the level of noise, the atmosphere is different. The sexual allegation charges against multiple Florida coaches, I think are really going to come on the map. I thought it would affect them on the road come throughout the year. And if you look at it, all 3 of their 4 losses were on the road. They played really well in that Auburn game on the road. That was something that I remembered right now when I was trying to get on Missouri. And then I looked at some of the public numbers and saw that Missouri was getting back here. And it's probably because of the game where Missouri won. And now you're telling me that Florida's going to lay it by 10. This is a building that's not Florida territory. This is Nashville. It's a big gym. I think this is kind of the atmosphere that I was looking to fade Florida in. That being said, I didn't get on Missouri yesterday. I wanted to too, and it doesn't correlate quite right for me. I could only be on Missouri. Florida's a better team. They have the ability to win this game by more than 10 points. I think Missouri showed what they need to in that last game to really kind of get momentum going in a different way, but it's taken a lot not to move on Missouri. And I think the books want me to move on Missouri. I think when all roads start to lead to Rome, it's that's how the books make their money. They find ways to get your brain to want the same thing. It's not a good thing when there's a huge consensus of people. Maybe it is when there's sharp cappers, but I'm sure the majority of the public is not sharp.
I think the issue is Mississippi State is not good. They're not in this level of basketball teams in this conference. I think, I think that there's some legitimacy to the struggles that Missouri had down the stretch. And this has got me flipping towards Florida. I'm going to have to study this more. And again, with Florida starting out their tournament here today and Missouri coming off a nice confidence building win, I think it would have to be full game, not first half. I think it would have to be a full game spot on Florida as well. And then, then I'd be sitting here with Duke -7 and Florida minus 9 or 9.5. I mean, those aren't the numbers I really want to get in bed with. Let's roll on. Next up here, and that's a nice stretch of big games. Now we get some smaller schools and really appealing ones. So let's roll into our
Houston BYU.
Go back to Houston. Yes, go back.
Yes, my bad. Sorry. Thank you. Rushing. Thank you, guys. Beautiful. Okay, my bad. Let's get back to this BYU Houston game. BYU is rolling, man. What performance after performance after performance. It's one thing, getting out on the road and taking out Iowa State in double overtime and then beating them again here, 9 days later. It was so impressive. This team is absolutely rolling. Houston did what they had to do against Colorado team that, clearly playing better than, what their numbers indicated. So let's set this one up. We have a BYU now, winners of 9 straight basketball games. They faced Houston once. They went to Houston and got absolutely destroyed. What's up, Daby Cab? You moving on this?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, so Daby Cab moving on this one as well. They got absolutely annihilated. I mean, and that was a poor stretch for them. After that, they lost to Texas Tech at home by 5. They went to TCU and lost. They beat up Oklahoma State at home and then lost to Utah in overtime. So it was 4 or 5 losses. Since that loss, this team has won 13 of 15 basketball games. They're just playing very, very good. Now, we know who Houston is. We know exactly who Houston is. Houston is a number 1 seed in the tournament. But BYU is stepping up at the right time. This total is a 134. It opened up at 135. It climbed up to 136 before dropping to 134. So we have a 1-point move towards the under. And then on the point spread here, we have BYU plus 7.5, heavily juiced. There's 7s in most of the everywhere we're looking. This opened up at 7.5 though. So we've had 9 cents of movement towards BYU. And then when we get to the cash flow here, BYU is public. 64% of the tickets and 66% of the cash is on them. Line's not moving towards them. 88% tickets, 87% cash on the over. Daby Cab, back in business with us here. Take it away. Big 12 semis, Cougar on Cougar action.
Yeah, people have been betting the Houston first half for a long time. It's nothing new. But anybody who really pays attention should know that Houston hasn't been a good bet the past few games. The spreads have been a little bit too big against solid teams that have been keeping it close. I myself haven't really been on Houston much lately. And look, we saw the first game with Houston BYU. It was in Houston. Houston won by 30. I think they rebounded BYU by 13 or something like that. This isn't going to be that game, right? This is a very hot BYU team. You touched on it. They're playing much better basketball right now. But here's the thing. They made 18 3-pointers in yesterday's game. That was just fucking ridiculous. And this Houston team is not Iowa State when it comes to closing out on the perimeter, okay? Houston is the number one defense, 3-point defense versus Iowa State, who's like 9th in the conference or 8th. I don't have it in front of me, but you can fact check me there. It's right around there. My thing is Houston understands what BYU did last game. They're going to be closing out. They're going to be hyper aggressive on defense. I took Houston first half -3.5 here. And again, I have not been on them recently. You got to pick and choose your spots, right? When they're not the public side and the line's not moving, this is where you go after Houston right now.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's hear from you, Spooner. What are your thoughts?
So Houston's dealing with a few injuries, and Kevin Sampson isn't one to rest anybody going into the tournament in past years. It's kind of bit him in the back. I don't know if that's in the back of his mind, and maybe he sits a couple players here, but I couldn't get in front of BYU here. This is a program I'm really impressed with. Calvin Sampson, great coach. This Houston program year after year here is talked about as being a national championship contender. BYU, this is Kevin Young's first year coaching in an NCAA tournament. A lot of people probably don't know who he is. He's earned his way up through the ranks in the G League of the NBA, and he's been very successful. And what comes along with those G League NBA attachments are lots of ways to get some of these kids into the NBA, and that gives him an advantage recruiting, and that's why that BYU roster is so good. You talk about BYU hit so many threes yesterday. That's exactly how this offense is set up. It's set up to get open threes, and I trust their ability to do it. I'm not going to step in front of it. Houston's defense is amazing. Iowa State's defense is amazing. If you can beat Iowa State's defense and then go to Houston the next day and beat them, you can probably beat anybody in the country. And this BYU team's probably not at that level yet, but I'm not willing to wager it. And I think this will be an exciting game to watch. I think it comes down to a couple of possessions and could go either way, but I didn't feel strong enough on Houston to move, or BYU.
Is this the first time that we've seen Houston not be public? I can't remember a spot where they haven't been. So what did you get the first half at, Cab?
3.5 minus 115.
3.5 minus 115. Huh. Interesting. Because I kind of want them full game over first half. I want them to dig in and start defending. Interesting. Cab, moving on. Houston first half minus 3.5. A lot of food for thought for us there. Daby Cab will be joining us back again with another best bet here shortly.
I dropped it in the chat, but I added 3 props today. I couldn't help it as I was going through it. I went ahead and added that Sky Clark over 1.5 at plus 145. I added Chaz Lanier for Tennessee over 2.5 at minus 110. And then I added Trey Johnson over 2.5 at plus 145.
I love it. And I did copy and paste that. So we'll be able to go over the 3 props as well. So great stuff here from Dabra Cadabra, who will be back in and jump on anytime that you move on something else, Daby Cab. All right, our next spot on the board here is moving over to Tulsa, North Texas. I'm actually going to make a couple bets here. So this spot will be broken down by Jose Bouquet and Spooner, and then I will be back for Kent State, Miami of Ohio. I hope so. That you guys might move into that game, but there's the 3:30 game I want to lock in here, just so I've got no concerns. That might be the only one I move on here. I think I'm going to move on both. But I'm going to make that decision. I'll let you guys know the decisions here. So Jose's going to take over. I'll be right back, fellas.
Yes, he will. All right. Beautiful. So we go to North Texas and Tulsa here, home of the mean old green here. And let's find out who people are betting on here today. As I scroll. You know what's hilarious? The old Action Network trying to say that Friday doesn't exist. God damn it. We refresh and we're back in action. And sharps are seemingly on North Texas here. 78% of the bets on Tulsa, only 54% of the money on Tulsa there. So 22% of the bets, 46% of the money on North Texas there. Big bets on North Texas. Fascinating stuff there. As for the total, let's find out where that is here as well. We have 79% of the bets and 80% of the money on the over here. As for where these games opened, let us find that out now as well. North Texas opened up at -12. We've gone up to 13.5. Let's double check that here. Yeah, I'm seeing let me double check here. I want to click on a few books to see. I've got you seeing 13s and 13.5 openers here as well. So the place that we used to play poker at opened it up at 12. And we all know at this point, they like to get to the lines early here. Other places opening up at 13, 13.5 there already. And for the total, before I pass it over to our guy, Spoon Dog over here, total opened up at 126. We have a 125 now, even 124.5 available for people. Spooner, what you got on this one?
North Texas is the much better team, the much better roster. One thing they have working for them is continuity. They have started and played every single game together, this starting five. They're one of the few teams in all of D1 basketball to be able to do that. They only play 7 guys. 2 guys come off the bench. Everybody's trustworthy. There's a reason this line's at 13.5, and I think they roll here. North Texas is a team I really like to have them on their home court when I'm trying to bet them. I don't trust this Tulsa team, but I think that back door is open, and I don't think North Texas has the scoring ability to necessarily put this one away. They beat Tulsa 63-44 in that one game. It sort of gives you the confidence to want to back them, but it wasn't enough to make me move on it. North Texas is a good team. Don't sleep on them, but I don't like to lay big numbers with them either.
Interesting. Okay. No action here for Spoon Dog. By the way, Wager Detective dropping his knowledge notes in here, talking about implied probability. And I can tell you, Wager Detective, I've never once considered implied probability in any of my bets that I've done. So good luck to you
What are you
with
talking
that.
about? The whole -300 fade is based off implied probability, Jose.
Well, Spoons, I don't think of it as mine of that. Let me tell you, that's way too mathematical in my head, Spoons. That's just no shot. Am I thinking of probability and all this nonsense? But you're definitely right.
I think that's your sharpest angle that I've ever heard you give out on screen.
Well, there we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will bet it this year unmercilessly every time. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go to talking about this Kent State, Miami, Ohio spot. That's funny that you just you actually use it all the time, you fucking idiot. I'm like, oh, you know what, Spoons? You're right. You're right. I do, I guess. But I definitely don't think of it like that, which is funny. But let's talk about this game, old Kent State. And we've got Miami of Ohio here. I'm seeing a -3.5 here opener for the Golden Flashes here, up to a 4 now, even a 4.5 at certain places here as well. One site even opened up at 3.5, went down to a 2 at one point, and came right back up to where we are now. Spread, let's talk about where the money is on the spread. In this one here, you got to do a little Control F. I've got by the way, everyone in the chat, one of my goals for Pubapalooza, I'm going to teach Jimmy the Control F, and I'm going to make his searching of things hopefully a lot easier. That'll be, fingers crossed, everyone. This is what we're going to do this Pubapalooza. Miami of Ohio, 78% of the bets, 71% of the money on them on this side. Very public underdog there. And for the total, 77% of the bets, 75% of the money on the over there here. Spoons, what do you think?
This is a Kent State spot, in my opinion. I said it yesterday. Miami of Ohio's best players dealing with what I believe to be an oblique injury. He didn't. He hit one shot from the floor yesterday. While he did find ways to be effective, Kent State's a much better team. They got their eyes on the MAAC championship, and I think Miami of Ohio's played really well this year. I don't think Cam Kraft and Reese Potter have the ability to score the points when Peter Suter isn't able to put up 25. And if he's making one shot yesterday, I saw him wincing multiple times on the courts, didn't play the entire game. I think this is a Kent State spot. They're a much better team. Cameron Davis is probably the best player in the conference. Jalen Soliger is like a fifth-year senior, knows this gym very well. This is a Kent State team that's cut out to go to this MAAC championship, and I don't think Miami of Ohio is going to be the speed bump that stops them. I don't like that half point on the 3, and I think that kind of kept me off it. It's probably there to keep me off it. I think Kent State's the side. I just put it in a money line parlay. I know a bunch of people are looking for spots. Just do it there. Those 3 points. Something about Miami of Ohio. You have some exciting games. I remember going to Vermont versus Miami of Ohio last year in Miami of Ohio's gym, and they came all the way back from down like 20 points and won it on a half-court heave at the very end of the game. And what Travis Steele does is just keep his teams from falling out of games. He did it there at Xavier, and he's shown it here at Miami of Ohio. So it wasn't enough for me to move on Kent State, but I like him a lot.
Yeah, I could see why, Kent State down the stretch looked very, very tough. I mean, they win 9 of 11 down the stretch. They lost Akron and Miami of Ohio. They lost twice to Akron. They also lost twice to Miami of Ohio. We've had these situations in the conference tournament, and they've been smash and grabs. When a team is a favorite against a team that they've lost to twice, it's like the Jackson State spot. They've been smash and grabs. I'm very curious to see the cash flow here in this one. And I know that Jose mentioned it.
All over Miami, Ohio.
Oh, this is a must bet Kent State spot is what it is. It's a must bet Kent State spot. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. And to the extent, I mean, I would have put it in right now if I could have, but if it moves to 4, I'll only have more confidence in it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like, judging, what the Red Hawks did yesterday and knowing that their point guard is hurting. This, I think, falls right into place. I mean, look at the teams that Miami of Ohio is losing to. They lose at Ohio, they lose at Eastern Michigan, and they lose at Western Michigan. I like it. I like it a lot. This is a must bet for me. Kent State, lock it in. I will be betting that as soon as I can. And then I can't wait to talk about this next game. I'm going to have to go back over to Tulsa, North Texas. I was pretty caught up in my action here. I only added 2 bets. So I've added Tennessee minus 9.5 and Norfolk State first half minus 6.5 at minus 115. So I will be on Kent State. I'm ready to roll on to our next spot on the board here.
Jimmy, real quick mini production meeting. I think we should push the horses from today to next week. I think we should maximize the Pubapalooza-ness of next week and run the horses all together. We run 2 horse races on next Thursday when you're live and in person, and we run another one on Friday, or we run the $100 one, whatever that may be. But roll it over today until next week.
That sounds great. Let's do it.
Beautiful.
All right. Let's roll on. Great job, Jose. Thank you for taking over for me. I'm more relaxed now that I got that 3:30 game in. I can everything else can wait unless there's a heavily needed spot. Okay. So I've got to say some of these things I've got to say out loud. I like St. Joseph's Hawks. I don't want that to put me in a situation where I make a bad bet. I want to back St. Joseph's Hawks. Let's ensure that everything rolls together so that I can move on St. Joe's and it makes sense. they were in complete control of the game yesterday, and then the LaSalle Explorers stepped up for Dunphy in the last minute. I mean, that's great. Isn't that why we love sports? I mean, I don't take it as St. Joe's falling off or playing bad. We know that the Explorers were stepping up for their old coach who was coaching his final game. Is there a chance that LaSalle plays in any of these minor tournaments and Dunphy gets another?
I guarantee if they do, we'll be all over it. But I think he's done. I don't necessarily think this was just his decision. I think maybe the school wanted to go that way with him. I was excited to find a spot to back LaSalle there because they'd been really bad, and I thought there'd be a bunch of value on it.
Well, you nailed it.
Bad because it hasn't been a good year. I think they're probably done.
Okay. Well, you nailed it. Let's talk about Dayton. There was a time earlier in the year, mid-January, early February, like, well, they're not that good. But they certainly came on down the stretch. They won 6 of their last 7 games. Sorry, I'm talking about St. Joe's, winning down the stretch. I'll go over Dayton's numbers here. But there was a time where I thought that Dayton was an overrated basketball team in this conference. St. Joseph's came on. St. Joseph's came on in a big way. Now, they lost at Dayton 77-72. That was their only meeting with Dayton this year. They played really well. This is just a team I trust. At that point, that game opened up with St. Joe's as 6.5 point dogs and closed at 4.5. Of course, they lose by 5, so the Sharps get paid, and the Cappers who are waiting for the Sharps to decide lose. Let's get into the line history here, and let's talk about Dayton, whether I'm wrong about them. They also won 6 or 7 down the stretch, so it works. They lose to Loyola. That's their only loss. I guess it was that early January, 3 losses in a row at George Washington, at UMass, then to George Mason. Losing to George Washington, George Mason, there's no harm in that. They were losing their games to the top teams in the conference, maybe other than the Bonnies and that loss there. Let's get into the line history here. Here we go. Sorry about that. Here we have. Oh, that's first half. God, sorry, I'm a little messed up because I have that Norfolk State first half spot. Here we go. We have right now as we speak, St. Joseph's plus 1.5 at -112. They opened up at +2. It got down to +1 at 9:30 in the morning, and now we're back at 1.5. So we've had a half-point move towards St. Joe's. Let's get to the total here in this one. From a total standpoint, we have a 141.5. It's -114 to the under. This opened up at 144.5. We've dropped 2.5 points to 141.5. Let's get to the cash flow. We have 47% of the tickets and 37% of the cash on St. Joe's. Dayton has 53 and 63, so bigger bets are coming in on Dayton. There's only 7,000 or 8,000 tickets in. It's not a big deal. 83 and 80 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. A10 action, Hawks, Flyers in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I almost got there with St. Joe's today. I really like this team. Like you said, they turned a corner coming down the stretch and played a lot better. And I don't think the LaSalle hiccups anything to keep you off this game. One thing to note, though, is like I talk about young coaches and older coaches having that bag, that extra gear that matters kind of in March. And Billy Lange isn't a young coach. He's been around NCAA basketball for the last 20 years when he was coaching at Navy. But one thing he's never done is led a team to the NCAA tournament. And Anthony Grant has done that. He's done that with 3 different teams, including this Dayton team last year. And I think he has the ability to make this team play a little bit better. I look back to that St. Joe's Dayton game that happened earlier, and I see 2 teams that didn't shoot the ball necessarily equally, but we're talking about a team that didn't even lead in the game at all. It got up to a 20-point game at one point, and I don't know. I can't move. I don't feel strong enough either way, I guess. St. Joe's shot 8 for 19 from 3, while St. Joe's shot 9 for 33 from 3 in that game that they lost by 5 points. 9 from 33. That's so many opportunities for a couple threes to fall. They did better on the offensive boards than what Dayton did. There's just enough information on both sides that kind of keep me off I think coaches that have been there and done that, you should trust that. And that's why I didn't get in the way of St. Joe's or on Dayton today. I'm just past it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's coin flippy, and I'm not going to let my ROI with the Hawks, it's not the house's money. Let's move on. 8 p.m. Eastern, we head to the MEAC semis. North Carolina Central, the Eagles taking care of business against Delaware State Hornets. Shout out to Bobano. He gave us NC Central yesterday. South Carolina State, a real no-show performance. A real no-show performance against Coppin State. Just 68-63. That was on Wednesday. It was not impressive whatsoever. Let's get into the heads-up meetings between these two squads. The Eagles played South Carolina State at home on January 25th, beat them 82-77. Then they went to South Carolina State and got beaten up badly, 87-71. That was 8 days ago. Let's get into the line history. It was such a disappointing performance against Coppin State. I really feel like South Carolina State's going to be ready to go. Now, I lost a bet on it too, so that's going to affect how I see and view this game as well. I was on them first half on South Carolina State, and that was poor. And I didn't live bet it either when I could have. This total was at 147. It's been a 1 cent move to the under. Which appears to be a sharp line. From a spread standpoint here, we have the South Carolina State minus 7.5. It opened at 7.5. There's been 6 cents of movement to North Carolina Central. And when we get to the cash flow, we have, I had it set up, I thought. Sorry. When we get to the cash flow, we have 86% of the tickets and 57% of the cash on NC Central. If you had to ask me what do I think the betting breakdown would be, I would tell you that. This falls right into the wheelhouse. My only concern, I shouldn't have any concern. I don't like being on favorites around this number. Now, it's over 6. I know 6 is the scary number, but I think South Carolina State takes this very seriously and handles their business after no showing on Wednesday. They have the 1-day rest advantage. That was a tough game for North Carolina Central. Take it away for us here, Spooner. South Carolina State, North Carolina Central in Norfolk, Virginia.
Yeah, this is a South Carolina State team that I really enjoy watching. I like him a lot. Eric Martin is a long-term West Virginia coach. He played NCAA basketball himself and played professionally overseas for quite a few years. He's a guy that knows basketball very, very well. On the other hand, you got Lavelle Moten in this NCC Central team that made the first 4 at Dayton 5 or 6 times, I want to say. And that means this is the time of year where Lavelle Moten knows what he's doing. I could only lean South Carolina State. I don't trust Eric Martin's ability to show up here. I like this team a lot, and I normally like to back a team after I feel like they've struggled, but sometimes when you can explain why they struggled, it's enough to keep me off. And the fact that Eric Martin's never been here in March and had success is that thing that keeps me off. He's never won a game in a tournament with the South Carolina State team. His first year, he didn't win a single game in the month of March, and I think it's just because he's not quite there. A few years from now, I think it'll be different, but I couldn't get there with South Carolina State. Better roster, better team. On paper, they should roll, but there's enough there to keep me off.
Let's go back to, I believe I'm going to get there on South Carolina State, but I do have some more trepidation now. Let's go back to the SWAC. I swept the SWAC so far in this tournament. Cashed with Grambling, cashed with Alabama State. Then here with this meeting, I cashed with Bethune-Cookman, and I cashed with Jackson State. So these teams are all near and dear to my heart at this moment right now. Bethune-Cookman was a smash and grab, and I hope some of you guys rocked with me on it. They have now won 6 straight games. They've won 10 of 12 Who was their last loss to? It was at home to Jackson State. They've lost twice to Jackson State. They lost at Jackson State on January 25th, 86-81, and then they lost at home to Jackson State on February 17th, 84-71. So both losses to Jackson State by margin. Jackson State is rolling, but who have they been playing? Really weak competition. They beat Florida A&M by 15. Look, they'd lost to Florida A&M both times they met, and they were 6-point favorites, and it was juiced towards them. They beat Mississippi Valley State by 4. Mississippi Valley State's terrible. They beat Arkansas Pine Bluff by 7. Prairie View A&M by 14. Texas Southern by 15. Now, look, they're beating the teams that are, on their schedule, so I shouldn't put too much into it, but their last few games have been against weak competition. Let's get into the line history here. We have Bethune-Cookman right now plus 3.5, but minus 108. This line opened up at 3.5 and went to 4.5 and 4. And now it's back at 3.5. We have no movement here, even though in the afternoon at another book, it came out at 2. At this number at 3.5, there's been no movement. Let's get to the total here for this one. We have on the total, here we go. We have a 142. It's minus 112 to the over. It's opened up at 143 with a 1-point move to the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, Bethune-Cookman has 62% of the tickets and just 42% of the cash. I'm a little surprised by that, but Bethune made everything look so easy. 79 and 79 on the over. Bigger bets are coming in on Jackson State. There's nothing that's going to get me probably to bet this game, and it sickens me to say that. Take it away for us here, Spooner. SWAC, semis, Wildcats, Tigers, Gateway Center, College Park, Georgia.
Yeah, this is a Jackson State team I like. Their coach is Mo Williams. You probably remember him from his NBA days, was one of LeBron's teammates there in Cleveland. He's a good coach. I think he's really showed it. He came in, did Cal State Northridge for a couple of years and his assistant, and then was in this conference with Alabama State. And I look back at the Alabama State game they played earlier this year, and I know that meant something to Mo to play a team that he was just coaching, and they played pretty well there. And I look at that, and I look at the way that Bethune-Cookman has come down the stretch. They rely on offense on a guy named Trey Thomas. He's probably the best player in that conference, and I trust Mo Williams' ability to circle a player, look at him, and find a way to beat him. As an NBA player, your on-court knowledge definitely is different when you get to add that experience than what a lot of these coaches have. And I think Mo Williams has really showed it down the stretch that this is a Jackson State team that should be taken seriously in the SWAC conference. I think they probably win the SWAC conference. I don't think 3.5 is a number that I can't lay with them, but that's all I got on it. I'm not trying to bet SWAC games. Like I said the other day, there's 40 games today. Every game has officials there. All of those games have backup officials with them in the stands. So that means the guys that are here at the Bethune-Cookman and Jackson State are the bottom of the barrel. And it's so frustrating to come down to one call. And I don't need that.
No, I hear that. It's not enough for me. It sucks. SWAC being very good to me. Let's move on to the Metro Atlantic Championship semifinal. It's 154. We don't have to go
going here pretty soon.
Okay, is there any other spots that you would prefer to finish this off with?
I'm on Mount St. Mary's. I'm on Seattle, and I'm on New Mexico. I'd like to talk about the New Mexico side. A lot of the things I said about Seattle yesterday rang true again today. It's a team I trust a lot. I want to talk about this Mount St. Mary's game with you a little bit. That line moved 3 points or 2.5 points, and I think it's disgusting. I think Mount St. Mary's is the side. I was on them at 6.5. I'm going to bet them again. I think try to get the 9 and maybe cash out of the 6.5 live. I think Mount St. Mary's is live. I don't understand why the public's this hard on MEAC. Maybe it's because I've watched these teams so much more than the public this year, and I understand MEAC's zone. But Mount St. Mary's played MEAC really well in this first game, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Makes me nervous a little bit, but I think Mount St. Mary's is the side. What were you on in this game? What did you think about it?
Well, let's set it up with a little bit more detail. That was a 66-58 victory for the Mount in that lone meeting at MAAC. So it's a fascinating market move here, a surprising market move. Let's discuss it. We'll start with the total. The total is a very, very low 125, which obviously when you have such a low total, this has come down from 129, by the way. But when you have such a low total, the points become more appealing. Then we have the spread here. This spread right now, as Spooner alluded to, is an 8.5. There are some 9s at questionable books. This opened up at 5. This opened up MAAC minus 5 flat, and they're now 8.5. And that's absolutely wild. When we get to the cash flow here, only 19% of the tickets and 19% of the cash is on MAAC. 16 and 18 on the under. I mean, the market is spoken. Now, I don't know how anybody would have confidence getting in the way of that market move, Spooner. So judging that market move with the lack of action on them makes me think that MAAC first half is the spot. I mean, this is the wheelhouse that's been working throughout all these conference tournaments. You have a team that lost to their opponent, hasn't beaten their opponent this year, and they're big favorites and become bigger ones.
All right, so MEAC, as I mentioned all year, plays that weird amoeba zone, and it's a no-3 zone where they try to kill the opponent's ability to hit threes. Mount St. Mary's is a team that relies on 3 really tall forwards. They offensively rebound really well. They do the things that kill a zone, and I think that matched up really well. You saw that in the first matchup. MEAC doesn't have a defense to go to that's not that. Size-wise, they don't match up well with Mount St. Mary's if they try to go man-to-man. So the way I lose this bet is if MEAC shoots the 3 ball really well. Bud Clark, I mentioned, is MEAC's offense. I think Mount St. Mary's has the long guards that can kind of give Bud Clark, a short point guard, a lot of trouble. I almost think this is a bluff by the books. They know this is a small market spot where there's not a lot of people. There's not going to be a lot of wagers on this Mount St. Mary's and MEAC game. If you're going to bluff, you can't bluff on a game like St. John's where there's going to be so much action, but you can bluff on a game where there won't be as much action. Is this 2 points just trying to shove everybody off Mount St. Mary's? Because like you just said, how could you back Mount St. Mary's after the market's spoken like that? I really like Mount St. Mary's. I'm definitely not getting off them at all. Jimmy, I hope you have a great day. I'm sorry I got to get out of here.
No
this is really fun. I hope we can continue doing this. I hope everybody cashes some tickets today. I got my card in the chat. Jimmy will show it up again. I know I'm not going to talk about New Mexico here. I don't have enough time to, but Patino's kid, this is the season where all the Patino coaches are really shining, and it's March. I think you're going to see it again here tonight. That Boise team's very popular with public. I think a lot of people expect Boise to win here, and I think this is New Mexico's year. Love you guys. Hope you have a great day. Let's win lots of money. Jimmy, you're not allowed to change that shirt till you get to San Antonio.
I love it. There he is, Morgan Spooner. I'm going to pop his card in here into the chat. Let me just a couple too many digits. Still too many. Oh no, there we go. So that's Spooner's action. We're going to go over a lot of that soon. Jose is rushing back to his spot, to his house, so he's going to be jumping on with us in about 15 minutes. So we'll just roll on here. We also have major bets from Wine Time, and we also have Daby Cab going to be joining us again soon. So let's just stay focused and move forward here. And certainly Spooner will get me off moving on MEAC first half or anything related to that. So let's roll on to our next spot and set it up and just keep moving through the card. My first action is finally taking place. Being jealous of you guys here with all of the action you guys have. I've been extremely jealous. Let's just go quick review. Michigan State up 10 on Oregon. Auburn 29-22 at half over Ole Miss. Wichita State, Memphis tied at 39 with 3 seconds left there. And St. Louis, Chicago is starting up right now. That's my first half under 66.5. I believe it moved to 66. And if I wanted it live, they messed with you at 3. They're 67.5, but it's minus 150 to the under. Kennesaw State, 9 minutes away from taking out Liberty. And then we have Grambling, Alabama State. I cannot believe I cashed with all 4 of these SWAC teams in their last game, and I'm not moving on any of them. All right, let's roll. Let's get back to business here. 9 p.m. Eastern. We have the Big Ten tournament quarters. Number 20 ranked Purdue Boilermakers, 22-10, 13-7 in the Big Ten, and the number 22 ranked Michigan Wolverines, 22-9, 14-6 in the Big Ten. Very underwhelming victory for Purdue over USC to get their tourney started. And now you have a Wolverine squad that's lost 3 straight in the Big Ten. I mean, this team was 14-3 in conference rolling. Then they lose at home to Illinois by 20. And they lose at home to the Terps by 6. And they go into Michigan State and deliver no Rebenga whatsoever and lose by 17. What the hell are they going to give us now? Purdue has done very little this year to make me want to have action on them. Nothing has changed here. They didn't look very good against USC. They haven't looked good in a while. They lost 4 straight games there in mid-February when you want to be sharpening up the tools. They faced Michigan twice. At home, Purdue destroyed Michigan. Maybe that was the sign on January 24th that the Wolverines weren't that good. Purdue destroyed them 91-64. That was started a 4-game winning streak. And then what stopped that 4-game winning streak was a 75-73 loss at Michigan. It's very difficult. Plush, that was a thing of beauty. Your Kennesaw team total over, my man. It's very difficult to find any angle where you can have confidence in what Michigan's been doing. Maybe the market can give us a little bit. This opened up with Michigan +3. They're now +2.5. It did get down to a flat 2 at 9:30 this morning. So you can say, okay, well, there's been a half-point move towards the Wolverines. When we get to the total for this one, we have here we go. When we get to the total, we have a 147.5. It's minus 112 to the under. It's open minus 110 to the under. So we had 2 cents of movement to the under. When we get to the cash flow, we have, here we go. We have 43% of the tickets and 30% of the cash on Michigan. The line's moving slightly towards them. 81 and 81 on the over. If this was based purely on the market, I'd be very interested in backing the Wolverines here. I don't know how you can. In fact, I don't really know how you can back either of these basketball teams. And do I think the Wolverines can flip a switch and turn it on? Honestly, no. Do I think they need to turn it on to beat the Boilermakers? No. I don't want to be involved in this one. Nothing. These are 2 teams I don't trust, and I'm not going to put my money on either of them. And I want to fade them. Give me the opportunity to fade them. And whoever wins this game, unless it's Michigan, I may not fade Michigan next game. But if Purdue wins this game, I want to fade them. I don't trust them. We talk about UCLA being unranked and the Boilermakers being ranked. I don't know. I would bet UCLA if they were playing Purdue right now. Let's roll on. Our next spot on the board, American Athletic Conference Championship quarters. We have East Carolina and UAB. We're in Fort Worth, Texas for this spot. Blazers are a good basketball team. And East Carolina situationally can be backed. They got by UTSA yesterday, 70-65. That was on the heels of getting destroyed to close out the season against Florida Atlantic. That stopped their winning streak. We have UAB, who has lost 2 of their last 3 games, but they lose at home to Memphis. There's really no shame in that. They beat Florida Atlantic on seniors night for them, and then they closed the season with a poor performance at Tulane, where it was Tulane's senior night. East Carolina closed the season quite strong, winners of 7 of 9. They faced UAB just once this year, one time, and it was at home, and they beat UAB by 7. I guess you could say this is, a team coming together down the stretch, but I think it's pretty clear that the Blazers are the better squad. I mean, Blazers were 3 games better than them in conference. As I said, Blazers lose 2 of 3, but they had won 4 straight before the 2 of 3. They had won 7 of 8 before the 2 of 3. The only loss in that 7 of 8 was at East Carolina. I think UAB is more than capable of delivering Rebenga, but at what price point? And Spooner saying Michigan spot in his opinion. Yeah, I get it. I don't think I can trust them. But let's move on to the line history for this one. This is the 9 p.m. action. We have a total of 150. It's juiced to the under at minus 111. This opened up at 151.5, so we have a 1.5 move towards that under. Let's get to the point spread. From a spread perspective, we have UAB minus 5.5 at minus 102. This opened up at 5, dropped to 4.5 at 9:30 in the morning, then got back up to 5.5. At that point, that 5.5 was heavily juiced. It looks like a 6 was coming, and I'm sure some books dropped 6s. If that was the high water mark at 12:08 p.m., there's been 13 cents of buyback on East Carolina, but still, it's a move in the wrong direction. Let's get the cash flow. I think this will be helpful and telling. We have 47% of tickets and 48% of cash on UAB. Eastern Carolina is 53 and 52, 62 and 66 on the over. Res Mob, steady mob and respect, my guy. Thank you for the kind words. I want the Blazers here. This isn't a for sure bet, and this only had the one meeting in the regular season. The spots where a team has lost twice to their opponent in the regular season and is a favorite that has increased is undefeated for me in the last week, this week's action. So I like the Blazers here. Big shout out to Penny Bombs, who just signed up for the NCAA bracket. Mr. Bombs is in. Remember, we have the bracket and the confidence pool. Both are extremely fun and very different. I would definitely hope that you guys sign up for us. And everybody in San Antonio with us next week, I hope you're in. Shout out to Penny Bombs, who just signed up. So here we go. I expect to be on the Blazers. We'll see how it bangs out as we get a little closer. And then after the show, when I send my action in. We are often racing with the 2 p.m. basketball games as well. They've started scoring in St. Louis, Chicago. It's 4-4, but we're 2.5 minutes in. We have the under 66.5 to get our card started. So be keeping a very close eye on that one. Let's roll on. Saturated says, I bet it takes a hell of a capper to win that bracket contest. It's funny, Saturated. I can't remember who won last year. I think it was an Illini fan, but I can't remember. Let's move on. 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the WAC tournament semis. Seattle U Redhawks. We've already heard from Spooner backing his Redhawks. I joined them on the Redhawks yesterday. Redhawks was a nice example here of a team that had lost to their opponent, was a favorite, got bigger, and cashed. At Utah Valley Wolverines, 24-7, 15-1 in the WAC Orleans Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. There he is, our champion. Is that what you like to be called, Saturated? Champion? I was trying to pick the word. Our defending champion, Saturated, in the bracket contest. All right, let's get into the line history and the setup here for this spot. Seattle U Redhawks. I mean, they're going up against the class of the conference here in Utah Valley. Utah Valley's looked very good this year, 15-1 in conference. Is Seattle U getting hot at the right time or hot enough to make this a game? I think so. Let's take a look at the line history and set this one up from an X's and O's factor and talk about the recent games these teams have played. First off, let's go to the recent games. Move over here. Oregon trying to get within the number, and it doesn't help with the Spartans missing free throws. But let's get into this one here. We also are getting closer to being joined by Wine Time Sports here for 5 straight. We're actually 2 games away from Wine Time taking over. And then right after that, we have Kentucky, Alabama with both Wine Time and Daby Cab. Seattle is playing their best basketball of the year at the right time. and Utah Valley has been an absolute juggernaut. But Utah Valley barely got past Seattle at home on the 22nd of February. Utah Valley won 61-55 in that one. It was a bit of a rock fight. Let's get into the line history as well. Both times Seattle's played Utah Valley, it's been extremely tight. Okay, Cab has the last one, won't be able to get on. Okay, no worries. Cab's not going to be able to get on, but he's given us a bunch of his action here. It'll just be wine time. We have Utah Valley traveling to Seattle. Utah Valley won by 4. Then Seattle travels to Utah Valley. Utah Valley wins by 6. Why can't Seattle keep this close? Seattle's won 4 of 5. It should have been a comfortable victory for us yesterday. It didn't turn out to be a comfortable victory. We have a very low number, and I think it's right. You know, I like it that it's a low number. This opened up at 2 and has moved to 3. Of course, if you put out now maybe I stay off of it because it's just a 1-point move, and I've not been succeeding because you could say Utah Valley is the better basketball team. Who would argue with that? Utah Valley went 15-1 in conference. Seattle went 8-8. They put down a very low line. Of course, the cappers are betting Utah Valley to cover a 2. I mean, that's 1 bucket. They're saying they're just 1 bucket better. Let's get to the total here. From a total standpoint, we have this one here at a 132.5 minus 118 to the under. This opened up at 134. Both these games have gone really low scoring. Spooner here says Seattle could win this conference. The offense is holding them back, but if shots go in, their defense allows them to beat anyone. Ronnie Lofton cashing with Michigan State minus 6.5. I like it. Great job, Ronnie. Let's get to the cash flow here because I think this will be also quite helpful. We have 52% of the tickets and 36% of the cash on Seattle. That's interesting. I'm quite surprised that that's the situation we're in. I would thought that Utah would have been public. 74 and 76 on the over. I don't know if I can get there. I'm going to have Seattle as a question mark. I don't know if I can get there. You know, we talk about lines that don't make sense. You know, I think this line does make sense. Maybe 2 is too short. Maybe it should open at 3.5. But the Gauchos line made no sense to me yesterday. And of course, the Gauchos go ahead and are victorious. Let's get into this next spot on the board. But the market kept me off of a loser yesterday. And now they face the mighty Tritons. There's Spenny Penny Bomb says, got my ticket for Pub March Madness Pool. Can't wait for Pubapalooza. Spenny, my guy. Mr. Bombs himself. God, he's a lot of fun. I cannot wait. God, next week, we're just a few days away. Let's talk about the Tritons here in the Big West semis. Tritons want a spot in the dance. And they played very, very well throughout this whole season. The class of the conference at 18-2, 1 game up on UC Irvine. CSUN is not around anymore, thanks to this victory by the Gauchos. Gauchos sure stepped up when they needed to. Let's talk about the Gauchos here. They faced the Tritons just once this year. They traveled to UC San Diego and lost by 14. UC San Diego's been off for a little bit. We have not seen them since that win over UC Davis, that very easy win over UC Davis. They're in a real legit winning streak right now. This team, they had that hiccup at UC Riverside. We were on UC Riverside on that day, but that hiccup since then, just win after win after win after win. They've won 13 straight games, and they want to be in the dance. There's no reason why they won't be in the dance. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have a total at 137.5. It's minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 141, so we have a 4-point move towards the under. And then on the point spread here, we have sorry about that. On the spread, we have UC San Diego minus 11.5. This opened up at 10. It's now moved to 11.5. I mean, it's a clear sign that they are ready to go. In saying that, I don't know don't know if I want to be on the Tritons. I think it's going to be more fun to back UC San Diego, in the tourney as a dog. We have Cal Poly, of course, and the Anteaters on the other side of this. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. What's up, Jose?
Hello.
You're back in. Oh, you just made back home. What's up, my man? We're at the last spot. We have our guy Wine Time coming in on the next game here. But thank you so much for rushing back. 63% of the tickets and 88% of the cash is on UC Santa Barbara. I don't think the Gauchos are that good. There's only 12% of the money on UC San Diego, and this line's moving towards them. I'm trying my hardest not to double up on spots, but I think UC San Diego is in a smash and grab situation here, and I plan to move on them. All right. Let's roll into our 5-game slate with Wine Time Sports. I know Wine Time is in the chat. We have monster games here for Wine Time, and he's moving on all of them. We have 5 straight games here now. Big games where Wine Time has made moves here. Wine Time got his day off to a winning start. That is crucial. That's very, very important. So without further ado, please welcome back our guy, Los Angeles, California native, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good? Congratulations on getting the day started with a winner.
Yeah, we took the loss on that under in that first game, so it's a 1-1 start. But this Wichita State game, it's playing out to be a good game, as I thought. Ended up moving on Loyola Chicago, put it in the chat. I believe I tweeted out as well.
They just went off.
Yeah.
17-8 now. They just went off Loyola Chicago at 17-8.
I love to see that, man. I'd love to see that. That was about 30 minutes ago. I moved on that. But yeah, we got a really good card still to talk about, so I'm excited.
Here we go. Wine Time back. Oh, wow. Now 19-8. Loyola just taking over right now. And that putting the first half under in jeopardy. All right, let's roll Wine Time. We get started with your card. Big East Tournament Semifinal. UConn Huskies 23-9, 14-6 in the Big East. At the Creighton Blue Jays 23-9, 15-5 in the Big East. We're at Madison Square Garden in New York. Let's get this one all set up here. So I'm going to move a couple things here, and let's roll. A big one with UConn in play. Let's get into the line history. I will add a couple of things here. I was close to making a bet here, so I've got some things a little bit messed up. But Creighton +4. It was a very underwhelming performance against DePaul. I didn't want anything to do with Creighton yesterday. I came close to DePaul. I wish I had the balls to have pulled the trigger. There's been no line movement here. Creighton opening up +4 at -108. And here they are +4 at -108. Let's get into the total for this one. From a total side of things, we have the 138.5. This one is dropping. It opened up at 139.5. We've dropped a point to 138.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, it's pretty much a 50-50 proposition. You got 44% of the tickets and 49% of the cash on UConn. You have 73 and 70 on the over, and it continues to drop. Take it away for us here one time. I'll get some stuff set up as well, but take it away. Huskies, Blue Jays at MSG.
Yeah, very underwhelming victory for Creighton last night. If anyone watched that double OT against DePaul. Not only that, they had to give it everything they had to those last final 2 minutes. Turnovers turned into 3-pointers. It was crazy how they turned it on there in the last 2 minutes to not even make it a ball game, but to actually tie it up and to go into overtime. And then Creighton goes up, I think 6 points at some point in overtime. DePaul does the same thing in the final minute. Turnovers and are able to score the bucket, take advantage of those turnovers. And they forced double overtime. This game was way close. It shouldn't have been. Creighton is a much better team. Coming off a double overtime win now up against DePaul. DePaul, underwhelming team these last couple of years. I was rooting for them to win that game yesterday just because the coach he's in those players' ears. He was trying to motivate them in the timeouts and stuff. And they ran out of gas. They just don't have the talent that Creighton does. UConn does still have some pretty good talent over there, and they still have a really good coach over there in Hurley. They're still the champs. They're back-to-backers, man. UConn, though, not playing their best basketball this season by any means. It's kind of crazy, the fall-off that we've seen this season. from UConn. Hurley had the chance to go coach the Los Angeles Lakers, turned down the job, came back to UConn. Seems like he's kind of been over his head a little bit. I mean, I guess deservedly so, because he's won back-to-back national championships, and it's hard enough to win one. And the fact that he did it back-to-back, coming to a school like UConn, that's known for their basketball and has just done absolutely a terrific job with them. That being said, this is a UConn spot for me. I'm on UConn minus 3.5. I think Creighton gave it everything they had to yesterday. If they find themselves down double digits to UConn, UConn's not going to give that lead up. DePaul did, because it's one of the worst teams in their conference. That being said, I'm on UConn minus 3.5 here. I love it. I got it in last night, minus 110. I like to see that it's at a minus 4 right now. I would have liked to see it more. I thought it was going to trend a little bit more towards a 4.5. We might get there still, because we still have plenty of time. And if so, I'm going to love it. If it gets back down to a 3.5 at some point today, we'll see. But like I said, Creighton, I just think they gave all their energy into yesterday. And those players, they were jumping up and down the court. When they took that lead in double overtime to steal the win, they were stoked. They got the win. I think this is going to be too much, though. UConn's going to be too much for them. UConn's going to take care of business.
UConn faced Creighton at home on January 18th, lost 68-63. Then played Creighton again at Creighton and won 70-66 on February 11th. UConn finished very strong. I get nervous fading Creighton off of what we saw yesterday. I get nervous, but I can understand an underwhelming performance. This is, where UConn is, two-time defending champs. So why wouldn't they step up here? And so I get it. I'm off of this spot. Wine time on UConn minus 3.5 at minus 110. Let's move on to Wine Time's next action, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. It's the SEC semis here. We have, the quarters. The number 15th ranked Kentucky Wildcats, 22-10, 10-8 in conference. At the number 5 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide, 24-7, 13-5 in conference. Let's set this one up here. We have Kentucky coming off the 85-84 underwhelming victory over Oklahoma. This was going to be a Daby Cab spot. He's on Kentucky plus 7.5. Daby Cab backing the Wildcats here. Last time we saw Alabama, they went into Auburn and beat them in overtime. It was an important victory for them. They'd lost 2 in a row. They'd lost at Tennessee by 3 and at home to Florida by 5. But Alabama will be a thorn in Capper's or opponent's sides come the tourney. Kentucky and Alabama, they faced each other twice. Kentucky played Alabama at home on January 18th and lost 102-97. Then they traveled to Alabama and lost by margin 96-83. Let's set up the line history for this spot. We have, here we go. Okay, let's set up the line history. Here we have this total, as you would imagine, extremely high. Say 179. It opened up at 180. So it is juiced to the over. So maybe it's dropped a quarter of a point. Certainly hasn't dropped a half point. Let's move on to the spread. We have Alabama -7 at -110. They opened up at -6. We've had a 1-point move towards Alabama. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have, here we go. We have 77% of the tickets and 60% of the cash on Kentucky. Public on Kentucky. Alabama is just 23% of the tickets and 40% of the cash. 66 and 72 on the over. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Wildcats, Crimson Tide at Bridgestone.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised to see this much movement towards Alabama here. I got in last night at -5.5, thinking, just absolutely amazing. Seeing it here at 7.5 now. To be honest, I haven't even looked at this game since I capped it earlier and didn't even notice that it got to a 7.5. Absolutely love to see that, and seeing the public right now humping up on Kentucky. And these are two of the best offenses in the nation right here, guys. I mean, scoring offenses, both these teams can put the ball in the bucket. They're ranked like this for a reason. Alabama, in my opinion, probably is the best offensive team in the nation. They can hit that 3 ball, but so can UK, man. Kentucky can hit the 3 too, very efficient. I just think this is going to be an Alabama spot. I think we're going to see an absolute war, though, between Marcus Spears and Owie, the guy on Kentucky. I think both these guys are going to have huge days. Both of their point props is over 21.5, 20 and 20, between 20.5 and 21.5 for both of them. Seems like they're going to be going back and forth all game long. This total is most likely going to go over because both these teams can absolutely score and shoot it. And one of them, when they get hot, they can get hot. And both these teams can get hot. I'm on Alabama, though. I love that it went to -7.5. I got the 5.5 last night, destroyed this line movement. And looking at the market, it's moved. I mean, why is it moving towards Alabama if most of the public's on Kentucky right now? So I'm all over this here in this spot. Love Alabama -5.5 here.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
7.5. I don't know if I would take it, to be honest. I mean, do I think they can still cover it? Yeah, but I got 2 points in value here that I'm just gonna stick with. And yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm jealous. That's a nice job. Nice job. One time on Alabama -5.5. Tweeted it all out. I hope you guys follow him on X. Let's move on to the Big 12 semis. Arizona Wildcats 21-11, 14-6 in the Big 12. The number 9 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders 25-7, 15-5 in the Big 12. We're at T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. Arizona took care of business against Kansas 88-77 yesterday. Texas Tech was very underwhelming in their 4th straight victory, 76-74 over Baylor yesterday. It was a mistake. 7-3 yesterday with half-point loss, 1-point loss, and then this one was just a clear mistake. These teams faced each other twice. So Arizona went to Texas Tech and lost by 16 on January 18th. It was a real sign of how good Texas Tech was. And then they played Texas Tech at home and took care of business, won 82-73, and looked good doing it. Let's get into the line history here. We have Texas Tech right now -2 at even money. Wow. They opened up -2, -112. So we've had a 9 or 10 cent move, depending on what side you're on, towards the Wildcats. From a total perspective here, we have a 152.5 -112 to the under. It's opened up at 153.5, so we have a 1-point move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 43% of tickets and 46% of cash on Texas Tech, 63 and 67 on the over. The market is telling me that Arizona is really live here. That Texas Tech may be sort of going through the motions a little bit, but obviously I'm saying that because of what I just witnessed yesterday. Take it away for us here one time. Wildcats, Red Raiders.
Yeah, I moved on this last night. I didn't beat this line movement because my book's giving me -2 now. I got -2.5 here. I just want to double check. Yeah, -2.5, -110. I was on Texas Tech. This is a team I believe in when it comes to these conferences. I wasn't on them yesterday personally. Didn't want to back them. Didn't feel like it was the right spot for me. Today, I do feel like this is the right spot to back them, even though it does seem like more of a public side here. Line movement going towards Arizona, now down to a +2. Listen, Arizona, this is a good team. You've got Caleb Love. That guy can absolutely go out there and hoop. Texas Tech, I believe that this team's so deep with Toppin, Darian Williams. That guy's going to be playing in the NBA. Elijah Hawkins, all these guys, and their bench too. These guys, they've just got so much depth on this team. But then there's another question: is how much do they really want this game? They already have locked into the tournament, I guess, for seeding purposes. We can say that. Maybe this team needs a little bit of rest. I know Williams has been banged up a little bit this year, and I know Toppin's kind of like the top scorer on that team, but he's the true leader and best player on that team. And when he's right, he's right. He hasn't looked right lately, though. If he is, I believe that he is banged up a little bit. Maybe they want to take some time off here. That would be my only reason to think Arizona could beat these guys. But I think if you look at the X's and O's and from a talent standpoint, I think Texas Tech has the better roster. I liked backing Texas Tech early in the season at home in certain spots when they weren't ranked, and all of a sudden they're the number 9 team in the nation. I knew how good this team was from the first time I saw them play. And they've just gone up from there. It's crazy to see. This is going to be a team I'm going to be backing next week. And I'm backing them here. So I'm on a -2.5. I still like the 2, even though it's going against me. I don't like that because my ROI is not good when that happens. But I'm going to guess that maybe this goes back to a 2.5, hopefully. We still have a lot of time before tip off. We're seeing these lines go everywhere. UCLA was a 1.5 on my book here about 15 minutes ago as well. So these lines are kind of going everywhere right now. I think Texas Tech is the side here, so I'm on them.
Yeah, I get it. It makes me really uncomfortable.
And I cashed with Arizona yesterday. I was on them last night, and it sucks to be against them today because they played really well. But I think Texas Tech, if they want to win this game, they can. Like they very well should.
Oh, I feel you. All right, and I want to be involved with Texas Tech next week.
Yeah,
so. And then obviously I'm affected because I was on Texas Tech. I expected them to take out Baylor, and they certainly did not. Let's roll on to the next spot on your card here. Wine time. Let me move this over here. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the ACC semis. Number 10 ranked Clemson Tigers, 27-5, 18-2 in conference. At the number 13 ranked Louisville Cardinals, 26-6, 18-2 in conference. Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. Two very good teams facing off. Now, I was on SMU yesterday, +7. The line moved a half point away from me. Still took care of business. And, it was an underwhelming performance by Clemson. We have Louisville here, underwhelming performance against Stanford. Two teams that have underwhelmed, two teams that are, top 15 in the nation. They have faced each other, but they've only faced each other once this year. Clemson went to Louisville and lost by 10 on January 7th. That was the only time that these teams met. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. We have coin on Clemson. The Juice talking about the Clemson guard injured. Let's get into the line history. On the total, we have a 142 -109 to the under. This opened up at 142, dropped to 141. Now we're back at 142. And then when we get to the point spread, here we have Clemson -2 and -105. They opened up at -1, a 1-point move toward Clemson. And when we get to the cash flow, it's a 50-50 situation. 53% of the tickets on Clemson, 52% of the cash, 80% tickets, and 83% cash on the under. Take it away for us here one time at Clemson, Louisville at the Spectrum Center in Charlotte.
Yeah, another spot I moved on yesterday. I'm on Clemson, guys. I hate to fade Louisville as good of basketball they've been playing, but Clemson is playing some really great basketball right now, too. Chase Hunter, one of the better scorers in the game right now. I'm not sure if he said it could be Chase. If he's hurt, then we're in big trouble, but the line doesn't indicate that because if Chase Hunter's hurt, Louisville is 100% the favorite. Louisville relies heavily off Terrence Edwards and a guy named Chucky Hepburn. These guys do majority of their scoring. A really good dynamic duo over there, the 1-2 punch for them. They've got some other good role players as well. Clemson, they've got Chase Hunter. They've got Lachlan, the center, as well. That can give you a double-double on any given night, I believe. I'm on Clemson here. Oh, he said Dylan Hunter is his bro. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it's not Chase. Yeah, I figured. Okay. Yeah, I'm on Clemson here. I'm on the money line, -110. Got in last night. I think they're going to take care of business. I like that they're a -2 now. This is probably going to get to a 2.5, I'm going to guess. It's about 50-50 ticket split right now in the market, but I think Clemson is going to take care of business here. Both these teams are already locked in the tournament next week, but I think Clemson's going to take care of business here. Louisville's going to go home a little bit early. Clemson money line, -110.
You are locked in, beating a lot of these market moves. Fantastic job. Let's get into our final spot with wine time. Then Jose and I will talk the 3 late games. WAC, Big West, Mountain West. Then we have NBA with wine time and LJ from HTown. And then LJ going to stick around here. Okay, no, Jose's not going to be able to here with me. So that's fine. I'll take the last 3 games here. And rock with them. So let's roll. All good. Next spot on the board here for wine time is the spot that Spooner wanted to talk about. Believing in young Patino to take these Lobos to high places, and this is the opportunity to deliver. Let's get into it right now. We have, here we go. And here we go. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. All right. So the last spot here on Wine Times card, and it's a beauty. Boise State, New Mexico. I catched with Boise State yesterday. I felt very good. A very clinical victory, 62-52. They've been playing good basketball. New Mexico, been great all year. The class of the conference, a game up on Colorado State. The Broncos, though, really came on. They'd won 5 straight games before they lost at home to Colorado State, then took out San Diego State yesterday. They'd won 9 of 11 going into yesterday, now 10 of 12. And they faced New Mexico. They played them at home and beat them 86-78 just a few weeks ago. Earlier in the year, they went to New Mexico and got crushed by 19. So 2 completely different basketball games. Let's get into the line history here and see what Wine Time did. We have New Mexico right now -1, -109. They opened up -1 and -108. They got up to -2.5 at 9 in the morning. And now we're back to a 1. Now we're back to no movement. That's fascinating. A bit of a surprise to see it. Let's get to the total. From a total side of things, we have a 147.5 -108 to the under. This opened up at 149. We've dropped a 1.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, and we see Spooner in the chat saying that he is on the Lobos. 61% of tickets, 51% of cash on New Mexico. A line not moving. 78 and 76 on the over. Take it away, Wine Time. Here we go. Boise State, New Mexico.
Man, yeah, I was sitting looking at that total last night around midnight, and I saw 148.5, and I was like, I want to move on this under. I just thought the total, I thought it was set a little bit too high, and to see the public is coming in and taking the over, and they've dropped it 2 whole points. I wish I would have moved on. I'm not going to move on it now, but I did move on a spot. Hate to be on the other side of my guy Spoons right here. I know he's on New Mexico. Sure, he has a great reasoning for it. I'm on Boise though here on the money line. I'm on him plus 100. I was pretty impressed at how they played against San Diego State yesterday. I was on the under in that spot, clear cut under, went under by like 25 points. I like the way Boise plays their defense. New Mexico already has a spot locked up. I don't know. I think this game means a lot more to Boise, and we're seeing definitely more of the public coming in on New Mexico, as they should, because they're the clear-cut better squad here. But we're not seeing this line move at all, which I absolutely love to see. I got in at the money line plus 100 yesterday. It's still plus 100 right now. So you can get the same line right now. This line did move and back towards New Mexico. Now it's moved towards Boise. It's looking like back towards Boise. So, yeah, I still like Boise here. It's going to be a fun late-night game. I'm excited to watch this one. It's going to be a fun basketball game.
It sure is. Boise for Wine Time. What did you get Boise at?
I got money line plus 100.
Plus 100.
As I'm looking at the book, I took it yesterday. It's still the same number.
Let's review Wine Time's late action. Wine Time's going to be right back with us in NBA and LJ from HTown as well. Boise at even money. Clemson at -110. Texas Tech -2.5 at -110. Alabama -5.5 at -110, and UConn -3.5 at -110 for our guy Wine Time Sports, who we're going to be seeing in probably 8 minutes. We'll have you back here in about 8 minutes. Wine Time, great work, my man. NBA next, and we got a huge NBA card for us to attack, and you'll be running nice. So let's get that money. Any last words before we see you back here in a second?
No, man. There's a reason why. Last night I stayed up late to cap this card because I was like, I gotta beat these line movements. And there's a reason why. When I get to San Antonio at noon that Wednesday, I'm gonna be one of the only ones in there, and I'm gonna be locked in. I'm gonna be on my laptop when everyone comes in from the airport around 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm gonna be ready to party with you guys because I want to have all my stuff in before that and not have to worry and stress about it. I at least want to cap it and see where I'm at on everything. So I'm looking forward to it.
I cannot wait, my man. Excellent work from Wine Time. He's going to be right back in business here with us shortly. Let's roll on. The first half under. Going to go right down to the wire. We have 3 spots late that I'll just do with you guys heads up. I haven't moved on them. We're going to start with the WAC Cal Baptist Lancers. Shout out to the Nutflush Allen family. Bailey Allen just graduated from Cal Baptist. She's now in med school in Montana. Cal Baptist, winners of 4 in a row, took out Tarleton State in a rock fight, 55-51 against Grand Canyon. I certainly left money on the table with Grand Canyon. I told you guys it was the first spot on the board that I wanted, which is a red flag. I know I'm always negative on those spots, as you guys know. And then when it came down, I wanted to let the market kind of percolate. And when I did, the public was all over Grand Canyon, and I got off of it. But I loved Grand Canyon coming in off that loss in overtime to Abilene Christian, and they took it out on UT Arlington. Cal Baptist has won 4 straight. You know, they're playing some good basketball. They went to Grand Canyon on February 22nd and lost 66-64. It was a very close game. They played Grand Canyon tough, and they beat Grand Canyon at home 85-71. So Grand Canyon knows exactly what they are up against here against Cal Baptist. And the Juice says Cal Baptist run is over today. It says the Grand Canyon has that crowd, of course, not far from Orleans Arena in Vegas is Grand Canyon. So let's go. Let's get into the line history here for this Grand Canyon spot. This totals at 142.5 minus 111 to the under. Opened up at 142, dropped to 141, and we are back at 142. Let's get to the point spread here for this one. From a spread perspective, Grand Canyon's minus 8.5. This opened up at 7.5 and is now at 8.5. A 1-point move towards Grand Canyon tells me that Grand Canyon more than capable of taking them to the woodshed. But those games that they played each other does give me pause. Certainly gives me pause. Let's go over them again here. I just want to go over them one more time. Speaking of which, though, this is the cash. Oh, shit. Sorry, I blew past it. This is the cash flow for the Grand Canyon spot. Just 16% of the tickets and 21% of the cash on Grand Canyon, and the line moving towards them. Wow. Feels like it's a Grand Canyon smash and grab. You know, Cal Baptist beats Grand Canyon at home badly, travels to Grand Canyon and barely loses, and now Grand Canyon's 8.5-point favorites. That's a lot of points, man. I can understand why the public's on the other side. They must be nervous seeing it move away from them. I'm going to need more time with this one, but it does feel like a kind of a smash and grab situation. This does not look good here. St. Louis going to the line. This does not look good. 2 minutes, 29 seconds left. I'm going to have to get very fortunate here to get out of this. That sucks. All right, there's 2:29 left. Have the under 66.5. We're sitting at 60. Not good. All right, let's move on. We got 2 more spots before we get into NBA. By the way, Ole Miss giving Auburn all they can handle right now. Giving them all they can handle. Next up for us is 11:30 p.m. Eastern action, Big West Championship semis. Cal Poly looked very good last night, man. 16-18, just 8-12 in the Big West. At UC Irvine Anteaters, 27-5, 17-3 in the Big West. We're in Henderson, Nevada, and this UC Irvine team wants the Tritons. Can they get the Tritons is the question, because they certainly want a shot at them, but they have to get through Cal Poly right now, and Cal Poly running nice. It's a surprise to see Cal Poly here. They took care of UC Riverside and UC Davis, both by margin, both by double digits. This team is playing good basketball. They've won 5 straight. They've won 6 of 7. It was a massive losing streak to start the year. They faced UC Irvine twice. They lost at home in overtime. Now, they lost by 9, but it was in overtime at home. And then they went to UC Irvine and got absolutely demolished. It feels like this is just a different Cal Poly squad right now. Let's take a look at the line history. We got Cal Poly now plus 11. It is juiced to minus 116, but 10.5 across the board. This one is 11. It opened up at 10.5 and moved to 11, but it's a minus 116 on the 11. So it's basically a 10.5, and it's basically no movement. It just feels like Cal Poly is the now squad. Obviously, I'm taking these last 2 games maybe a little too close. Let's take a look at the total. This total is a 158. It's juiced to the over slightly at minus 111. This opened up at 155.5. So we've had a big move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow, we have the public on Cal Poly, 71% of tickets, 49% of cash. I don't want to be on the public side here. They're certainly playing good basketball. If you're setting up the line based on the body of work from the season, you would say it opens at 10.5 and it moves a point towards Cal Poly at 9.5. The book showing concern for the Cappers backing Cal Poly. That's not the case. So I'm not going to be involved in this one. Let's talk about the final spot on the board, game 38 of 38 college basketball games that we've capped together. Let's get into it. Mountain West Championship semis, Utah State Aggies 26-6, 15-5 in the Mountain West, at the Colorado State Rams 23-9, 16-4 in the Mountain West. We're at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. What a time to be in Vegas. Let's set this one up. This is a beauty here, and I fear the worst here in this St. Louis, Chicago spot. I don't want to look at it too closely. I don't think it's going to go well for me. Just too many fouls, man. Nonstop fouls. Oh, okay. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. The final spot on our board, Utah State, Colorado State. The Aggies are capable of turning it on like a switch, it seems. They had the loss at Boise State. Then they lose at Colorado State on March 1st, and they get destroyed 93-66. It certainly felt like a spot where Utah State didn't want to show them that much. That's what it felt like to me. And here, let's get into that. So they lose 93-66 at Colorado State. They'd beaten them at home. They'd beaten them 93-85. And to get destroyed, it just felt like they were keeping their cards too close to their chest, honestly. Let's get into the Colorado State Rams side of things. These guys are just dominating opponents. I mean, when they went into Boise State there, that was just last Friday, and took them out by 10. I was on Boise State. I saw firsthand how good Colorado State is, but this certainly feels like one of those spots like when Fordham got absolutely annihilated in the last game of the regular season, only to then come back, and obviously they were playing their cards close to the chest, not showing them anything, come back and beat that same opponent badly when it mattered. That's what it feels like. Let's go through the line history here. This total is at 145. It's minus 107 to the over. It's opened up at 149. We've dropped 4 points. Let's get to the point spread here for this one. Oh, God, it's going down to the wire. Let's go to the point spread here on this one. From a spread perspective, we have a pick'em. Now it's moved to Utah State minus 1.5. They've moved from +1 to minus 1.5 as Utah State. I don't know how you don't respect that. After losing by 30 to your opponent, fading the Colorado State Rams is a uncomfortable situation, and we have no cash flow at this point. This is the only game we have no cash flow information. So I'm sweating out this first half under. Let's see if we can get there before we get into NBA. It's coming right down to the wire. Could use a brick here. This line is absolutely crazy. If you were betting on line movement alone, you would be on Utah State. You just lost to your opponent by 30 points, and here you become the favorite at a pick'em with a worse record in conference play. I don't see how you wouldn't. I don't see how you wouldn't at this point. Now, I do not want to fade Colorado State, so I'm going to have to look at that a little more, and we'll do that once we have a cash flow information. All right, it is time now to move on to NBA. Thank you guys for rocking with us for the 38 games we had in college basketball. Let's go over one last review of college action here. Oh, God, I have a chance all of a sudden. I hate getting excited. Stacks play today. Number 1's the over 154.5 in the Auburn game. Number 2 is Boise State plus 1.5. Kongs Clips, Louisville money line, and Louisville and Houston money line parlay. We had Ross Pitts cash with VCU first half full game. Great job, Ross. Big Scott here. St. John's first half -2 and full game -3.5. North Carolina plus 7.5 in the under 155.5. Then we have, come on here. This is right down to the wire. Take your time, but you got to go for a two for one. You'd think. All right, we're coming down to the wire here. I need a brick. Can you deliver it for me? Can the Billikens deliver a brick for me before we get into the NBA? No, they can't. They just hit a 3. For fuck's sakes, that's that. God damn. I hate when you let go of a spot, you expect to lose, you get a little bit of hope, and then they pull out the dagger and stab you in the throat. And that's done. All right. 0 for 1 to start the day. Trash. I'm going to need Florida Atlantic to take care of business. Oh, that hurts. All right, let's move that away. Okay. Jerry Davis says, I don't have numbers to back it, but I've heard cappers saying that they're hitting over 60% fading these college basketball line flips. Yes, that is true, especially in non-Power 5 situations. Yes, that is true, Jerry Davis. We have Troy Torrance doing that as well. Okay. Thank you, Saturated. So more action. Spooner is on Kennesaw State plus 7.5. I believe that came through for him. He's on St. Louis plus 2.5. That's not looking very good right now. Jacksonville State -1, Toledo plus 8.5, Marquette plus 5, Maryland -1, Mount St. Mary's plus 6.5. He's also on Seattle plus 2.5 and New Mexico money line. Then we have a 9 Legacy is on Maryland, Louisville, and St. Louis all on the money line. J Dub was on the Bonnie's team total under 60.5. We have the Skunt Blaster on Illinois money line and a Purdue Boise State money line parlay. He's also on Jacksonville State money line. Black Thor King on Auburn -11.5. Gorky on Michigan State, Alabama, and Cougars as a 3-team money line spot. Then it's 3 o'clock. So let's skip the early games and go right to 3 p.m. games. I did move on Tennessee -9.5. Spooner is on Toledo. I moved on Norfolk first half. I have interest in Quinnipiac and interest in Marquette. Wine time here. Moved on Marquette money line. I have interest in Duke. A lot of interest in Duke. I think I get there. NCAA play today from Ron Crawford was Texas Tech. Cabs on Houston first half -3.5. I'm interested in the Gators. I'm very interested in Kent State. I think Kent State and South Carolina State are likely going to be on my card. I'm also interested in UAB. I want to look further into Seattle. Also, the Tritons, I want to look a little further, and I want to fade what the Gauchos did yesterday. Wine times on UConn -3.5, Alabama -5.5, Texas Tech -2.5, Clemson money line, and Boise money line. I have interest in Grand Canyon, and I need to figure out what's going on in the market with Utah State. That is our college basketball card for today. Let's bring on our NBA cappers and attack this NBA card. Let's get started here with joining us now for the first time in a while. He's going to cap NBA with us and NHL. He crushed the NBA card with us the last time he was with us. We'll have all the records set up for when we're down in San Antonio. Please welcome from Houston, Texas. Ready to get that cash, lead us to the glory. Please welcome our guy, LJ from HTown.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Sorry, let me do that again. Oh, I think what happened there was, I think Jose's still.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what the hell's happening now. Is Jose, are you? Okay.
Yo. Sports radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mac. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh.
LJ, what's good, man? How are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great, Jimmy. Happy Friday to you, man. Took off today. Enjoy the weekend. You know, I'm taking the wife and the son to the game tonight. So, hey, I'm looking to have a good weekend. So, wanted to come on with you, see if we can get some money and get this cash, my friend.
Let's do that. I just dropped 250 by 1.5 on that first half total. God, those are not fun sweats. Not fun sweats. Now, they're a lot of fun when you cash. Dutch Boy Fresh in the house came on at just the right time. Great to have Dutch Boy Fresh rolling with us. Let's bring back the most valuable capper on today's show. Los Angeles, California's own Wine Time Sports to the festivities. Wine Time, what is good, man? How are you?
What up, LJ? Good to be back here with you, man. It's been a month or so since we talked to NBA last. Good to be back here with you on a Friday, and let's get back to it, Jim.
Let's roll. Yes, Resmob, LJ Cap and NHL. We've been hoping to get an opportunity to do that together, and we have one today. But we have a massive NBA card. We're going to start with LJ and then flip each time who goes first. Occupancy in the house. What up, occupancy? Let's roll. We start with the Boston Celtics, 47-19, 24-7 on the road at the Miami Heat, 29-36, 15-16 at home at the CUSA Center in Miami, Florida. Boston 4-1 over their past 5, 27th fastest pace in the league, 95.6 possessions a game, shooting 46.2 from the field and 36.3 from three. Miami in the throes of despair right now. Wiggins doing the Wiggins type things. Lollygagging. That's what we call Wiggins up here. He's a lollygagger. 97.2 possessions a game, 18th in the league, shooting 45% from the field and 35.4 from three. Let's get this one set up and talk about the line history and the cash flow. These Celtics coming off that 118-112 loss at home to the Thunder, and that closed up the homestand. They're obviously an angry group, a very different homestand that the Heat have been facing. They've lost every single game of this homestand. They're through 4 right now. And I don't know how I was on them on Wednesday, but I was. The Clippers are such an enigma to me. This is also the first of a back-to-back. They face Memphis at Memphis tomorrow night. So this closes up a 5-game homestand. This is a bad spot for the Miami Heat. The Boston Celtics are also on the first half of a back-to-back with travel. As soon as this game's over, they fly up to New York and face Brooklyn. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and see what our experts plan on doing in this one. First off, we'll go with the spread. We have Boston -8 at -103. They opened -7.5 at -106. Now that opened up at 9:32 p.m. But if we want to talk about where this line opened up in the afternoon, it's quite a different story. It also, I mean, and that's what Jose uses the book that we used to play poker with. I use a different offshore, and we get told different stories. This line opened up at 10 at 3:37 p.m. and went to 10.5. 5 hours later, it's a 7.5. Even 50 minutes after they moved to 10.5, it moved to 9. So it tells you different stories here. Do you consider this a half-point move to Boston, or do you consider this a 2-point move to Miami? It's crucial, however you what book you tend to lean to for line movement. This total opened up at 214. It got up to 216, dropped down to 213.5. Now we're back at 215. So we're all over the map here. And then when we get to the cash flow, let's go here. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 75% of the tickets and 60% of the cash on the Celtics. The Heat have 25 and 40 on them. So, the Heat do look like a sort of a sharp side. But do you want to fade Boston off a loss? 89% of the tickets, 89% cash on the over. LJ from HTown, welcome to the show. The floor is yours. Celtics Heat, take it away.
Yeah, Jimmy, this is a perfect spot to take Boston off a loss. And the fact that the Miami Heat, I don't believe they're interested in winning games right now. So for those reasons, I'm on 2 spots in this game. I'm going to take Boston first half. Whatever number you can get me at, because I just believe on the road they play much better. They're finally back on the road after being home so long. So 10-3 spread, last 13 in the first half overall is what I got. So definitely going to take them there. They do have some questionable pieces, pretty much the whole starting lineup, but I believe 2 of those pieces play. I believe Tatum plays. And I believe somebody else plays. I don't think Porzingis is going to play. But the other guys, I think they're going to give it a go. Even if Jaylen Brown doesn't play, they may sit him down and let him play tomorrow and let Tatum rest tomorrow. But as long as Tatum is in the lineup, I have confidence that Boston is going to bounce back because he loves playing the Miami Heat. I mean, I remember a quote maybe a couple years ago in the playoffs. He's like, playing in Miami is like a second home, so he's very comfortable in this situation. Boston 10-0 against the spread on the road off a loss on the season so far. Also, they're 12-3 against the spread on the road in Miami since 2022. So they own this team. So I'm on Boston first half, and I'm also Tatum over 8.5 rebounds. Last couple of games he's played the Miami Heat, 8 rebounds, 12 rebounds, 11, 10, 10, averaging 10 rebounds in the playoffs game last year versus the Heat in 23. So I believe he also gets a double-double too, but I see the double minus 115. The over 8.5 is minus 120. So you could put me down for the over 8.5 rebounds. I believe he gets the double-double, but I don't like to double up like that on props too much, So let's just stick to the first half. Boston coming off a loss, 14-4 against the spread off a loss. So I wouldn't mind for a game, but I believe, they'll probably take the foot off the gas if they're up and Miami can squeak in, maybe cover that 8.5. It may close higher when we see everybody who gets ruled in. You may get a better number with Miami. But all that, I'm going to stick to Boston first half, and I'm going to take Tatum's rebounds over 8.5.
I will line shop for you, get you the best available. It's uncomfortable here because the shoot around's already taken place. Zingis was at shoot around. He's going to be in. Al Horford was upgraded to probable. So we've had shoot around take place, and still Brown, Tatum, and White have not been upgraded to probable. They're still questionable. Alec Burks and Jovic are out for the Heat, but there's nobody that you're questioning. We know it's Mitchell, Hero, Wiggins, Bam, and Ware 1 through 5. Wine time, take it away. Your thoughts on Celtics Heat?
Yeah, I believe Brown and Tatum are both going to play in this. I think one of them is going to sit tomorrow. I don't think KP is going to play today, though. But that being said, I moved on this yesterday, guys. I got the -8. Wish I could have got a 7.5, but I'm on the Boston Celtics -8, -110 here. Coming off a loss, Jim, we talked about the Thunder. Boston game on Wednesday. I gave out Thunder +140. I gave SGA 34+ points. Thunder to win +240. Picked up 3.8 units on that one game. Now we're going to go right to the Celtics here. We're going to get it back with them because coming off a loss, I just trust them here in this spot. Miami kind of going nowhere fast. Their starting five doesn't look horrible on paper, if I'm being completely honest. They got guys that can ball out there, but I think this is a Boston spot. When Boston starts getting hot from three, man, it's the best team in the NBA still. If you ask me, they're the champs for a reason. That when they get hot, no one can stop them. I'm on Boston here -8. I think they're going to take care of business. I was actually looking at that Tatum double-double before LJ brought up that rebound prop. That might be something I move on. I'm going to see what the best number I can get. I don't want to lay anything more than -110 though for a double-double, but I mean, he's obviously going to get over 10 points just if he can get 10 rebounds, and I think he can. So maybe even take. I wonder what his alternative.
-109 right now if you want it.
Okay, let me look. I want to see. I'm going to go to his rebounds. I want to see what the over 9.5 is.
I can get the 8.5 right now, -125. What did you get the 8.5 rebounds over, LJ?
What I got it at? Hold on. I think he said -120. I think I said. Hold on, let me look.
Okay, take a look. See if you can beat that.
For me right now, over 9.5, I can get a +120. I wonder what I can get. Hold on, I'm gonna see what I can get for this double-double.
Luka has been ruled out. Luka's been ruled out.
I figured that was going to happen. Yeah. That line is very telling what's going to happen in that game.
Yeah, I got -120.
-120. Okay, that's better. Okay, beautiful. All right, our boys are locked in. We got Tatum over 8.5 rebounds at -120. LJ's on the Celtics first half -4.5. Wine time on the Celtics -8. Was that regular VIG -110?
Yeah, -110. Yeah.
All right. Let's roll on here. Our next spot on the board, Pacers, Sixers, 7 p.m. Eastern. Pacers 36-28, 15-18 on the road at the. Oh, did I skip a game? No. Oh yeah, Pacers. Thank you, buddy. Pacers, Sixers. Sixers 22-43, 12-21 at home at Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We have the Pacers 2-3 over their past 5. Both teams playing at a similar pace, and both teams shooting the ball poorly. The Pacers at 10th fastest pace in the league, 100.8 possessions a game, shooting 46.4 from the field and 33.2 from three. Philadelphia 1-4 over their past 5, 8th fastest pace, 101.4 possessions a game, shooting 45.7 from the field and 32.3 from three. Let's look at the shoot around that's taking place because we're at 3 p.m. So we got lots of information. Siakam is a game time decision for the Pacers, listed as questionable. Right elbow inflammation is what he is dealing with. And then, as you can imagine, with the Sixers, it's a mess. Walker, Maxey, Lowry, George are out. Oubre is a game time decision. And Oubre, averaging 15 points a game. He's questionable with the right knee sprain. You have Quentin Grimes now questionable with a sickness. He's an illness. This is absolute well. You have Drummond game time decision, and he is listed as questionable to a left toe sprain. I guess that toe has been nagging him for a while, so it's a very ugly situation here to try and put the X's and O's together. The Pacers snapped their 3-game losing streak with that 115-114 home victory over the Milwaukee Bucks. This is the first of a back-to-back with travel. That was on Tuesday. This is the first of a back-to-back with travel. This is also the first of 3 games in 4 nights, all with travel. It's going to be tough. I mean, they probably get this one, and then at Milwaukee tomorrow, at Minnesota on Monday is not easy. Not easy, to say the least. And then the Sixers here right now, they don't have a back-to-back. They head to Dallas on Sunday, and that's the first of a 6-game road trip. We get to the line history. We'll start with the total. This total is a 231.5, slightly juiced to the over. This opened up at 231. It got up to 233. And now we're right back at 231.5. So we have had a half-point move to the over. Neither of these teams are shooting. They're not efficient right now. They're not shooting the ball well from 3. But is defense going to be played? This is now a 13. Pacers are 13-point favorites. This has come up from 11. Wine time, we start with you here for this one. Take it away, Pacer. Oh, I didn't talk cash flow. Let me do that here quickly. In that Celtics game, 89-89 on the over and 75-60. We went over that on the Celtics. Here, 45% of the tickets and 51% of the cash is on the Pacers, and 81-82 is on the over. Take it away, One Time. Your thoughts here?
Yeah. Sorry, a little off topic, but Wisconsin 7 of 8 from 3 to start right now. Absolutely wild. But yeah, I got nothing for you in this game, Jim. I mean, I don't see how you could have an angle in this one other than the Pacers smash these guys by 20 points. I could only move on the Pacers here. It's got to be a -13 for a reason here. I mean, you look at the starting lineup for the 76ers. I don't know how there's going to people actually be at the game tonight. Like it's absolutely wild. It's crazy. The 76ers should not want to win any games going throughout the rest of the season. I would only take the Pacers here. Nothing official for me on this one. This is a game I want nothing to do with player props wise because I don't know how many minutes I'm going to get from these Pacers players, especially if they're up by a lot. If you have some good player props on these 76ers, some of these role players that might step up here, I'd like to hear those, but I got nothing for you in this game.
I get it. It is not an appealing situation. GLB bet says system plays the over, but lineups are tough. I kind of like the under in the spot. The Pacers are on the first half of back-to-back, so there's no reason, like no one's going to play over 30 minutes a game. And then if the Sixers are missing players and a bunch of players, that you could have at least some defensive play with minimal efficiency offensively. Let's hear what LJ has to say about this spot. Take it away, LJ. Pacers, Sixers.
Yeah, I'd have nothing on the side of total as well. I was interested in Grimes, but now I see he's questionable. So that just throws my whole game plan off for us, trying to take his props. But yeah, Sixers, man, they've been traveling, they come home for this one game, then got to fly back out to Dallas on Sunday. Then they're here in Houston on Monday. It's just too much traveling, man. And their lineups is shaky, pretty much playing, whoever they want for the most part. They're 0-5 in their last 5 straight up at home versus the East. The Pacers are 0-4 in their last 4 straight up on the road versus the East. So I don't see nothing in this game. Like One Time said, the Pacers should smash these guys because they have the better roster. But I don't know if Siakam's going to play. You can take his points if he plays, but They've won the last 2 versus the Sixers by double digits, man. So they should take care of business. Pacers been struggling rebounding, but 76ers 4-12-1 against the spread versus teams at the bottom of rebounding. So terrible transition team. They're 26 offensively ranked last 10 games. So nothing in this game, Jimmy. I was interested in Grimes, but now that he's questionable, like I said, it just threw everything off. So I got nothing.
That's all good. Let's just roll on here. Move over to our next spot on the board. LA Clippers 36-30, 14-20 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks 32-34, 17-16 home at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Both teams 4-1 over their past 5. It's a much easier spot for Atlanta. Clippers are playing their 3rd in 4 games with constant travel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not the worst case of 3rd and 4 games because this isn't landing on the second half of back-to-back, but they had yesterday off, but just constant travel for the Clippers here. We watched them start out this road trip with that 127-120 loss at the Pelicans. I should not have faded them the next night. It was more of a bet on the Heat, but either angle was off and wrong. Hawks have won 4 straight games here, and they've had, they've swept this homestand. They're playing good basketball, but it ends here. They head up to New York, but they don't leave after the game. They don't play tomorrow. Irish King looking at Atlanta +4 here. Let's get into the line history and discuss who is expected to be in the lineup. Capella and Nance are out. Trae Young is a game time decision. Storm and Norman is out, but Trae's probable, so that's a good sign. Trae will be in the lineup. Simmons is a game time decision for the Clippers. Storm and Norman out. Listed as questionable, and he wasn't supposed to travel with the team, but he did, so he may be in. Man Bear Pig says Hawks and Grizzlies are the top plays. Let's get into the line history here. On the spread, we have Atlanta +5. They opened up at +3. It's a 2-point move towards the Clippers on the 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. This total is at 233. It's opened up at 232. We have climbed 1 point. And then when we get to the cash flow, 84% of the tickets, 85% of cash on the over. And on the spread, 58% of the tickets, 55% cash on the Atlanta Hawks. LJ, we head over to you for this one. Take it away, Clippers, Hawks.
Yeah, Jimmy, I am on the birds tonight. I'm riding with these Hawks at home, Friday night, front of the home crowd. They've been home 6 straight home games, 9 home games in their last 11 days. So they ain't pretty much went nowhere. They've been chilling at the crib. This is the last one. So I think they're going to want to go out with a bang in front of the crowd. And Clippers, they struggle on the road, especially as a road favorite. They're not good at all. They're more of a home favorite is how you play these Clippers. But on the road, final game of a 3-game road trip. This is their 8th road game in 11 games. 7 games in 11 days. So I'm thinking they're going to probably run out of gas at the end of this game. The Hawks, they like to speed the game up. They have a lot of shooters on their team. And the Clippers have just been in a lot of time zones, man. I don't think the body clock, is going to be too much of a factor in this game. And it's hard to beat a team twice, especially a feisty team like the Hawks, because the Clippers already beat them in LA earlier in the season. So I think the Hawks had this game circled, probably a little revenge spot for them. They are good in revenge games as well, 11-6 against the spread, and they covered 6 out of the last 7. So interesting spot for me with the Hawks right here. So I think I'm going to put my money behind them because the fact that the Clippers still don't have Norman Powell, and I think they struggle offensively, try to carry the load with Harden, and Leonard, trying to carry the load as well. So the fact that they don't have him still, I believe the Hawks can keep up with them and keep this margin close, Jimmy. So I am on the Hawks plus the 4.5.
We can get you 5 plus 5 and minus 109. This line moving towards the Clippers is insane. It moved to 5 at a pick'em at 1:41 p.m. So since then, it's moved 4 cents towards the Hawks, at least at the 5. It's always, to me. Well, you know what? Actually, I take that back. I I take that back. There's a few books that have moved to 5. That's a good sign. You don't want just this one offshore giving you the best line on your action. You want a few over there. So it makes it a little less concerning. LJ on the Hawks +5 at -109. Let's hear what Wine Time has to say about this one.
Shout out to my guy, Sharon Pulliam. Don't talk to my guy, Mike Trout, about like that, my man. Come on. But hey, about this game, I would only move on the Atlanta Hawks, but I just can't. I have a really bad read on these LA Clippers. I have all season long. Haven't been able to get a good read on them. I've been able to get a good read on these Hawks. And when I saw this line last night, I wanted it to move a little bit more towards the Hawks. I wanted this to be a +4 by the time we talked about it so I could move on them. If I was going to move on the Hawks, I would just take them on the money line. I think they can beat these guys outright in Atlanta. I might do it. We'll see before tip off here. I definitely like this spot. 58% of bets, 55% of money is on the Hawks. It seems like the line is moving away from them, but I'm going to do something a little different here, guys. I'm going to take the over 233.5 right here. Actually, I think there's going to be a lot of points scored between both teams and not a lot of defense played in the ATL tonight. And don't get me wrong, I think Hawks could win this game outright. I might end up moving on them. I like that LJ got a 5 too. I can't get a 5 right now at my book, but if I was going to get a 4.5, I would just take the money line with the Hawks. But I'm just going to take the over because I think there's going to be a lot of points scored here. It's going to come down to the wire. And if you have those points in your back pocket with the Hawks, probably cash with it. But I'm just going to take the over. I think this is total still isn't high enough, even though it's kind of gone up from the opening line. And we are seeing it being backed by the public, but we're seeing it move up. And I think this is only going to move up to probably a 234.5 before tip off. So I'm going to take it now, 233.5 over.
We can get you a flat 233. A flat 233. It just moved 30 minutes ago, moved 7 cents towards the under. So not only can we get you a flat 233, we can get you a -104. -104 over 2. Oh, sorry, -103. My bad. -103 over 233 for Wine Time. LJ on the Hawks +5. We're going to let LJ go back-to-back first off here, and then Wine Time will do back-to-back just because our next spot on the board is LJ's Houston Rockets facing a broken Dallas Mavericks team and fan base. Mavericks 33-34, 14-19 on the road at the Rockets, 41-25, 23-10 at home. We're at the Toyota Center in Houston, Texas. Dallas 1-4 over their past 5, 7th fastest pace, 101.7 possessions a game, and shooting the ball pretty well, 48.1 from the field, 36.5 from 3. Houston 4-1 over their past 5, 25th fastest pace, 96.4 possessions a game. Also shooting the ball decent, 47.5 from the field and 35 from 3. This spot here for the Mavericks, I screwed up, man. I should have had Spurs double result and Spurs full game. Instead, I took the Spurs -3 and -6, lost the -3 because Spurs only won by 2, and then cashed the 6 easily. It was a home or 2 in a row at Frostbank, and Dallas stepped up and snapped their 5-game losing streak in the first one and couldn't do it again, but tried. They're putting out a lot of effort. They've lost 6 of their last 7 games, but it's not a lack of effort. Taking on Houston this evening, these Houston Rockets here, let's get into their rest situation. The Rockets have won 4 straight games, but this is the first of a back-to-back with no travel. This is game 4 of a 6-game homestand. So they face Dallas here tonight. They face the Bulls on Saturday, and then they face the Sixers on Monday to close this up. Take a look at what's gone on since the shoot-around. We have Amen Thompson out and Reed Shepherd out, so no questions there. Of course, the questions are all surrounding the Dallas Mavericks. We have Lively, Hardy, Gafford, Davis all out. PJ Washington, a game-time decision here. He's questionable. He's missed 6 straight with the ankle injury. Obviously, they need him desperately. Whether or not he will be in the lineup, I don't know. Dante Exum, he is questionable as well. Hamstring injury. He played through it on Wednesday. Will he play through it here? So we don't know about Exum and Washington. We know Christie at the 2, Clay at the 3, and Edwards at the 5. Let's get into the line history and hand it over to LJ. Line history-wise, we have a 220 as a total. I'm looking at a bunch of 219.5s. This has come down from 223 down to 220, so a 3-point move towards the under. And then on this point spread, we have Dallas +12, -103. They opened up +11.5. Now, again, it depends on how you look at it. This was 9:32 p.m. It opened up plus 11.5, but this opened up at 13, in the afternoon. So if you're looking from the afternoon line, you're saying that this line has moved a point towards Dallas. If you're looking at the line from 9:30 p.m., this has moved a half point towards the Rockets. And when you go to the cash flow information, we have the 53% of tickets, 59% of cash on Houston, and 89 and 85 on the over. Take it away for us here, LJ. Mavericks, Rockets in Houston.
Yeah, Jimmy, my Houston Rockets. Like I said, I will be at this game tonight. This is a game that I usually pick every year because my wife loves Luka. But unfortunately, he's not with the team anymore. But I didn't want to sell the tickets. I was like, hey, it's a Friday night. We can get out, have a good time. Even if Luka's not on the team, why not we just go see the Rockets smash? So that's what we're doing, Jimmy. I am on the Rockets trifecta. First quarter -4, first half -7, full game minus the 11.5. Jimmy, because the Rockets, when they play their division, they smash. They're 15-5 straight up at home versus the West, 7-0 straight up at home versus the division. Now, I'm going to attack the first quarter simply for this reason. 40-25-1 in the first quarter against the spread are the Houston Rockets, 6-2 against the spread in the last 8 at home in the first quarter. Dallas, 1-4 against the spread the last 5 in the first quarter. So, Dallas is depleted, Jimmy. They don't have any ball handlers on their team. They struggle to score. And if they do struggle, they'll say they're going to turn the ball over because they don't have a true ball handler. And the Rockets thrive off these type of teams that can't handle the ball and can't rebound the ball. Because second chance points, Dallas, they're only averaging 6 offensive rebounds in their last 5 games. The Rockets are averaging 17.5 offensive rebounds 4 out of their last 5 games. So I believe the Rockets control the boards, dominate the glass. I believe they're going to play some feisty defense tonight. And they're just going to disrupt Dallas offense all game long, Jimmy. I don't see them coming any close. 4 out of the 6 home games the Rockets have played. So they've been home chilling. Like I mentioned, you said this is a back-to-back, but hey, we don't have to travel. We got the Bulls tomorrow night. Full disclosure, I would be on the under because the Rockets are 11-4 to the under with no rest. So just a small tidbit for tomorrow. But as far as this game, Jimmy, you know I like these situations. At home, Friday night, in front of your home crowd versus a horrible team like the Dallas Mavericks. Houston still fighting to stay in this playoff race. The fact that the Lakers have been losing, Houston can climb back up. Because if you look at their schedule, they only play 2 teams that's above 500 the rest of this month. So they could easily get a nice cushion and get back up in the standing, maybe the 2 or 3 seed, whatever the case may be. But I believe they're going to be ready to make a strong push into this playoffs. But they're going to smash tonight, Jimmy. So I'm on the trifecta, Houston Rockets.
First quarter -4, -103. First half -7, -111. Full game -12, -107 for LJ. Let's hear from Wine Time. Your plan for Mavericks Rockets.
Yeah, sweating out this Wichita State-Memphis game. Wichita State down 5 with a minute to go. Memphis is going to the line. It looks like, or they might be inbounding the ball. Nothing for me in this one, though, guys. Have fun at the game tonight, LJ. It's going to be a blast with the fam. Go watch. I mean, dude, it's nothing like going to an NBA game, I swear, and seeing all these guys, these giants out there right in front of you. It's crazy. It's such a good time. So I hope you enjoy it, my friend. And, yeah, I'm going to stay away from this one. Mavericks, man, I can't even tell you how many times I've been burned by them when I was on my losing streak the last 2 weeks. Probably took them every single game, it seemed like, and they lost every single time. So I'm not going to back them here. And I would only take the Rockets here because it's a lot of points, but it's a lot of points for a reason. Mavericks team is dead. The fan base is dead. It's actually kind of sad to see. I didn't think it was going to be like this. We'll see. I mean, you got Klay Thompson out there being your number 1 option pretty much. Max Christie out there. But this team looks ugly. So I got nothing in this game. It's going to be a hard pass for me.
I will roll us on to the next spot on the board. My bad, Nutflush. I see they said Ben Shepherd on the Pacers. We had the Ben Shepherd mix up a few days ago. It's in my head. I'll get you the Ben Shepherd, PRA. My apologies for not seeing the Pacers clearly there. Let's roll on. Wine Time going to open these next two spots for us. We have the Cavaliers, winners of 15 straight games. I've got them 7-1 to win the chip. Got in very late, but at least I'm in. Taking on Memphis in Memphis here, and they've been off for a couple days. So it's a rested Cavaliers squad. That's something we haven't said much this year. A rested Cavaliers squad. This team always seems to give it their all. They're a trustworthy bunch. We have the Grizzlies, winners of 4 straight. That's right on the heels of a 4-game losing streak. This is the first half of a back-to-back, but again, it's no travel. They host the Heat on Saturday. This is on Saturday while they're hosting the Heat. That'll be their 3rd game in 4 nights. But again, no travel does make things easier. Let's get into the line history and see what happened at the shoot-around, if there's any concern here. Aldama out, and Jackson is a game-time decision. Questionable right now. He's missed 5 straight for Jaren Jackson. Obviously, a very, very crucial asset that the team has. Then we have Hunter is a game-time decision. We know already that Donovan Mitchell's out, but will Hunter be playing? He's sick right now. Oh, he's listed as probable. Okay, so Hunter will be in, but no Mitchell. Let's get into the line history. Line history-wise, for Cavs, Memphis, we have Memphis right. Oh, shit. Sorry, that's first quarter. I was line shopping for LJ. We have Memphis plus 2.5. Now, that's at plus 102. They opened up at 2.5 and minus 107. Now 2.5 at 102. So we've had a 9-cent move away from Memphis, a 7-cent move towards the Cavs from 2.5 minus 105 to 2.5 minus 112. So very slight move towards the Cavaliers. On the total, we have a 244. It's minus 108 to the over. This is by far the highest total on the board, 9 clear of second. And we have it opening up at 244 minus 107. It's 244 minus 108. There's been no movement here. Dan Kelly says he got on Cleveland minus 1.5, minus 108 last night. Says glad to see the lines move a point in my favor, but I think the Cavs win by 10 plus. Cavs are on 2 days rest for the first time since February. There's a recent revenge factor in this game. When he watched Memphis in Cleveland, you could see that Ja badly wanted that game. Let's get to the cash flow for the Cavs Grizzlies spot. On the total, it's 54% of tickets on the over and 47% of cash. And on the spread, you have 78% of the tickets on the Cavs and 74% of cash. Wine time. Take us home, man. Cavs, Grizzlies.
Man, Wisconsin, 12 of 17 from 3. That is unheard of. Wow, that hurts. Yeah, moving on to this game, Jim. I really kind of want to move on the Memphis Grizzlies right now. As crazy as it sounds, I'm not a guy that usually backs the Grizzlies, but this seems like it could be a spot. Line might look a little bit fishy, but it's because Donovan Mitchell won't be playing in this one, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So maybe it's not so fishy. This line probably is right where it needs to be. In my opinion, Memphis at home here. This seems like a Memphis on the money line plus 120 spot right here. I think it could be good money here with the Memphis Grizzlies. Cleveland seems like they can't lose right now, and it seems like whoever they put that out there on the floor gets the job done. Good collective group they have over there. They've got a good bench over there, a really good head coach. They're doing everything the right way here. I'm really close to moving on the Grizzlies here. I'm not going to do it quite yet. I might end up adding this play later on. We'll see, but I'm really close to it. This to me looks like a Memphis Grizzlies spot, and I don't back the Grizzlies a whole lot. And when I haven't had the best luck backing them. But this just seems like a Grizzlies spot to me.
Let's hear what LJ has to say about the Grizzlies at home. FedEx Forum on a Friday night. LJ, you interested? I think you're muted, my man.
Okay, yeah. Hey, last year, Jimmy, this was a spot that I would have, attacked Memphis. I love a Friday night at home, but this ain't the same Memphis team, Jimmy. It's not the same Memphis team. 1-11-1 in their last 13 games against the spread. And that was before All-Star break. So they have been struggling, to say the least. Jared Jackson is questionable still, I believe. So if he doesn't play, he's the most important defensive piece. So If he doesn't play, I think Cleveland's going to eat in the paint because they got some trees that could get points and control the boards. So I'm really, really leaning Cavs, but I want to wait till the injury report to see who plays. It's really going to tell me who I'm going to take because the Cavs rest advantage 12-4 against the spread, 6-0 against the spread with 2 days rest on the road. So all the trends are pointing to the Cavs, even without Donovan Mitchell. I still believe they can put up points. Now, if you want to catch Memphis, I believe you catch them early. First quarter, I believe the team total is 29.5. They've scored 30-plus points their last 5 games versus the East at home, at least 30 points. So I believe that's a good look for them just to catch them early out the gate. But towards the end of the game, I believe they're going to digress because I believe once the Cavs go to their bench, they got more pieces that could, keep the scoring up and keep that lead going over Memphis because Memphis is wounded with Jared Jackson. And if you're asking Ja to do all this offensively, and still have to guard, Darius Garland around the court, coming off screens and picks, it's going to be hard. And he's kind of hobbly with that shoulder. So we already know when you're playing a game, they're going to hit that shoulder. They're going to try to wear down Ja because of the way he plays. So all that said, I'm leaning heavy to the Cavs, man. I want to take them, but I want to see if Jared Jackson's going to play. But I'm going to take a shot on the prop. I like Evan Mobley in this game because if Jared Jackson doesn't play, which more than likely he probably won't, in my opinion, I believe Evan Mobley's going to take advantage. So I'm going to jump on both of his PRA is over 35.5, minus 112 is what I got. I'm going to take that. And I'm going to take his double-double, minus 115. He had 25, 13, and 8 the last game versus Memphis. And that's what Jared Jackson played in that game. So I believe Mobley continues his stats. He was an all-star for a reason, in my opinion. He's been putting up the numbers. So I believe he can control the boys and get some offense going because he's going to be the main piece, the fact that Donovan Mitchell's not out, because Garland's going to look to distribute. So you're going to have Mobley controlling the boards. He even gets a couple of blocks, too. He plays both sides of the court, and that's why I like him. He's very improved from what we saw last year from Evan Mobley. That's one of the reasons why he was an all-star. So you also could look at Ja's assists over 6.5. I believe it's juiced, though, minus 150. You may add it to a little parlay piece because he's had 7 assists at home 5 out of his last 6 games. He had 10 assists versus the Cavs the last game. But like I said, Memphis turns the ball over too much. They're 2-6 against the spread in their last 8 games versus teams above 500. And the fact that they haven't been covering, I just can't, back them on this. Even though they're at home in front of their crowd, I just don't think they're going to have the Hawks to put up with the Cavs. But I'm going to lay low until the injury report comes out, and I will tweet it out to make sure you add it to the actions. I will at you and let you know what I've decided. But as far as now, heavy lean to the Cavs.
What was your PRA on Mobley?
35.5.
35.5. 35.5 minus 112. I'm looking at a 34.5, but it's minus 135. So
yeah,
35.5 minus 112. The double you got at minus 115 is a nice score. Right now, offshore at a sharp offshore, I'm looking at minus 131 here for Mobley. Our guy Sharon asked the question. I apologize. A member of our channel, I apologize that I missed it. And he was asking, and I imagine that you're going to say yes, you agree with it. But he was asking you, and I'll ask you, LJ. He asking, do you endorse the Dallas team total first half under?
Yes, I do, because I believe the Rockets are going to play defense, and if you can't get second chance points, I don't see how you're going to score enough. So yeah, I would endorse that. I believe the Rockets limit the possessions for the Mavs tonight.
Let's move on to our next spot on the board. The Orlando Magic paid me back a little bit last night. Unfortunately, I threw it down the toilet with the Sacramento Kings, but 1-on-1 day down vig. But Magic gave me a little bit of money back. It was a smash and grab that I'd been expecting from them multiple times. Of course, it wasn't a double up spot when they did, in fact, smash and grab. But it was an important win for them. Now they're on the second half of a back-to-back. This is also game 4 of a road trip. when they are at Cleveland on Sunday. That's going to be their third game in 4 nights. They had Tuesday and Wednesday off. It was God, looking back, I mean, of course, 2 days off on the road together in the throes of poor basketball, coming off an 84-point game. Of course, you smash and grab the Pelicans. But I only had them full game minus 2.5 and should have taken more money on that one. Here they face the Timberwolves. So again, this is game 4 of a 5-game road trip for the Magic. Game 2, the second half of a back-to-back. And we have Rudy Gobert back for the Wolves. I'll double check and see if he's still back. Timberwolves have won 6 straight games. They're getting hot at the right time. They're coming off that 115-95 victory at Denver on Wednesday night. Now they begin a 5-game homestand where this could easily stretch to 10 straight wins. Orlando, Utah, Indiana, New Orleans. This is a chance for Minnesota to really, really get right and really start rolling. Let's get into the line history here, and also let's talk about what's gone on at shoot around. So we have all the latest information. Minnesota is healthy for the first time all year, getting hot at the right time. Everybody good to go. For Orlando, you have KCP listed as questionable due to rest purposes. So we're expecting that he's going to sit out the second half of a back-to-back. You have Cole Anthony here as a game-time decision. He's listed as questionable. He's got a strained left big toe. You're going to have, 2 guards gone and Jalen Suggs gone. It's a bad situation for Orlando, especially with everybody's bias after how good they looked yesterday. This total is at 208. This opened up at 209. Now, that doesn't tell the story. This opened up at 213 in the afternoon. It just opened up at 209 at a very sharp but conservative book at 9:33 p.m. So from here, it's moved 1 point down, but we know really it's kind of moved 5 points down, except, of course, those afternoon lines there's limits. When we get to the spread for this spot, we have Minnesota now minus 10.5. That's where they opened, but again, in the afternoon, it opened at 8. Now we've got a 10.5. So we have no movement at the 10.5. Actually, we have 5 cents of movement at the 10.5 line. Let's get to the cash flow here for the Wolves on a 5-game winning streak. Again, starting a 5-game homestand where they can sweep. 44% of tickets and 52% of cash on Minnesota. 91 and 89 on the over. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Magic, Timberwolves.
Yeah, I just made this official, guys. I'm going to move on the under 207.5 in this spot here. I think it's a low total for a reason. I think we're going to see a lot of defense being played from both sides from both teams here. And I do think Orlando could actually probably stay within 10 points in this one. I know the Timberwolves are hot right now at the right time. Orlando Magic, they got to get something together here if they want to make a play-in run and get into the playoffs here. They've got a nice little young squad over there. But I like this under 207.5. I think it's the right side. Public coming in heavy on them, 91% of bets, 89% of cash on the over. I think it's going to go down to a 206.5 as well before tip-off. So I'm in. I'm going to give it out on X right now. The best number available you can get me, Jim. I can get a 207.5 minus 110. I'm not sure if there's any 208s out there.
Yeah, there are. I can beat that. Just 1 second. I can get you a 208 minus 110 to the under, and that's the only book that's offering the 208. So
yeah, I'll take that.
Under 208 minus 110 for wine time. Honestly, I suspect Orlando to mail this game in. This is game 4 of their road trip. It's the second half of a back-to-back. They've lost their starting guard, and now they have 2 more guards that are hurt. Anthony Black, I guess, will be the focal point with the ball in his hands. And while he can make some good decisions, I prefer him defensively rather than offensively. And then they play Cleveland on Sunday. They get a day off tomorrow. I'm starting to think this might be a Minnesota smash and grab. Let's listen to LJ. LJ, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm with wine time. I'm on the under as well. 21-9 to the under off a win is the Orlando Magic. Not to mention 7-3 to the under with no rest. And they have in-season revenge. So I like you said, they're 3-10 against the spread in their last 10 games, man. And Minnesota has been cooking offensive wise, 115 plus points, 10 out of their last 12 games. Now, we know Orlando likes to slow the pace down. They depend a lot on their defense because their offense is struggling right now with all their pieces not being in the lineup. But like I said, man, they're 17-6 to the under versus the West as well. So all the trends are pointing to the under. And I'm with you, Jimmy. I think they mail it in because most of their scoring comes in the first half of the game. They really don't score in the second half. They're only averaging 108 points the last 5 games. Mind you, Minnesota, they do most of their scoring in the second half of the game, averaging 122 points in the last 5 games, man. So I don't see them dying off any offensive wise, but we don't take Minnesota at home as a home favorite against the spread. They're 9-18, so they don't play well in this spot. So I believe the number is too big. So I believe Orlando should stay within that margin. But far as the points, I believe Minnesota puts up points, and I believe they hold the Magic under their points, which correlates to an under for a game. So I'm going to be on that under as well, 207.5.
Well, we can get you 208 as well. So 208 minus 110. I don't Minnesota's been a mess all year. I honestly don't care that much about their statistical profile, their trends. It feels like they're getting their shit together now.
Yeah.
I also say what, my man?
No, I get you because you say they're healthy and Randall's back. They're 5-1 against the spread since Randall's return. So yeah, I get you.
And then another part here, which I think makes this perfect. We have GLB bet saying that Timberwolves at home facing unrested opponent, good spot for the first quarter, minus 3.5. They smashed their opponents to these spots. Banchero and Wagner are going to get frustrated in this game, not getting the ball in key moments, not getting the ball where they need the ball. I could see them kind of stepping up a little bit early and then just letting go.
Yeah. Another interesting point about this, the Magic are 0-9 straight up versus this division, and this is the last game they're playing versus this division. Now, interesting enough, remember when I was in the chat and I took that Predators team total under versus Boston Bruins because of that streak was so outrageous and it ends up losing? So these are the type of games that Orlando will come out and win this game. The only game that they win versus this division. So that's just how betting goes, man. You never know how these situations go. But for as what we see, the fact that they've given up all these points versus these teams that are scoring, I just don't see how the Wolves let them, win this game. But hey, this is why they play the games. But yeah, I'm right there with you. Minnesota's in much better form right now.
Wine time cashing Wichita State plus 9.5. GLB taking Wagner's points and rebounds. Yeah, I do think with what the Magic did yesterday, it's a perfect spot to fade them, and I plan on doing it. My ROI with favorites this big this year hasn't been very good, but I've been so hesitant to bet them that the sample size is pretty small. We have both our guys on the under. I think I'm going to be on Wolves first half and full game, although I can understand the first quarter as well. I haven't tripled up on the game this year, so try not to do that here. Yeah. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. We're going to go back to LJ starting. Oh, wait, no, sorry. We're going to we're going to go back to LJ starting this one off. Hornets and the Spurs and De'Aaron Fox now done for the season with that finger injury, which does explain a little bit of why he was so bad over the last little while dealing with this finger injury. The Charlotte Hornets were last seen a 123-110 loss at Atlanta on Wednesday. That snapped their rare 2-game winning streak for the Charlotte Hornets. We have the Hornets game 3 of a 4-game road trip. It closes against the Clippers on Sunday, which I imagine is going to be a bad spot for them. I imagine that they fly into LA tomorrow night and go out. But again, that's sort of just kind of hearsay. We've talked about just how bad the Spurs have been inside. And what I've wanted to do is I wanted to take time and look at the center's assist per game against Biombo, because Biombo can be so flat-footed, so out of position, and fall for every fake. And the only reason why I say it is because I watched JV put up 6 assists with ease, and that was a game I was only on his points and rebounds. If I had to be on his PRA, I cash it, but I haven't spent the time looking at what the centers have been doing assist-wise against Bismack. Here, the San Antonio Spurs just want the season to end. Now, they're coming off that 126-116 win versus Dallas, but that was gifted to us on a silver platter, and I still lost a little vig on the first half. I lost the first half, cashed the full game. I lost the first half by a point. Disappointing. This is game 3 of a 4-game homestand. This is the first of a back-to-back. They host the Pelicans tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the shoot around. It's very simple. Koji out, Bassi out. So these teams are, of course, we have no De'Aaron Fox and no Wemby. So, but for the questionables, we don't have many issues with the questionables. So, okay, I feel you. Thank you, Nuflush. Speaking about the Shepherd spot for the Pacers. Let's get into the line history here. We have a total at 231.5, juice to the under. This opened up at 231, dropped down to 229, climbed up to 232. It's been just bouncing all over the place. Right now we have a 231.5. When we get to the point spread here, we have the Spurs -3 at +101. They opened up at -4.5, but again, that doesn't tell the whole story. In the afternoon, this was a 6.5. So if you're looking at what it did in the afternoon, there's been a 3.5 point move towards Charlotte. If you're looking at what it opened up, with less limits at 9:30 p.m., there's been a 1.5 point move towards the Charlotte Hornets. And when we look at the cash flow here for this one, we have 45% of the tickets, 54% of the cash on Charlotte, 75% of the tickets, and 69% cash on the over. Take it away here for us, LJ. Hornets, Spurs.
Yeah, Jimmy, let's attack the Spurs early. First quarter, what is it? -0.5 first quarter? Yeah, Spurs first quarter, man. Hornets the worst team in the NBA in the first quarter. -5 point differential on the road. They're 2-8 against the spread in the first quarter on the road in their last 10 games, averaging 25 points. Mind you, the Spurs, they're 7-3 against the spread in the first quarter, last 10, averaging 28 points. So I'm going to take them early. I believe they come out, they're at home, so I believe they jump on the Hornets quick. And I'm also going to take a prop in this game. We have an injury, De'Aaron Fox. So we already know whoever is getting the most minutes off of the bench usually is going to take that spot in that starting lineup. So we're going to ride with Stephon Castle, my friend, over 19.5 points. I got it at -120. I mean, he was averaging 28 minutes already off the bench. So now that Fox is hurt, those minutes are going to go up to 30, easy. So I'm going to take his points. He's already averaging 20 on this month already. So I believe those points go up. So we're definitely going to step on Stephon Castle. And I just believe the Spurs attack them early. I'm not going to trust them the full game. They're only 3-7 against the spread last 10. Hornets are 2-8 against the spread last 10. I do have the Spurs winning 122-109, so that does cover that spread. But I'm not interested. I just rather stick to what's been working for me, especially in the Hornets situations where they're on the road first quarter. They don't do very well. And the Spurs, like I said, they have their injury now, so I believe some more players are going to step up now back in that lineup. And they're going to look, to make a run, but we know the Spurs are the Spurs. They're probably going to just, coast it out until they can get Fox and Wemby healthy back for next year. But as far as this game, let's ride the first quarter, and we ride Stephon Castle over 19.5 points.
You are in business, LJ. Wine time, your thoughts for Hornets Spurs?
I like where LJ is going with the Stephon Castle props. That's something that I was looking at before I came on the show. It's really juiced now. It's probably going to be 20.5 at most spots now. Definitely looking at him, but I'm also looking at another guy. I'm going to look at a guy that's going to be coming off the bench that's going to be playing a lot of minutes now. I think since Fox isn't going to be out there, I think Keldon Johnson's playing time is only going to go up too. We're seeing his point prop at 16.5, juice to the over at -120 coming off the bench. I think it's that juice that high for a reason. This guy's going to go off for 20 tonight. We know if you guys watch Keldon Johnson play, he's very hot and cold. When he gets hot, man, he can give you 20 easily. He's gonna attack the basket. I don't see a lot of defense being played in this one either, and he will knock down his free throws. I'm gonna take his over 16.5 points, minus 120 here. It is a little bit juicy, but I think he's gonna get it done here. I think he's gonna probably play 28 to 30 minutes here off the bench. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if the Spurs win this game, honestly, guys. They still have some really young talent out there, and that you've got a playmaker in Chris Paul that can still get the ball to guys that can put the ball in the hoop. He moves around a little slow out there, and he's not the best. He's a little bit older now, but he's definitely gonna get the ball to his playmakers, and he's gonna tell them to shoot. And if these kids are shooting early and they start hitting early, the Spurs team's probably gonna beat these guys. They can beat these guys. From an X's and O's standpoint, I think they still have a roster, even without Fox and Wemby, to beat this Hornets team. And we're only 2.5 at home. I might move on this Spurs spot. We'll see. This line's moved a lot towards the Hornets, but I just think it's moved a little bit too much towards the Hornets at this point. Just a bummer, man. I remember a couple weeks ago, I was talking about it with Billy. We're going to go to the Philly Spurs game next Friday. What a disaster. You can't even go now, guys. It's just crazy. I was still almost thinking about going in, right? When they said about Fox, and Maxey, he hasn't been, so got to definitely be at Southtown playing poker with my guys and kicking it with everyone there. That sounds like a better time to me. So, I'm going to move on the Keldon Johnson over 16.5 minus 120, and I might move on the Spurs. I'll tweet it out later if I do.
You get cheap tickets, at least. Spurs first quarter. Yeah. First quarter minus a half for LJ. Castle over 19.5, and then Keldon Johnson over 16.5 for wine time. Let's roll on. Let me move on. Oh, and I didn't even switch the banner there. I apologize. So that was Spurs Hornets. And now we roll into Lakers Nuggets. We have been told now that Doncic, Luka is out, Rui out, Hayes out, LeBron, of course, out.
Yep.
Gabe Vincent is a game time decision, unlikely, doubtful. So Gabe out. Oh, this is getting ugly. So Gabe is out. Finney Smith. Is Dorian Finney-Smith? Can we get a Dorian Finney-Smith out? Nope. Dorian Finney-Smith, left ankle injury management. So it's an ugly group. Your starting five: Shake at point guard, AR-15 at the 2, Connect at the 3, Vanderbilt at the 4, Len at the 5. Ugly. For these Denver Nuggets, you have Aaron Gordon is a game time decision listed as questionable, right calf injury management. He's missed the last 2 games. He's missed 5 of 7. You have Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray is a game time decision here. Probable. Okay, so Jamal will be in. God, I can't believe what the NBA has come to. We have Jokic. Jokic is a game time decision here, probable. So you have Murray and Jokic in, and then Christian Brown. Let's see if he is going to be in the lineup, probable. Okay, so those 3 are in. Let's set this one up. Lakers on the second half of the back-to-back after losing by 20 at Milwaukee last night. They've lost 3 straight games, all 3 games of this road trip, and they've looked bad doing it. The Nuggets are also angry. That was an ugly 115-95 loss to Minnesota. We had our guy Wine Time Sports on Minnesota getting the cash for that, Minnesota money line. So they're an angry group. This is the final game of the road trip. It's an ugly, ugly spot for these Lakers. And the Nuggets coming off of a loss. I mean, we by all these guys being probable, we know that they're taking this seriously. The Nuggets right now are in game 2 of a 3-game homestand. They host the Wizards tomorrow night. This is just ugly. We have the Lakers plus 15 minus 109. They open up plus 14. So we moved. They were at 15.5 for a cup of coffee. Now they're at 15. From a total perspective here, this is going to be one sloppy Laker basketball game. We have a 228.5. Hasn't moved that much. This opened up at 232 at 1 in the morning, 231.5 at 7 in the morning, 230 at 8, 229.5 at 9. Got back up to 230. Wow, that would be a nice time to slam it. That was just an hour ago. Then dropped to 228.5. It's just dropped too low for me to try and move on it. And then when we get to the cash flow, Here we have 71% of tickets and 62% of cash on the Lakers. So people don't think the Nuggets can win by this margin off a loss on the first half of a back-to-back. 86 and 81 on the over. Here we go. Wine time. Take it away. Your Lakers in effect against Denver.
Man, yeah, I don't know if anyone watched that game yesterday. It was all about just get the ball to Luka early and let him shoot it, man. It was crazy, the performance he put up that first half, and then what happened the second half? Obviously, one guy can't beat a team, especially a good team like that. Reeves was definitely getting done. I thought it was really interesting that JJ Redick had both of them in with 2.5 minutes left in the game when they were down 15 to 16 points. Made no sense to me. He should have pulled those guys early, but I guess it makes sense because he's going to give Luka the day off today. But still, you can't risk any further injury on any of these, on Reeves or Luka. Outside, I mean, we're already dealing with the issues with Braun right now, hoping to get him back soon. But I don't know. That just shows you the effect that Braun still has on a team, man. When he's not in that lineup, a team's just not the same. And the Lakers definitely aren't. Luka could do whatever he wants, but Lakers aren't gonna. I mean, they need LeBron healthy, so they got to get him healthy first. Give Luka the night off today because they weren't going to beat the Nuggets with him anyway. So I totally get it. This is load management right here. At its finest. Luka might be a little bit sore and stuff. Don't get me wrong, but this is load management because they know they're going to lose this game. This is a smash spot. I'd see Denver winning this game by 20 to 25, maybe 30 points. We'll see here. Reeves points, maybe. I'm staying far away from this game as I possibly can. I won't be watching this game. I won't be watching it on my phone. Want nothing to do with it. I'm staying far away from this game.
I wonder, they are coming off of a loss. I wonder if we could still move on the Nuggets. I wonder. Let's hear what LJ has to say about this one. Lakers Nuggets.
Yeah. The fact that Luka's out, really, the value's gone, in my opinion. But Denver still should smash, like one time said, especially if they have all their hogs in. I want Aaron Gordon to play because I don't like when Russell Westbrook's in the starting lineup. He just throws off the offense to me. He plays from Jokic because Jokic can't cash his triple-double when Westbrook's in the starting lineup. So hopefully Gordon plays tonight and we can jump back on Jokic's triple-double because, interesting enough, this is the third time that he has won 3 straight games without cashing his triple-double. The first 2 times that he done that, the next game, he cashed it. So I really want Aaron Gordon in this lineup so we can take Jokic's triple-double. But as far as the side of the play, Jimmy, I don't have nothing, to be honest with you, man. I think Denver smashes, but the line is too big for me. And it'll be our luck that the Lakers come cover that spread at the end of the fourth quarter with a backdoor cover. I would say Denver jump on them quick, So if you want to take Denver early, that may be a good spot. But can you trust that they're going to get their offense going early? Because I saw them against Minnesota, man. They looked horrible. They look shell-shocked. Maybe it's just because of the division and that team. They usually handle business versus the Lakers. But the fact the Lakers have all of their starters sitting, they're just punting the game. So there's no interest, man. So I'm a pass.
See, I want to test the Lakers' depth.
Is Bonnie going to play?
I assume so.
We might see him in the first half today.
I do. I want to test their depth. Nuggets coming off of a loss, they should take this somewhat seriously. And then it's not like Russell Westbrook, won't enjoy, smashing. The last thing I want to do is have this card that's sitting here with the Wolves first half full game and the Nuggets first half full game, but it certainly feels like this is, it is the first half of a back-to-back, so there will be some conservative nature with their time. But all right, let's roll on. Next up, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Sorry, let me get this over. We got 2 games left in NBA. Then we have a 6-game NHL card that LJ and I will be capping. Toronto Raptors at the Utah Jazz. Raptors 23-43, 7-23 on the road. Jazz 15-51, 8-24 at home at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Toronto 4-1 over the past 5, 9th fastest pace in the league, 101.3 possessions a game. Shooting the ball poorly, shooting the ball the way we expect them to. 42% from the field, 35.6 from 3 isn't horrific. Utah 0-5. fastest pace in the league. They've had the fastest pace in the league now for a few weeks. 104.6 possessions a game over that last 5 game stanza, 45.4 from the field, and 34.4 from 3. We have this total at 235. It opened up at 232.5. So we have a total that is climbing. From a point spread scenario, we have Utah minus 2.5 at even money. They opened up at 2. There's been a half point. We'll call it a quarter point move. Man Bear Pig says Jazz should win this, but he can't get there. Cash flow wise, just 40% of the tickets are on the Jazz and 51% of cash. It's 77 and 81 on the over. Then let's get the shoot around info up from which is so needed with these two basketball teams. It's cleaning up for the Jazz. Collins and George are out, so their 1 to 5 is set. Collier, Sexton, Markkanen, Martin, and Kessler. For the Raptors, Walter out. Too bad. He's fun to watch. Pirtle out, Mogbo out. Of course, BI out, Grady Dick out. And then you have Agbaji and Barnes as game time decisions. And Agbaji coming off the bench. Barnes didn't play Wednesday. He hurt his hand against the Wizards on Monday. I don't see why he would be in the lineup. I don't. There's no. What does anybody care here if Barnes is in the lineup or not? They have to think that they can beat him without him. Agbaji is questionable. He's missed 7 straight with the left ankle strain, so I'd be surprised to see him come back here, but it's possible. Raptors, as I said, they're 4-1 over their past 5. The Jazz are coming off this horrible road trip, but and coming home now. The Raptors had 4 straight games at home. In that first game, they took out the Jazz 118-109, quickly went for 34 in that one. Here they begin a 4-game road trip, and the Monday is tricky. They have Sunday in Portland and Monday in Phoenix, so that Monday will be the 3rd game in 4 nights, and they get a bit of a reprieve before facing Golden State on Thursday. And as I said, this was just a road trip to forget for the Utah Jazz. God, they're just 15 and 15. I don't know how they could have fans. They have now lost 7 straight games. They lost all 5 games of that road trip. They play Minnesota tonight, and then they play Toronto tonight, then they play Minnesota on Sunday, and then they host Chicago on Monday. That will be their 3rd game in 4 nights. Let's get to the line. Oh, we did the line history. Let's take a look at the cash flow. Oh, we did that as well. So let's roll here. LJ from HTown, Raptors, Jazz, any interest?
I did, but I got conflicting trends, man, and I don't want to jump on it. Both these teams playing musical chairs with their roster, so you really don't know who's going to play, in my opinion. But interesting enough, both of these teams are good versus the non-conference. Raptors 17-5 against the spread versus the West. The Jazz are 16-6 against the East. So they're both good. And the Raptors 7-3 against the spread first quarter, last 10. Jazz 8-3 against the spread first quarter, last 11. So the trends are too conflicting for me to try to get in this game. Plus, I don't like when Utah sits people. You never like when Walker Kessler plays. I try to take his rebounds. I think they got it like at 12 or 13 right now. So, other than that, I don't have any interest. The Jazz, they're a horrible team. 1-9 last 10. Like you just mentioned, lost 7 in a row. The Raptors 6-4 in last 10. So, if you have any interest, I would take the Raptors early because the Jazz tend to come back in the second half and cover those big spreads. But them as a favorite, nah, I'm a lay off because, like I said, both these teams are good versus their non-conference opponents. So I'm a pass.
I don't have it in front of me, but I would imagine that teams on 7-game losing streaks that are favorites, if you back them, you'd have a positive ROI. I mean, it's the lipstick on a pig here. The problem is that Darko has the Raptors putting out effort. What do you think, Wine Time?
I don't have anything in this game. I'm not going to take this one. I would only take the Utah Jazz because, as you mentioned, they're the favorites, man. Looks like probably Scotty Barnes isn't going to play in this one. If he doesn't play in this one, I probably would say Jazz is the right side. I'm not going to end up betting this one, but shout out to we just got that cash on Loyola Chicago. Just got it done, won by 7. Love to see that. UCLA down 19 now with 15 minutes to go. Not looking too good there, but it is what it is. But as for this game, I have a lean towards Utah. If I'm feeling it later, it's an hour or two before tip and I want to move on this game, it would be on the Jazz. I'm not going to back the Raptors in this spot, but I'm going to stay away from this game. I got something in the next game.
And Razor catching the full game under in that Loyal Chicago. I lost the first half under by 1.5. Should have done that differently. The issue here is if Scotty Barnes isn't in the lineup, so there's no Pirtle, no Mogbo, no Barnes. I don't understand how Kessler and Markkanen don't completely dominate the basketball game. And what happens if Orlando Robinson gets into foul trouble? Look, I'm going to be on the Jazz. Utah Jazz for me. I don't understand. Again, if Scotty Barnes is in, then maybe you should wait. Maybe I should wait for that information. How much is the line going to change, honestly? I think it's baked into it right now. Yeah, and then if Scotty Barnes is in, the Raptors can win.
Yeah.
So, this is it's just going to – you're asking way, way too much of Robinson here, and I feel bad for any Raptor big in this one against those two monsters. Not monsters, but trees. I don't know. All right, let's talk about the final spot on the board here. Sacramento Kings 33-31, 17-16 on the road at Phoenix Suns 30-36, 18-13 home footprint center in Phoenix, Arizona. I need the Phoenix Suns to lose and lose and lose and lose. Not, with the Blazers 14-1 for the play-in, that Mikal Bridges dagger was like, now I only have $200 on the 14-1, but that would have been just a great, great spot with both the Mavericks and the Suns losing. The Suns are the problem with that bet at this point, and the Suns don't play the Blazers for the rest of the year. So the Kings no-showed last night. Can they do something here? This line's gone from 2.5 to 3.5 for the Phoenix Suns. And then on the total here, we have a 232.5. It's minus 109 to the under. This opened up at 234.5 and immediately went up to 235.5 before it started dropping. Let's get to the cash flow here for our final NBA game on the board. 49% of the tickets, 43% of cash on Sacramento. So it's just 51 and 57 on the Suns and lines moving towards them. 79 and 77 on the over. And then we obviously know what happened to these squads of late. Sacramento got absolutely annihilated last night. Just that second half, they just showed nothing. Christie must be just losing his mind here. Let's take a look at what's going on for the who's in, who's out. Sabonis, still a game time decision. He was missed 6 straight, so who knows if he'll be back here. For the Suns, they're all game time decisions. So, Monte Morris is doubtful, but who cares? We have Grayson Allen is a game time decision. He's listed doubtful with the left foot sprain, so Grayson Allen is out. We have Nick Richards, would be your starting 5. He's listed as questionable. He didn't play Wednesday with right ankle soreness, so I think that it's likely that he could be in. And then Cody Martin, sports hernia. So he was recalled from the G League team. So he'll probably be in if he's being recalled, you'd think here. There's Nunya in the house, checking in from the farm. What up, Nunya, my man? I can't wait for our big trip. So wine time. Sacramento Kings, Phoenix Suns, our last game on the NBA schedule. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, one of the spots I moved on last night, definitely didn't beat the line movement because it's gone against me. I'm on the Sacramento Kings. I gave him out at plus 120 on the money line yesterday. I think especially with Sabonis, I'm expecting that he's going to come back. I hope that he comes back in this game, but the Kings got to start turning it on. They're right there for the playoffs. They were on a nice little winning streak there for a while, but the last couple of games, where they lost 4 out of the last 5 games right now, including the last 3 in a row. Suns have lost the last 2 in a row. Both these teams need the wins. Don't get me wrong, but I think the Kings are going to want this one a little bit more here. I got plus money on them. I don't like that it went against me, though, with only about 52% of the tickets on the Phoenix Suns. But I gave it out last night and I already bet it. So I'm on the Sacramento Kings here, plus 120 on the money line. I think they get it outright here. Yeah, I like what I think Levine should have a nice game as well. I was looking at his point props, but or even DeRozan, actually. DeRozan over 21.5 looks somewhat appealing. Just because he's been taking so many shots the last couple of games, but I'm going to stay away from props. I'm just going to stick with my bet on the Kings plus 120.
Sacramento Kings on the money line for wine time. LJ, what do you think of the spot?
I'm kind of looking the opposite way. I think I'm going to take the Suns, but it's a short number. So I'd rather probably just want to parlay it. I want to take the money line with them, but I'm probably going to parlay it with something else. They play good versus their division. They're 5-1 straight up versus the division, and I have them winning 118-108. The Kings have lost 4 out of the last 5 games, and they can't score in the second half. They've lost, out of the last 5 games, they've lost every fourth quarter. They haven't won one. Mind you, the Suns have won 4 out of the last 5 fourth quarters in their last 5 games. So even if they get down, early in the game, they tend to make a nice push back into these games to try to, get back in. And it's usually at home. We've seen a couple of times this year, the Suns have been down 20 points at home, and they've came back and won games in that fourth quarter just because they just go on a mad sprint at the end of a game, to try to win. So I believe it possibly could be the same scenario tonight. And that's why I think that total is so high, because when the Suns are at home, the total tends to go under. But 232.5, that's a high total. So that's saying that it's going to be points scored in this game. And the Suns, at home, Friday night, like I said, they're not too much of a team I like to back at home because they're not good. They're only 3-7 against the spread last 10. But I think this is a situation where they can get the Kings just because it's a division game. And the Kings are only 2-5 versus the division straight up this season. They're 15-6 to the over as a dog as well. So that's why I think that total is 232.5. So the over may be a good play too. But the Suns, like I mentioned, 5-1 straight up at home versus the division. I'm going to ride with that. So what is the money line, Jimmy, on the Suns?
Let's get it. I mean, the Kings have lost the last 2 games by a combined 55 points. I could understand Wine Time thinking that they show some effort or some energy here, but the money line for the Suns is minus 155. Oh, yeah, that's the best line available.
That's 155. Okay, I'm gonna find something to parlay with before we're done. But you can put Zach LaVine's points and PRA on for me. I'm gonna take his over 20.5 points, and I'm gonna take the PRA over 29.5. I think that's too low because I've been tracking the Suns and these opposing scoring guards. They're averaging a 40 PRA since February. I mean, you got Anthony Edwards had a 56. Harden had a 42. John Moran had a 45. Jalen Green just had a 40 on him the last game, PRA. So I think that's too low for LaVine. So I'm going to try it. I'm going to take a shot at both of them. The points over 20.5 and the PRA over 29.5. And I'm going to figure out what the parlay with the Suns money line. So.
And what is the juice on those 2?
Points over 20.5 minus 125. And we got the PRA over 29.5 minus 112.
Great stuff, LJ. Great stuff. Wine Time. That was a big NBA card just attacked. Let's review all action here. LJ has Celtics first half minus 4.5. Tatum over 8.5 rebounds. Wine Time has Celtics minus 8. I'm very interested in the under in the Pacers-Sixers game, but it does, go against a GLB bets trend. So I'm going to look at it a little further, make sure I can trust it. LJ on the Hawks plus 5. Wine Time on the over 233 in Clippers Hawks. LJ on Houston first quarter minus 4, first half minus 7, full game minus 12. LJ on Mobley PRA over 35.5 and double minus 115. Wine Time on the under 208. LJ on the under 208. Both of them in the under in Magic Wolves. And I think the Wolves, I'm going to move on the Wolves first half of full game. LJ on the Spurs first quarter minus 0.5 and Castle over 19.5 points. Wine Time on Keldon Johnson over 16.5 points. The Nuggets I'm interested in here. I off the loss. I just feel like this is the throwing the towel night, but we do see teams step up in these situations, so I got to sit with it a little longer. Jazz, I'm going to be on. Wine Time's on the Kings money line, and LJ Levine over 29 points and PRA over 29.5, and he's looking to tie something to the money line. And that is our NBA coverage for Friday, March 14th. And Wine Time, what Herculean effort you've been here for 5+ hours, man. I can't wait to thank you in person. What a great job you do for us, and we thank you enormously, Wine Time. Go get that cash today. Please support our guy Wine Time on X. He just puts so much into our community, into our combined efforts. So thank you for all that you do, Wine Time. I'll pop your X handle here in the chat. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, Jim, always a good time doing this show with you, man. It's crazy to think that next time we do this show together, we're going to be sitting next to each other in San Antonio. Looking forward to seeing my guy LJ there as well. It's going to be a good time, guys. So I'm looking forward to it. 5 days away. I'll be there Wednesday at noon. So looking forward to it.
You're going to be there early, huh?
Yeah, I told her, I was like, I got to get there early so I can get locked in. I bring my laptop this time, so I'm going to be locked in before everyone gets there. Get all my plays in before everyone arrives, and then just be able to hang out with everyone. So I'm not focused on looking at the card, but I probably still will be. But yeah, looking forward to it, guys. It's going to be a great time. I'll be with the starting 5 tomorrow, Daby Cab. So go check us out there. It's going to be 7:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So looking forward to that as well. And good luck to you guys on screen. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Let's get it.
There he is, Wine Time Sports in the house. We move on to the National Hockey League. Looking at this here, where do we start?
I have my parlay too, Jimmy, when you're ready.
Oh, okay, yeah, hit us with it.
Cleveland, just parlay Cleveland money line with the Suns money line.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's go LJ. So LJ's got Cleveland, Phoenix. Money line parlay. I bet you I can get you a nice line here offshore. So that would be a Cleveland. Oh yeah, this will be a beauty line. Cleveland, Phoenix. Money line parlay is juicy plus 184.
Let's do it.
Cleveland, Phoenix, plus 184. All right, you are in business. All right, occupancy says NHL Let's Cash coming off a 4-4 day yesterday, up 0.3 units. I did, LJ, a rarity, succeed fading the Capitals, which doesn't happen often, but I took them on the -1 line, so I got a really legit payday there.
Yeah, I can see that. The Kings are good at home. I can see that.
Yeah, Kings are good at home, and I cashed on the under. It was a big important payday to close out the.
But you know what to do now, though. The fact the Capitals lost, we know what to do next game.
Well, they're going to be such big. I mean, they're playing the Sharks.
Yeah, but take them early. That's what I think. Take them early, and if they get down, we already know. But hey, we'll save that.
I don't. I'm not sure. I've moved on 4 bets on this card. I'm not sure if there's going to be additions. Let's get to work and hit the pucks here. But by the way, yesterday it was just a 0.3 unit victory day. Senators was so easy. Lightning, I got in before Johansson. I still had chances to cash that, but did not. Blue Jackets was a mistake. That line moved heavily against me, and Vegas came to play. Oilers -1 was a disappointment. I'm going back to the well today. Kings -1 plus 136 cash. New York Rangers, Minnesota under 5.5 -105 cash. As soon as the Rangers lines are available, you bet the under, unless Johnny Quick is in that. Now, Johnny Quick has had some okay games, but he's just not. It's just the whole idea is just not doesn't work. But that's not just the Rangers. That's Minnesota too. Rangers and Minnesota games, just bet the under as soon as you can. Again, you can't bet them if Johnny Quick's in that or if Marc-Andre Fleury's in that. You need the starters. So it is something where you have to kind of plan out and prepare for. The Celebrini-Bedard point parlay sucked, man. Celebrini gets a point 3 minutes in. I'm like, okay, I got 57 for Bedard, and he no-shows, and he gets sat in the third period. And then I closed with Washington Kings under 6, so that gave me the 4-4 spot. I picked up 0.3 units because I had the plus 136 on the Kings on the puck line. Let's roll here. The Hurricanes are better without Rantanen, and the Red Wings are trying harder than any team in the National Hockey League and not finding success until they snap their losing streak with that big 7-3 win at home over Buffalo on Wednesday. Red Wings 31-28-6, 14-13-3 on the road at the Hurricanes, 39-22-4, 26-7-1 at home. Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. We have Mrazek expected in net. I'm not sure if that's confirmed here, trying to resurrect his career. By the way, look, I'm still a little bit in the red this year, which will change. And I did get up into the black and I had that horrible week and a half. But there's a lot of the calls that we've made here on the show that were right. And Mrazek's last year being an outlier performance and not going to be on the Blackhawks at the end of the season was bang on. Here he is on the Detroit Red Wings. Freddie Anderson on the other side, 8-5-0, 2.17 goals against average, 9-11 save percentage, 1 shutout. We have Detroit 28.9% on the power play, but just 69.5% penalty killing. Their special teams create a situation where you want to be on overs in all of their hockey games. They were just so snake bit that I stopped betting them for a while. Maybe they broke through with that 7-goal bonanza against Buffalo at home on Wednesday night. UPK Yash Yala, my guy Robert Cherry, he's on the Canes -1.5, Jets money line, the over 5.5, Avs -1.5, and Utah over 6. Thank you for being so patient, Robert, waiting 5 hours for NHL, because usually we started off. Robert even came in off the hop. He's like, "Can we talk NHL?" What a guy you are, Robert, man. Respect. Thank you for your support. Carolina power play's being so bad. And, right now, Svechnikov is hurt, and Orlov, who's been bad this year, is also hurt. We're not sure how long they're going to be out, but at some point, you have to say maybe Sebastian Aho is a second-line center on a Stanley Cup winning team. And if he's your first-line center, maybe your team isn't good enough. And that's the first time I've said that about Aho, but maybe that's the case. 18.2% power play. It shouldn't be that low with the skill that they have. 84.2% penalty killing here. So Andrew Kopp, Jeff Petrie are done for the season. I mean, it's possible Petrie comes back late, but unlikely. Carter Mazur's a left winger, a depth left winger, young left winger for the Red Wings. He's out with an upper body injury. Hurricanes coming off their 5th straight win, 4-1 at home over Tampa on Tuesday. Less is more for the Hurricanes, but this is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Philly tomorrow night. Let's set up the line history here. I don't care about where the money is in NHL. We don't always get that information anyway, so I won't be looking at that. Let's set this one up for LJ. LJ, our first opportunity to cap an NHL card together. I'm excited. I'm not going to let the fact that we're 5 hours and 20 minutes into the show affect that. I'm very thankful and excited to cap this NHL card with you, my man. This line opened up at -226. It's now -264. Jesus, 38 cents of movement towards the Carolina Hurricanes, and this total is a 6. It's -109 to the under. I love 6s in Hurricanes games, but not against the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's still a great look, honestly. But what we just all saw what happened. The Red Wings put up 49 shots and scored 1 goal in their previous game. They were snake, but they weren't scoring. They were in the throes of a losing streak. Then they score 7 goals. They see the red light go on. You get you get off the schneid and start scoring. So I'm hesitant, but I love under 6s in Hurricanes games. Take it away for us, LJ. Red Wings, Hurricanes at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot at the under 6. I've seen the Hurricanes last home games, 3-1 versus the Oilers. They with 1-2 Flames, 3-2 Bruins, 1-4 Lightning last games. I mean, at home, they tend to hold these teams under their totals, and the fact they're 13-2 at home versus the East, I believe this is a good time, to jump on the Hurricanes. They won 5 in a row, 7-3 straight up the last 10. But yeah, I'm gonna stick to the under just because it's an Eastern Conference game, and the Red Wings. You say they've been scoring. They got off the schneid, but they still allow more points than they score. So for the fact of that reason, in my opinion, 20 losses versus the East. I believe Carolina is a much worthy opponent for them to keep them under their team total. So I'm going to take the shot at the under because it's an Eastern Conference game, and Carolina tends to go under in these type of games versus these teams at home. So under 6.
I think it's a really good look. The Red Wings penalty killing, I mean, I guess I should say, who cares? The Hurricanes can't score on the power play.
Yeah.
And then we know that the Hurricanes are capable of slowing down. I think it's a great look. I can get you an under 6 at -109. I think I might join you here. I mean, how often do you get 6s in Hurricanes games? Rarely.
Yeah.
I just cashed on their last game. Now I paid for the 6. That's what I usually have to do in Hurricane games. Pay for
Yeah.
it. You don't have to pay for it here. I paid for the 6 against the Lightning. The Hurricane scored 4 goals, and he still cashed the under with ease. I think it's a great look. I'm nervous about looking at some of these line moves. I haven't looked at them in a long time, in like 8 hours. Let's move on to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board, the Edmonton Oilers. 37-23 and 4, 17-12 and 2 on the road to the New York Islanders, 29-28 and 7, 15-13 and 2 at home at UBS Arena in Elmont, New York. Calvin Pickard in net. There's been times this year where I think he's better than Skinner. There's certainly not a big difference between the two. You have Ilya Sorokin on the other side, not his year this year, but I think the problem was the injuries to their defense for a big chunk of the year, and then they bring in DeAngelo and Perunovic, and maybe Pulock has taken a step back. Because I've been a big fan of Pelican Pulock for some time. Noah Dobson not being around is hurt, although he's more of an offensive defenseman than a defensive defenseman. Edmonton power play at 26.4%. I can't tell you, and I'd have to look when the last time the Islanders had a penalty killing group this bad. They've always been so good defensively and so good on the penalty kill. This year they're 70.5%. That's going to hurt them against an angry Oilers team. Their power play is the worst in the National Hockey League at 12%. And you have to say, you have to point the finger at Patrick Waugh. You have to. Are you not capable of delivering the X's and O's to get your team out? Now, look, Barzal's been hurt all year. Dobson was hurt for a while. Maybe they just didn't have the roster, but still, to be this bad, a 12% power play in 2025 is like having a 6%, 7% power play in 2011. Let's get into the line history here. We have this total at 6.5. It's minus 108 to the under. It's gone from 6 to 6.5. Honestly, can you believe there's a 6.5 total in the Islanders game? Well, they're just not that team anymore. But that's these were all 5.5s last year. There's been a line move towards the Islanders. Yes, that makes me nervous. It's not huge. It was huge at one point, but it's come back a little bit. There's been 7 cents of movement away from the Oilers, minus 136 to minus 129. Oilers on the second half of the back-to-back after losing their second straight game 3-2 to the Devils last night. It was as frustrating as you could imagine. I get on the Oilers plus 180 live. They take the 2-1 lead. They dominate the first 7 or 8 minutes of the third period, and then they just have lapses. Jesper Bratt. I thought that they're calling him Jesper Bratt, but I always thought it was Jesper Bratt. He took over in the third period. How can you let a team without Hughes take over in the third period? The 2 goals scored on the Oilers was as frustrating as things get. The Islanders finished up a 1-2 California road trip with a 4-1 loss to the Kings on Tuesday. Barzal and Varlamov done for the season. Adam Boqvist, the depth defenseman, is day-to-day. Occupancy. You got the 175 too. It's just that. Oh, God, was I frustrated. So there you go. Here's the situation. And I moved on the Edmonton Oilers on the -1 line. Look, I backed them off a loss as every opportunity that I get. I believe in this hockey team. They opened up with the 3-2 loss at Buffalo and then the 3-2 loss of the Devils. What, it's going to happen again, really? I don't see it, man. Take it away for us, LJ. Oilers, Islanders.
I didn't have nothing official, but it's possible, man. Oilers don't play good on the road versus the East, Jimmy. They're 4-10 straight up. 2-8 against the spread, last 10 on the road. And they have a horrible record versus the Islanders. 3-13 the last 16 versus the Islanders. But hey, I'm not that good of a hockey capper, to know the ins and outs of the players and how these teams were in those situations. So I just look at the stats and I look at the trends and I just try to pick spots where I see I can get some good money. But over 6.5, that's a lot. That's a high total. So who are they expecting to score more goals in this game, Jimmy? The Oilers or the Islanders? What is the money saying? I don't know. And that's why I'm asking you. Why is it a 6.5?
I see. Well, the Islanders penalty killing against, now it's not statistically the best power play in the league, but it's the best power play in the league. You have a 70% penalty kill. So you also have, Pickard in net for the Oilers, which would be deemed vulnerable. So and then you have the Oilers sort of in a powder keg situation where they've scored 2 goals in each of their last 2 games after what we thought was getting back on track after that 5-4 victory at Dallas. The problem with taking the over 6.5 to me is the injuries on the Oilers back end. You have Ekholm out, Regula out, and Klingberg out. This is not a defense that has a lot of depth. Now they bring in Wallman, so you have Wallman and Bouchard and Nurse, but Stetcher is playing top 4 minutes. Stetcher is not a top 4 defenseman, and then Kulak and Emerson are playing more than they want. So if you know these guys are going to have to play, if you know like the Bouchard's going to have to play 30 minutes, and Wallman's going to have to play 20, then they stop pinching because they know they're going to have to play so much. So
your angle is just the fact that you're just betting the Oilers off a loss. That's basically what.
But it's more than a loss now because it's 2 losses.
Okay.
We've started this road trip, losing at Buffalo, losing at the Devils.
Yeah.
Shout out to our guy, Old E, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. What a guy, Old E. He's always inspiring us here to try harder, work harder, and care more. What a guy. Yeah, so look, I think the Islanders have thrown in the towel. I mean, that's clear.
Okay.
With the trade deadline, and the Islanders throwing the towel, and the Oilers have to win this hockey game. You can't keep losing on the road like this. So
yeah,
I don't care what the trends say here, but I do care that the market's moved 7 cents away from the Oilers. I mean, that makes me nervous. So
okay. Yeah, I'll stay off.
All right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Dallas Stars 42-20-2, 18-13-1 on the road at the Winnipeg Jets 45-17-4, 24-5-4 at home. Canada Life Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. After the trade deadline, when the Oilers only picked up Wallman, I thought, wow, I don't think they win the Stanley Cup. And that was the first time that I thought that. And then when I saw Stars Jets, I thought, oh, it's too bad that these teams are in the same division because that division's so stacked with the Avalanche in there too. It's too bad. It's too bad. The Stars, I think, are this year's Stanley Cup champions. And thank God I got them 10-1, 5-1. I was pushing it on everybody 2 months ago because of the LITR gifts or LTIR gifts that were being given. We have Ottinger versus Hellebuck. Ottinger starting to play better, but Hellebuck phenomenal. 1.99 goals against average, 927 save percentage, 6 shutouts. Dallas power play at 22.8%, penalty killing at 84.5%. Can you believe they add Heiskanen and Seguin? That's who they add here when the season's over. Shout out to Zoe in the house. Give the game Pub Sports Radio membership. By the way, Big O is on the Oilers to score the first goal, and Turnsey getting that gift. Thank you, Zoe, my man. So these special teams are so good with these two teams. Winnipeg has the best power play in the league, 31.5%, and Dallas has, I believe, the best penalty killing in the league. I don't have that in front of me, but I believe at 84.5, that's the best. There might be someone just slightly above them. The Stars opened their 4-game road trip with the 5-4 loss at Edmonton on Saturday. Then they defeated the Canucks on Sunday. They've been on the road and off. And in Western Canada, I mean, you don't go to Winnipeg to party. So this could be a great, great spot for a rested Stars team. But the Jets, who wants to fade the Jets at home? 24-5-4 at home, coming off their third win in 4 games, 2-1 at home over the Rangers on Tuesday. Nikolai Ehlers and Neil Pionk are both day-to-day with undisclosed ailments. That's a big loss. This defense doesn't have a ton of depth. There were no additions to the defense at the trade deadline, something I thought they were going to do. Now they think that Morrissey's the best defenseman in the league. He's certainly been playing like that at times. This is a line move towards the Dallas Stars that I agree with. It's slight, plus 112 to plus 108. When it comes down to it, can you fade either of these hockey teams? And I can't. This total's at 5.5. It's slightly juiced to the over at minus 110. It did slip up to a 6 for a cup of coffee, which surprised me. I'm off. Take it away. Oh, and then the injury report for the Stars, I just wanted to quickly touch on because it's an issue. Now, Rupi Hintz isn't coming back yet, so Rupi Hintz is out. And then Heiskanen and Lundqvist is done for the year. You have Heiskanen out. And then you have Bichelle, who's a depth defenseman that's helpful, who's out as well. So it's not the best injury in a situation for the Stars, but they're a rested group. Take it away, LJ. Stars, Jets, any interest?
Yeah, very much. The best 2 teams in the West. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to cap the hockey slate with you today for this specific game, mostly. I could easily see a draw in this game, but I'm going to take a shot on the under. Just because 2 top teams in the same division, I believe it's going to be a playoff atmosphere, in my opinion. And Dallas, like you mentioned, they've been chilling on the road. and they got rest. And they're 7-3 against the spread their last 10 games. Mind you, the Jets are good at home, 15-6 at home versus the West. And they're 15-6 versus their division. First period may be a good look. This is what my plan is, Jimmy. My plan is Winnipeg scores early because they're 16-8-9 money line first period at home. They score early. I say we take the Stars live. I believe they come back because I believe, like I said, it goes into overtime. I can easily see 3-2 game, Stars winning, overtime, something like that. But I think it's going to stay under just because I think the competitiveness is going to come out in this game because both these teams are good, and like you say, you're taking the Stars to win it. The Jets could easily be there as well. This could be a playoff series for the ages, in the upcoming future. But the fact that the total has gone under in 6 straight games in this matchup, I like that under 5.5. The Jets 3-7 against the spread last 10, so they're not covering the puck line, but they may win the game. So interesting enough as well, the Stars have been putting up points, 4+ goals, 17-5 out of the last 22 games, 11-3 in the last 14. So they've been putting up goals, but I'm not going to take it because I respect the Jets at home. I believe it's low scoring. So let's just stick to the under 5.5.
Under 5.5 minus 102. It opened at 101, so it's not like it's been moving towards the over or anything like that. That's a great spot. LJ on the under 5.5 minus 102. And talking about the draw, I think you got a nice read on the game. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. This is the smash and grab of smash and grabs, but you guys might be late on the market move. I bet it yesterday, and I was late, but not that late. I should have bet it as soon as it came out. By the way, Mel has said if you haven't already gotten a better number, grab your McKinnon Hart at plus 450. I've got plus 400. I copied and pasted it. This is from Mel earlier. I'll pop this into the chat here. Right now, Draisaitl is the favorite at minus 150. And honestly, how can you give it to him with McDavid on that hockey team? Hellebuck's at plus 175. He's deserving as well. McKinnon at plus 400. I mean, now you could say the same thing about McKinnon. How could you give McKinnon with Makar on that hockey team? So I hear what Mel's saying. I have some interest. Ladybugs in the house, welcome. Let's go. Avalanche, Flames, Scotiabank, Saddledom, Calgary, Alberta. We got Mackenzie Blackwood against Dustin Wolf. Dustin Wolf going to win Rookie of the Year. There are a couple other people trying to take it from him, but I don't see how they can. This total is at 5.5 right now. It's minus 117 to the over. It opened up minus 119 to the over. When we get to the money line here, we have Colorado minus 196. So it's come back. Wow. So this opened up at minus 168. When I got in on the minus 1, I was pretty late to the party. I got minus 185 and plus 135, and I sent that in. Now this got up to 217. It's come back to minus 196. Still, it's a legit move towards them. Let's roll. Colorado power play 23.6%, penalty killing 79.6%. Calgary power play 21.4% and penalty killing 74.9%. Avalanche had their 6-game winning streak snapped in a 2-1 shootout loss at Minnesota on Tuesday night. It was their 3rd game in 4 nights. It was their second half of a back-to-back. They got in at 5 a.m. Now they got rest. This isn't Thursday. This is Friday. So they had Wednesday off. They had Thursday off. And now they're playing, and they're completely healthy. This is a fully healthy group. Flames coming off their second loss in 3 games, 4-3 in a shootout at home to the Canucks on Wednesday. And we got the news now that Michael Backlund day-to-day with an upper body injury. Connor Zary suspended. He's a young sniper. And this finishes off a 3-game homestand. Let's see here if at least – I'm going to check a couple spots to see if they think that Backlund will be in the lineup. Backlund must be in the lineup. I can't see why this line would move back towards the Flames. And Michael Backlund is not in the lineup. Wow. And it's still, why would it move? And he's out. Wow. Backlund not in the lineup. Zary not in the lineup. Come on now. And Top Crocodile says Wolf is 3rd in the Calder race. God, was I way off? I I've been fading the Flames a lot and listening to their announcers who think he's a shoe-in for Rookie of the Year. Of course, it's Celebrini Hudson ahead of him. Thank you, Top Croc. Take it away here for us, LJ. This is Avalanche smash and grab, in my opinion. Take it away.
Yeah, I could see that. I can definitely see that with the history they have recently versus the Flames. And the Flames are an under team, especially at home. They're 12-4 to the under last 16, and they're 23-9 to the under off a loss. So I'm seeing them. I'm seeing the Flames not being able to score. But I went through Colorado's last couple road games. They've only scored 1 goal like the last 3 games. So I don't know if it's just the situation. But I don't have anything in it, to be honest, but I would lean under just because the Flames trends, but they allow more goals than they score. So when I see that, I see a team total over for the other team easily, especially if they get rolling. But I'm just going to stay off because I just don't have enough read on any of these teams to try to be confident in a side. But I would definitely lean under just because of the Calgary games tend to go under.
Listen to this. Now I remember why I thought that he was. They were saying he deserves the Calder. Listen to this. This was as of Tuesday night. The Flames are last in the league in total goals for. They're last in total goals all situations for. They're last in the league in 5-on-5 goals. They're last in the league in all situations goals. That's per 60 minutes. Those. They're 26th in 5-on-5, 24th in all situation. Then no one's on pace for 60 points. No one's on pace for 30 goals. Only 3 forwards are on pace for 40 points. Wow. And they're in a playoff spot. They're the best under bet imaginable.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I agree.
I'm right with you, but I'm not going to take him here against the Avalanche.
I'm not either.
All right, let's roll on. Now, the market in our next game is being so good with the Predators. So good. Market just seems to know when they're going to step up. And the market's gone heavily against me here. This opened up with the Nashville Predators at minus 130 and closed, or not closed, but right now they're minus 151. So 21-cent move towards the Nashville Predators. I got plus 115 on the Ducks, which was just ridiculous. A mistake. And this line, so I saw it slowly moving towards the Predators, but I was like, how is this? It makes no sense to me. I know they won 4 straight, but the market, again, being very sharp with these Anaheim Predator games. We have UC Cerro, 16, 25, and 6, 2.94 goals against average, 898, save percentage, 4 shutouts. Dostal, 2.91 goals against average, 910, save percentage, 1 shutout. Nashville power play at 20.6%. Anaheim's penalty killing not very good at 73.8%. Anaheim power play terrible at 13.3%, second worst in the league, worst being the Islanders at 12%. And their Nashville power play, penalty killing, very good at 81.3%. And yes, they've won 4 straight games, but this team is beaten up. Michael Bunting and Zachary LaRue could be back tonight, but they're both on IR. Roman Josi out on IR, and they've already lost Wilsby and Lauzon, 2 defensemen for the season. The Predators coming off their 4 straight win, 3-2 victory at San Jose on Tuesday. Who've they beaten? The Bruins, the Kraken, the Blackhawks, and the Sharks? What do I care? The Ducks coming off their 2nd straight loss in 4th in 5 games, 3-2 at Utah on Wednesday. Only Robbie Fabry out for the Ducks. The Ducks are a much better team, but we all see that the Ducks with a much better record, and now Nashville has won 8 games out of 32 on the road in regulation, and they're minus 150 favorites. Usually that means the market knows what they're doing, and the Predators are going to cash. But I'm on the Ducks here. Take it away. Our second to last game on the card, LJ, Predators, Ducks.
I'm with you. I don't see why the Predators are favorite. And the fact that they took my money versus the Bruins in that game that I was talking about earlier, I want my money back. So I'm on the Ducks with you. They're the best team against the spread, 45-20 against the spread. I mean, that right there just lets me know they're going to be in this game versus a Predators team that's only 1-9 against the spread on the road in their last 10 games. So I don't see how they're favored. They only have 8 wins on the road whole season, 8-20-4. So unless they know something we don't know, I guess we're going to fall for the bait. But I'm right there with you in the passenger seat, riding with you, Jimmy. I'm on the Ducks. I got a plus 135, but you get a better number.
That's a little better than my line, man. Yeah, it's just look. I caution you guys to join us. I really do. The market's been so bang on with the Predators when the line moves heavily in their direction in a weird spot.
Yeah.
Let's go into the final spot on the board. This is like, I don't like betting totals, and when I do, I prefer to bet unders. 9 out of every 10 bets for me are unders.
Yeah.
Utah, Seattle Kraken. I was like, how does this game not go? Are you watching the Kraken play? They're defensively, they're less than the sum of their parts, and they've scored a little bit at times. I could not believe that this was a 6.5 juice to the under. And then to make matters worse, I had to bet it liquid because it moved from -105 to -110, and that always pisses me off. So I bet it at offshore at -104 because I was like, it just always just pisses me off. And then, but I'm on the over 6 here. The Utah Hockey Club 16-12-4 on the road. They've been a great road team. Kraken 15-15-4 at home. As I said, they've just been less than some of their parts all year. We're climbing Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. This is our final game here. Our final game here. So this is a game 54 for us, but yeah, no, that's right, 54. Utah comes in off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 3-2 win at home over the Ducks on Wednesday. They were -270 favorites, and they squeaked out a victory. 23.7% power play, 80.3% penalty killing. Seattle power play has been bad all year. Brandon Montour has not been good. Chandler Stevenson hasn't helped enough. Eberle looks slow. McCann, maybe he's not a number one center, even though he looked like he was one for a while. Matty Beniers, maybe he's not as good as we thought he was. I mean, you can go down the list here of disappointments for this Seattle Kraken squad. Just 7 poor special teams. They're coming off their second win in 3 games, 5-4 in overtime versus Montreal on Wednesday. Now, when I watch this team, they look pretty good. It's so funny how the eye test doesn't work here. And also, I know the players well, and I'm a Chandler Stevenson fan. I watched Montour win the Stanley Cup. Utah's -140. I think this game has a ton of volatility, which makes me want an over. They got up to -150. I don't know why the advanced analytics and the advanced, the models like Utah so much. This total is now juiced to the over, so I beat the move by 8 cents. This opened over 6 at +103, closes over 6 at -112. At least the line's moving in our direction. Take it away, LJ. Our final spot on the board: Utah Hockey Club, Seattle Kraken.
Yeah, I can see why you're on the over. Both these teams give up more goals than they score for the most part, so I definitely can see that. And I tend to see how the Kraken, when they're at home, if they're down, they tend to make a strong push in that third quarter at home. They're 17-7-9 third period money line at home. So my plan is if I'm up, watching, some action and I see the Kraken down, going into the third period, I may take them in the money line third period. But other than that, I'm with you. It's a lot of volatility. I see a lot of goals in these games, and I believe it's an over for a reason, juice to the over. So, yeah, I can see why you're on the over, but I'm just going to stay off.
LJ, you are a great friend, a class act. Thank you for always doing whatever you can to make time for us. Let's review LJ's action in the National Hockey League. He's on the under 6 at -109 in Carolina, Detroit. I'd like to join him. I feel like that 7-goal outburst maybe is a smokescreen.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like it'll be my only addition at this point. I'm on Edmonton -1. I got the Oilers -1 at +117. LJ's on the under 5.5 in Dallas, Winnipeg. I'm off that spot. I'm on the Avalanche -1 at -121. It's the best bet on the board. I imagine Chang is not with us at this point while we're nearing our 6-hour mark, but he did ask what the best bet was. I think it's a great parlay piece. LJ's on the Ducks at +135 on them at +115, and I'm on the over 6 in Utah, Seattle. LJ, I'll review your NBA action here as we close up shop, but thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Please support LJ from HTown, and I cannot wait to be sitting beside you in a few short days. And here we go. This is LJ's X handle. Please click it and support it, and the Raw Words podcast and everything that this fine gentleman does. LJ, any last words for Capper Sport in the show?
Hey, man, everybody have a great weekend. Let's make some money and let's get ramped up, man. Next weekend, we will all be in San Antonio. I'm driving down there Thursday night. I'll be down there Thursday night, waking up, to a nice J, cocktail early morning.
Sure.
So we can start that show off Friday morning because we're going to be all day. It's going to be a nice time. Everybody come out, enjoy. Shout out to the chat, Zoe, One Time, Man Bear Pig, all the chats. AOD, thanks for the dono. Everybody, man. Everybody that enjoys this sports betting. Hopefully y'all cash. Let's have a good weekend. And like I said, I'm going to enjoy the night tonight, take the fam to the Rocket game, man, and just enjoy some sports, man, for the weekend. So, Jimmy, appreciate you, man, for letting me come on. Anytime I can get off work, I'm going to be right here with you trying to get this money in this sports betting. So, till next Friday, Jimmy, we'll be live. We're going to have a good time, my friend.
Yeah, we need to revisit what you did for us a couple of years back when you went extremely hot in NBA and we all rode your coattails. That's what we need very much so. Can't wait to see you, my friend. Thank you for all that you do for us, my man.
All right, man. Y'all be good. Shout out to the chat. LJ, I'm out.
There he is, LJ from HTown in the house. Ronnie Lofton, thank you, my man. Man Bear Pig, Zoe, all of you guys pumping us up, inspiring us as we move forward. Florida Atlantic has gone on a nice little run here. They were just up 5. I had a chance to move on them plus 3.5. I didn't live. I think Tennessee throws down in the second half against Texas, but I'm not getting any live opportunities here right now. I think something's up with the book. It's all gone dark. So there we go. Let's review all action here for us. And let's succeed. Auburn. Oh, first off, the respect play today with Liberty minus 4.5 first half. I guess I can't remember now. It's all a blur. Auburn over 154.5 for Stacks play day number 1. Number 2, Boise State plus 1.5. Kongs Clips Louisville money line and Louisville money line with Houston. Ross Pitts cashing with VCU. We have St. John's first half in full game for Big Scott. North Carolina plus 7.5 and the under 155.5. Spooner, Jacksonville, what's he got live here? Toledo's about to pop off. He's on them plus 8.5. He's on Marquette plus 5. Maryland minus 1. Mount St. Mary's plus 6.5. He's also on Seattle plus 2.5. New Mexico money line. Scuntbag play of the day is the Islanders money line at plus 120. So I'm going heads up against him. He's also on Jacksonville State, Illinois money line, and Purdue, Boise State money line parlay. We have Black Thor King, Auburn minus 11.5. And Gorky, MSU, Alabama as a money line with Houston money line parlay. Then we talk about games that start at 5 p.m. after. This is our record. You guys are witnessing our longest show record here. We've done it. I don't know if that's something we want to accomplish, but something we've done. I'm on Norfolk first half. I'm interested in Quinnipiac. That only pops off at an hour and 9 minutes. Marquette, I'm interested in as well. One time moved on Marquette money line. And then Duke. I want Duke here. I want to play off the injury but I do want to see what's going on with the market. Houston first half minus 3.5 for Daby Cab. I'm interested in the Gators. Kent State, I'm interested in. South Carolina State, 2 I expect to move on. And then UAB. I have some interest in Seattle. I'm very interested in UC San Diego. Wine Time is on UConn minus 3.5. It's on Alabama minus 5.5. Texas Tech minus 2.5. Clemson money line. Boise money line. I'm interested in Grand Canyon, but again, I left money on the table. I've got to spend some time with it. And then Utah State. I think I stay off that game, but good God, the market is just putting it on a silver platter for us. That Utah State is the spot. In NBA, LJ on the Celtics first half minus 4.5. Tatum over 8.5 rebounds. Wine Time on the Celtics minus 8. I'm interested in the under in Pacers Sixers, but I'm going to sit with it longer. LJ's on the Hawks plus 5. And Wine Time's on the over 233 and Clippers Hawks. LJ's on Houston first quarter minus 4. First half minus 7. Full game minus 12. Triple up for my guy LJ from H-Town. LJ also on Mobley PRA over 35.5 and the double. Then Wine Time's on the under 208 in Orlando, Minnesota, and so is LJ. That's the corner of LJ and Wine Time Boulevard. Wolves first half and full game I expect to be on, but being on these big favorites, it's not a fun thing to do. LJ on the Spurs first quarter -0.5, Castle over 19.5 points, and Keldon Johnson over 16.5 points. I like the Nuggets first half and full game, and I like the Utah Jazz. Wine time on the Kings money line, and LJ on Zach LaVine over 29 points, PRA over 29.5, and Cleveland Phoenix money line parlay. And that is our show for today. You guys have given me a ton of kind words about the marathon show, the long show here. But I tell you this, you guys make it so easy for me to want to be here, want to do this. What you guys give back to me and give back to Pub Sports Radio, it makes this isn't painstaking. This isn't, oh, it's horrible. This is where I want to be, capping with you guys for as long as possible, daily and for the rest of my life. So thank you all for giving me the inspiration and the kind words. And this isn't hard. This is what I want to do. And you guys create that situation for me. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Big O says you're conditioning yourself for next week. That is true. A Top Crocodile, thank you for your ongoing support. Big Zo, all you guys, Wine Time, you were incredible today. 5 hours putting your time and energy into us. Man Bear Pig, Justin McKelvey, Ronnie Lofton, UPK Ayashi Allah, Robert Terry had my back since I started. I started in 2017 down in Costa Rica. I remember when I started in stand-up, I was, 17, 18, and I got heckled nonstop. Heckled more than any comic that there was. I just got heckled nonstop. And I remember talking to the late, great Daryl Lennox, may he rest in peace. And Daryl Lennox, a 6'5" black man. His dad was a pimp. And when Daryl Lennox walked on stage, he walked on stage slowly with his arms opened up. And he was also a star basketball player in Washington State growing up. But he walked with his arms opened up, and everybody would quiet down. And I watched, and because Daryl Lennox owned the stage. He walked on and he took over the stage. So I started right before I would open up the curtain and come on stage. I would close my eyes and I would pretend I was Daryl Lennox. And I would walk on stage, my arms opened up, and people started quieting down, and I stopped getting heckled as much. The reason why I'm talking about this is because when I started in 2017, I got more negativity than anybody in the industry, nonstop negativity. When my very first videos would get more dislikes than likes. And when I started with Peter, somebody was buying dislikes. So we'd come on to the show, and to start the show, there'd be 150 to 200 thumbs down, because that's when you could see it, and like 4 likes, And it was just nonstop negativity. And guys like UPK, Yashala, Robert Cherry had my back. And I knew that I could make it through all of the hate or whatever it was because of guys, like Robert Cherry. So thank you, Robert, for your ongoing support. Last one left, Billy Ho, my man. As your name changes from week to week, your support of the channel doesn't, and I thank you so much for that. Occupancy, thank you. Aditya Day in the house, thank you so much. We had Jacqueline Ladybug's back. Nice to see you, Jacqueline. We've missed you, and we love having you around. Thank you to everybody that supported us. Turnsy, all the people like Old E gifting Pub Sports Radio memberships. Truly, thank you guys. We have our contests coming up. If there's something that you want to do, most. Just I'm gonna try that arms wide open trick when I open the bedroom with my wife tonight. Reduce the heckling. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Jojo Rabbit says, love the all-day streams. Thank you, Jojo. AOD, always pump us up. Truly, thank you, guys. Now we have to win, and now things get more serious. Games are on right now, and I opened the day with a loss. Now we must win. I hope I'm wearing this shirt on Tuesday with my man, Pistol Pete Loshak. It smells, but that smell reminds me of victory. Thank you, Jose, for all that you do for us here. Thank you to all of you guys for supporting us. This is where we're going to be soon, man. We're going to be in the alley behind the Southtown 101 playing cornhole and smoking blunts in the sunshine. That's where we're going to be very soon, and I cannot wait. On behalf of all of us at Pub Sports Radio, thank you guys so much for your support. Now, it's winning time. So let's get that cash. Roll that shit. Light that shit. Smoke it. Leche. Los bookmakers. Let's have a weekend. We need it. We're going for 4 straight winning shows. Sweep the week. Get them brooms out, baby.
From down south, where we ride on slabs. From down south, where we ride on slabs. From down south, where we ride on slabs. From down south, where we ride on slabs.
Sports radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the Beta, homie, moose money bets. From books to west, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Raccoon. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Breeze. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobino. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bad. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of Razor Sharp Picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.
Oh, shit. It's not supposed to be me. It's not supposed to be me.